Chapter 201, Death Seed. With the duo being able to successfully establish communication with Tianyang, albeit only for a short period of time, they were able to put down their worries about the outside world and focus wholeheartedly on the task in front of them. However, there were still a few loose ends to be tied. The most important of them all, Damien stared at the vial in his hand and the peculiar specimen within it with an inquisitive gaze. He wanted to find out the truth behind this product that had sent Zara into a frenzy. Luckily for him, Zara was able to properly control herself after her original outburst, so although she still felt the overwhelming emotions from before, she didn't hinder him or try to pounce at the treasure in his hand. At first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary about the item. It still maintained its appearance as a small black pill. In fact, it even bore a slight resemblance to some antitoxin pills that already existed within the world. But anyone with a working brain would be able to tell that it was anything but similar. For that Fairy Lynn character to hype it up so much, there had to be something special about it. Still, no amount of probing was able to elicit a response from the treasure. Damien's mana sense wasn't even able to penetrate the crystalline container it was kept in. Such was the miracle brought to life by Starjade. It wouldn't deserve its reputation otherwise. Damien questioned. He was glad he had someone to turn to for a second opinion at the moment. Ryue pointed out. Indeed, that was Damien's worry as well. It was an unknown treasure passed down by the Nox. He had no intention to take it lightly. We haven't an inkling about what the treasure actually is, so I can't say for sure. However, I think we should do it. Truthfully, Damien wanted to open the vial and do a closer inspection from the beginning. His concern for Zara had already decided his answer. But he wasn't alone, and he couldn't mindlessly make decisions at this point, so he decided to ask Ryue. Nevertheless, with her agreement, he also firmed his decision. He revolves his mana and prepared to quickly react to any unforeseen circumstances, and without hesitation, he opened the vial. In that instance, he felt the threat of death encroaching upon him. It was as if countless skeletal arms were threatening to burst from the ground and consume him, dragging him down to hell with them. But oddly enough, his danger sense didn't activate. Damien trusted this skill a great deal. It had been properly honed through a myriad of life and death encounters, becoming almost flawless. The only time it didn't activate was when the threat was too strong for him to perceive, such as when he had been wounded and poisoned by the peak third-class cloak figure from before. But this time, he was sure it wasn't the same case. Regardless of the deathly feeling that washed over him, he could still properly gauge the aura of the treasure. It was illusory and vague, but it didn't seem to possess any attack power. Damien hardened his heart and channeled mana into his eyes. The world was soon enveloped in a vast rainbow of colors. The ambient mana around him swirled and danced like fairies among nature, but in the center of his vision was a patch of abyssal darkness. As I thought, the Death Seed was no longer in his vision, at least not its physical form. It was replaced by the coalescence of deathly mana that produced it, as well as the cloud of the same mana that had encircled him. This cloud of mana was the source of his feeling. It was giving him the illusion that he was soon to die, instilling a guttural fear in his heart. If not for his eyes that could witness its true form, he might have ended up making a mistake. Ryue was too far away to feel the same effects as Damien, but she too could sense the eeriness that had suddenly emerged in the atmosphere. The vial had only been opened, the treasure inside hadn't even been taken out yet, but the burst of aura alone was frightening. Just like Damien did previously, she revolved the mana within her body, putting up a resistance against the foreign feeling. Since it still didn't feel like enough, she brought out a trace of lunar energy and costed herself with it. The negative nature of Een would have been the best ward, but she didn't use it. Instead, she opted for the purifying effects that she was granted as a sub-ability of her moon affinity. She had 2 moons under her dominion, with one supplying her ice fire and the other being the main moon that decorated the cloud plane's night sky. The purifying effect came from the latter, which seemed to have a few extra abilities besides the use of lunar energy. She was still slowly excavating them, but for now, she only needed this one. With a new layer of defense, she was able to properly view the situation without fear. This mana is likely of the death element, Damien commented once he realized she had stabilized. I have a companion who uses the life element, so I was never doubtful of its existence. I just didn't expect to see it here. Ryue questioned. The reasoning made no sense, and although it could be said that Fairy Lyn had simply lied about its effects, it was more plausible that she didn't. After all, there was no way she would be able to fool so many fourth-class beings and be so confident, if not for such a firm belief that her words were truth. Damien also had this question, but there was still plenty they had to learn about the treasure. At this point, they couldn't even say they had a preliminary understanding of it. Knowing this, Damien decided to probe deeper. He expanded his awareness, focusing it within the vial and gently probing the spherical object within. At first, it didn't respond to his probing. At the Chaos rank, treasures and artifacts would begin to gain a semblance of will, able to use mana to communicate their intentions. For this reason, binding a Chaos rank artifact was much different than the process with its predecessors. One would have to establish communication and make the treasure accept them before they could use it. There were many ways to go about this process, but the main two were bonding and domination. Just like with everything else in the world, strength could always act as a backdoor. Anything with sentience would value its life, and threatening a treasure with pure strength was an easy way to gain its submission. But many chose to bond with the treasures instead. If a treasure was willingly cooperating, much more strength could be drawn from it, and the process would be much smoother. But Damien didn't need to do either at this moment. He had no intention of using a treasure that had Nox origins. But he still had to establish some sort of communication so he could successfully probe. He continued sending his awareness toward the treasure, being careful of the amount of force he used, before finally getting a reaction. It was faint, but he felt something awaken within the seed. The small black ball became active, shining with a light glow. And then, it began wriggling around within the confines of the vial. Chapter 202, Death Seed. What the fuck? Damien could only curse under his breath at the sight. Sure, a treasure moving on its own wouldn't necessarily be anything new to him, especially when said treasure was supposed to be quasi-sentient. But this was different. Even when a treasure moved, its status as an inanimate object would limit it. Its movements were destined to be rigid and unpracticed. But Damien could see none of that in the wriggling black sphere. Instead, its movements were more like that of a caged worm trying to escape confinement. It moved as if it was alive. Wait a minute, Damien sent his awareness into the vial once again, but he no longer cared for gentleness. He forcefully pierced into the death seed and scoured its contents. What the actual fuck is this? The death mana was expected, so were the various essences that seemed to be extracted from a variety of herbs. The thing that shocked him most was the presence of small, almost undetectable signs of life. The life aura was weaker than that of a dying man, but it was present nonetheless. As Damien continued his search, he found that the death seed's form as a pill was anything but. Instead, it was like a curled-up creature disguising itself as a pill. As if sensing that its secrets were being laid bare, the creature unfurled itself, revealing its true form. It was similar to a black centipede with a scaly and hard exoskeleton. It had countless squirming legs that pushed up against the side of the vial, attempting to gain traction. And then, it braced itself and rapidly lunged upwards in a bid to escape. Damien hurriedly brought the cap down and sealed the vial, trapping it once more. The creature hissed and squirmed indignantly, smashing its body against the glass of the vial rapidly. Damien and Ryue watched on in shock, while Zara's expression was more leaned towards curiosity and interest. Who would have thought that this so-called treasure was actually nothing of the sort? Isn't that obvious? Right. Damien could only agree. That speculation was only geared in the sense that the devil worshippers wanted to gain the favor of the righteous path. But if this kind of creature was consumed, this has to be a parasite. The unsuspecting victim would consume it thinking of it as a pill, and it invades their mind. The only reason the creature showed itself is because it was being continuously probed without consumption. We should destroy it here and now. But what about Master? Sure, he can inspect it, but can he come up with anything other than what we've already figured out? Even with further probing, we'd only be able to figure out the composition of the creature, not its abilities. The only way to get true results is to have someone consume it. Ryue's stance was clear, and her belief was firm. Seeing the look in her eyes, he knew she wouldn't bend no matter how hard he tried to convince her. Perhaps it was just paranoia speaking, but Damien felt it'd be more dangerous to carry around such a thing. He even felt repulsed by the idea, and his subspace would be the best place to keep it if they decided to do so, since it couldn't be penetrated by outside forces like a spatial ring. Physique, Fina. I'll listen to you this once, since I know I can't change your decision. Damien begrudgingly agreed, moving to put the vial back in his subspace. However, he was met with unexpected interference. Damien looked over at the speaker in surprise. Zara asked hesitantly. Damien exclaimed, "Absolutely not. But I don't think it'll do anything. Something in my bloodline is resonating with that creature." Once again, it was her bloodline. There was almost no reason to question it now. Zara's bloodline had a connection to the Nox. Usually, beasts with god-beast bloodline like Zara would have long since awakened their inherited memories from their ancestors, even if it was a partial awakening or just a portion of memories. But no such thing took place. With Zara, no matter how strong she grew, she was never given a clue about her heritage. The first and only one they had found so far was made clear now. As for the relation between Zara's bloodline and the Nox, that was still to be found. But for her bloodline to resonate with such strong feelings, it couldn't have been only a small relation. Damien felt conflicted. With access to her mind, he could clearly feel how desperate she was. Not only for the strength she was sure she'd receive, but also to find any lead she could on this clue. Heritage was incredibly important to beasts, more so than Damien had ever imagined. Every beast had a trace of god-beast bloodline. Such was fact. However, for most beasts, this trace was so minuscule that it could barely even be counted. Of the countless number of beasts in existence, there weren't many that could actually awaken their slumbering bloodline. There were even fewer that had a potent enough bloodline to be considered as true inheritors. But Zara was one of them. Not only did she have the potent bloodline, but it had also been awakened within her from the moment she was born. Such was the uniqueness of the so-called First Dungeon, as the spatial Grandmaster Kurt had named it. He had also written in passing about how the god-beast bloodlines within the dungeon were much more potent, but Damien hadn't paid it much thought until now. On one hand, he didn't want any harm to befall Zara. Letting something as dangerous as the Death Seed enter her body was out of the question. But on the other hand, he found it difficult to turn down her earnest plea. He asked in defeat, but she wouldn't even give him this much. "No, I want it as it is right now. Damien, you've known me for so long, so you know I'm not the weak little cub I once was." Damien laughed helplessly. He couldn't help but be reminded of the way Ryue had pleaded to Tianyang earlier. When did their relationship become one where she had to beg him like this? He had never considered himself her master. His feelings stemmed from a different place. To him, Zara had always been like an innocent and cheerful little sister. When did she grow up so much? When did she lose her naivety? He felt incredibly guilty that such things happened without his notice. In the end, he couldn't stop himself from obliging her. He had immense trust in her from the start. He was just incredibly afraid of seeing her get hurt. Turning to Ryue, he gave her the same helpless look. Ryue felt complicated seeing this. It wasn't his plan, nor was it hers, but just like how she had been previously, she knew she wouldn't be able to convince him otherwise. "Sieg, Fina. I understand already." Damien beamed at her response. "Truly, thank you." Ryue was a bit dazed by his smile, but she quickly snapped out of it. She muttered lightly, hiding the slight smile on her face. But Damien had already moved over to Zara, so he wasn't able to witness it. "If you feel anything odd, immediately contact me. I will expel everything from your body, whether you like it or not." Damien sighed lightly as he once again removed the lid from the vial. And as predicted, the Death Seed creature jumped out, attempting escape. But there was no way Zara would allow that to happen. In one fell swoop, she grabbed it in her mouth and devoured it whole. Chapter 203, Death Seed. The cave was wrapped in silence as Damien and Ryue intently watched Zara, trying to glean any changes that occurred within her body after she ate the death seed. However, to their dismay, there was nothing. Zara simply stood still with her eyes closed and savored the taste of the creature she had just ingested. Damien questioned. Ryue was also doubtful about the lack of reaction. Even the rapid stat boost that Zara was supposed to be experiencing would have some sort of physical manifestation. The system relayed their physical abilities as stats, so that's how they were usually referred to. But they weren't simply status points in a game. Every time one received a boost in their stats, their body would experience a change, no matter how minute it was. That was half of the reason Damien always went through horrendous pain whenever he evolved. Not only was the essence he devoured being sent through his body to temper it, but the drastic rise in stats would also remold him at a cellular level. The system wasn't a simple thing at all, and neither was the quest and rise to power that all beings under its influence would partake in. They were always doing their best to raise their level, raise their skill, and in the end, raise their state of existence. The term league that the system always used was referring to this. An individual's league was their state of existence. Every time it rose, said individual was essentially being reborn as a higher being. It was just that before 4th class and 5th class, when one was preparing for and entering the realm of godhood, these changes weren't as prominent. So they were more or less attributed to growth in stats. For Zara right now, such an immediate and inconsequential increase in stats should have been reflected in her body. Whether she would be in pain or grow in size, whatever it was, it should have been something Damien and Ryue could witness. So why was she acting like she had done nothing more than eat a sumptuous meal? As if to answer these questions, a sudden change emerged in Zara. Her previous pleasureful expression contorted into a grimace, and her eyes shot open. Rather than the bright golden pupils that were usually contained within, there was only an endless amount of blackness. Even the whites of her eyes were dyed in black. Her mouth opened, showcasing rows of blade-like teeth as she began to growl seemingly at nothing. From Damien's connection with her, he could clearly feel her erratic emotional state. It was a mixture of pain, anguish, unwillingness, euphoria, and an indomitable fighting spirit. Such a mixture of emotions would have been confusing in any other situation, but Damien knew exactly what was going on. Not just possess her, it was trying to completely eradicate her soul and become her. Within Zara's mind, a fierce battle was taking place. On one side was a winged black wolf, the original owner of the body, and on the other side was a ghastly black dragon. With every second that passed in the outside world, the two traded hundreds of blows, but neither was able to gain the upper hand. But Zara knew she was losing this battle. With every second that passed, more and more of her memories were being eroded and devoured by the being facing her. The only way for her to regain them was to defeat it. Spreading her wings, she charged at the dragon like a black comet, brandishing her claws and fangs. She reached her target in an instant, slashing down while dodging the dragon's tail, which whipped towards her like a mace. With her every movement, bone-chilling ice spread through the floor of the mental world. Although her ice was only a manifestation of her will, it wasn't entirely useless. Even if it couldn't injure the dragon, it was able to freeze the progress of memory erosion that was taking place in the background. Such was the level of battle within a mental world. The only limit on ability was imagination, since there was no physical form to manifest and no real mana being consumed. If one had a conceptual understanding, anything was possible. Zara could freeze, even time itself within this mental world if she wanted, but there was no point in doing so. The dragon would be able to escape just as easily. So while she used her ice to freeze the concept of erosion that the dragon was using to consume her memories and soul, she used her shadows to create a clone of herself. The clone was entirely black with none of the features a living being would have, but that didn't matter. Its physical strength was on par with hers. Together, the two circled the dragon, attacking its blind spots in perfect unison. The dragon thrashed around, using its tail and fangs as its main weapon as well. Just like Zara, it couldn't harm its opponent with elemental attacks. Only physical attacks within this plane would be effective, since they were essentially battling with their souls. As the battle within the mental world continued, Zara's body fell to the floor, convulsing. Her muscles were wriggling beneath her skin as if they were alive, causing awkward protrusions to occasionally rise from her fur. Blood soon began to exit her orifices as she continuously growled into the air. The commotion she caused was significant, and her deathly howls attracted the attention of numerous beasts that had been wandering in the vicinity. From the tone of her howls alone, they were aware that whatever beast was making those sounds was in pain, and an injured opponent was the easiest prey. Damien and Ryue's expressions were grave. This isn't good. Damien peered through the cave walls with his awareness and noticed an ever-increasing crowd of beasts eyeing the semi-hidden cave with greed. Those beasts are too ferocious. Regardless of whether or not we leave the cave, they will attack. Damien gritted his teeth in frustration as he glanced at Zara. He hated seeing her in this much pain, but the situation didn't allow him to help at all. If they didn't protect the cave, all three of them would be in trouble. "I'm trusting you this once." Whispering those words, he nodded towards Ryue. The two of them soon exited the cave with their heads held high, refusing to be intimidated by the threatening convergence of auras they were subject to. Although the pressure was weighty, it was nothing to the two of them, who had endured Tian Yang's aura suppression with nothing but their bare bodies. So, together would be nice, but there's too many of them right now. A good plan, but let's make it more interesting. What? Wow. Are you that certain you're going to lose? Scared? As if. But these stakes are too dull. Looking at Ryue's shining eyes, he got the sudden urge to tease her. His eyes unabashedly roamed her exquisite body, and his mouth curled into a sly smile. His blatant gaze seared into her skin. She felt like even though she was fully clothed, she was naked in front of his gaze. A blush inadvertently crept up her face, but she quickly turned away. "I said whatever, so I mean whatever." Damien's eyes widened both at her meaning and the way she addressed herself. The unexpected retort was too much for him. Unable to hold himself back, he broke into a boisterous fit of laughter. Wiping the slight tears that formed at the side of his eyes, he replied back, "Fine, fine, whatever you say, Miss Princess." The two glanced at each other and grinned, strongly shaking hands. Truthfully, a few bolder beasts had already charged forth during their conversation, but had been either burned to cinders or crushed to meat paste in the process. The rest of the smarter beasts were eyeing them warily. They knew that with such a large congregation, most of them would end up dead trying to get to whichever beast was within the cave, whether by the hands of their fellow beasts or the two humans in front of them. But none of them ran away. The prospect of evolution was too enticing for them to do so, and the aura of the injured beast within the cave was powerful enough to guarantee their progression. Even if it meant risking death, they would take the chance. The two sides stared each other down, their auras clashing in the air between them. And then it was pandemonium. Chapter 204, Death Seed. Arcs of black lightning and blue fire streaked through the air, combining with various other elemental forces to create massive explosions. The sound of roars filled with killing intent and agony filled the surroundings. Damien raced through the battlefield surrounded by an amethyst aura dyed with red. His nails had long since elongated into claws, and his teeth into fangs. A hazy field surrounded him like the air during a heat wave, repelling any sort of elemental attack that shot towards him. Each of these attacks was returned directly to their casters, causing a larger influx of anguish howls. There were no teams on the battlefield, and no distinguishing between enemies and allies. Even while Damien and Ryue fought valiantly among the beasts fought each other as well. After all, there wasn't even one among them that would be willing to share their spoils with the rest. Only one would survive and consume the beast within the cave. Damien's figure was illusory, flashing between existence and non-existence. He would appear in one spot, pummeling the beasts around him before disappearing and reappearing in a completely different area. It had been a long time since he abused his teleportation, but in a chaotic battlefield like this, it was almost a cheat code. His awareness was spread within a 1-kilometer radius around him. Even though it was reined in, he could see the proceedings much more clearly. Every time he saw a beast being overpowered, he would teleport over and crush it. The air was filled with spatial fluctuations and distortions, painting a canvas of bloody swirls. The beasts were frenzied in their fighting as well, perhaps even more so than Damien. None of them were weak, with even the weakest being at the peak of second class. Any that didn't reach this level had long since fled after seeing the number of powerful beings that had congregated. The only reason Damien was able to crush his enemies like they were ants was because he was aiming for the weakest among them, as well as those who were being weakened. He had no time to be held up by those stronger opponents. Suddenly, he jumped into the air and spread his arms, calling forth his mana. In the next instant, rumbling storm clouds gathered around him. The clouds thundered and boomed, the natural yellow lightning within them being dyed black with Damien's signature style. Their aura was elevated immensely in this process, bearing down on those beneath like heavenly punishment. The crackling black lightning was especially vicious today, carrying an unbridled killing intent. But no beast present would be intimidated by the bloody aura. Unlike the pack leader Damien had met previously, these beasts lived in an environment similar to the dungeon. Killing intent was engraved in their bones, and battle was their life. Once the formation of the storm clouds was complete, Damien once again dropped to the ground, using his vector control to increase the surrounding gravity and speed up his fall. His landing caused the earth to shatter and tens of beasts to be momentarily flattened, giving an opening to those who survived to quickly kill them off. But even they wouldn't survive long. The brewing storm clouds finally began to move, dropping bolts of lightning thicker than a man's arm onto the battlefield and causing widespread destruction. It didn't matter whether a beast was present in the strike zone or not. The lightning would still strike true. Craters upon cratera began littering the packed dirt of the ground, and many beasts were struck, becoming paralyzed by the destructive electricity that entered their bodies. But the storm clouds were completely under Damien's control. If this was all they could do, they would be much more worthless than his other traits. In Damien's hands, this trait could show off much more of its capabilities than a measly sea dragon could ever hope for. The lightning within the clouds began to coalesce, gathering their combined heat to become something new, something deadlier. Soon enough, pillars of plasma also began to shoot down from the sky. No matter how one saw it, it was a scene of judgment. As beasts continuously fell from the combined onslaught of his trait and their fellow beasts, Damien continued to flash around the battlefields, distorting and collapsing space to reap as many lives as possible. The feeling was exhilarating. He had almost forgotten what it felt like within the dungeon when he was no better than a mindless beast himself. He had almost forgotten the thrill of such heaven-shaking battles. This was his environment. This was where he thrived. This was what he needed. He had priorities, sure, but he knew that this was the kind of place where he would grow the fastest. If it wasn't for the fact that there was plenty to do in the outside world, as well as people he cared about, he would probably move back and forth between the danger zones of the world as he continuously fought such battles. But no matter. Such thoughts were nothing more than fleeting desire. Since he wasn't being actively targeted by any large groups of beasts, and with the general chaos of the battle itself, Damien felt like he had everything under control. And so, he took a second to glance over at Ryue. It was a surprising sight indeed. He thought he was in total control over his side of the battlefield, but she wasn't doing any worse. The sun was still high in the sky, but two massive moons were hanging over the battlefield, each being many kilometers in diameter. While one was relatively normal, the other was like a massive ball of blue fire. He didn't know why his mind automatically classified it as a moon when it looked more like a star, but he didn't pay much attention to that. Ryue's fight was much more graceful than his. Instead of getting into the thick of the battle like he did, she oversaw it from the sky like an immovable mountain, a battle-hardened general. The two moons flanking her on each side were continuously pouring out their own unique energies, and a deep gray fog was spreading through the atmosphere. While Damien used his storm trait to rain down projectiles on the masses, Ryue's two moons did the same. Blue beams that radiated both heat and cold shot down rapidly and burned through the beasts, and waves of gentle essence followed suit, turning their bodies into ash. It was a smart strategy. Any beast that got its claws on the corpses would inevitably grow stronger in the midst of battle, so destroying them was the best move. Damien didn't do it because, well, he wanted to devour them himself. While the two moons complemented each other, Ryue stood between them, waving her hands like a conductor. Evidently, the eerie fog had originated from her. The elemental attacks that were being used by the beasts miraculously never aimed at her. Or rather, the beasts that aimed at her inadvertently shot their attacks in unintended directions. If there was one thing that could be considered as the main weakness of beasts, it was their minds. Until they reached 4th class, they would never prioritize mental defense, with their power system being focused on physical improvement. Until that point, any mental growth they had went towards sprouting consciousness and maturing. The system was fair. It maintained balance in its own way. Beasts could grow and strengthen at speeds that humans could never even fathom as long as they were surrounded by their own kind. Kill, eat, evolve. Such a system would be far too broken if it was allowed to be just that. Perhaps that was why beasts were born mindless and grew into their wits. As for Ryue's attack, even Damien didn't understand the exact nature of it. But Ryue wasn't paying attention to him right now. The Yin element in her body was more active than it had ever been, fusing into her mana and being guided by her graceful movements. With each swing of her hand, she released another wave of essence into the crowd of unsuspecting beasts. The essence melded into the fog and infected the minds of those it surrounded, causing utter mayhem within the ranks. As mentioned before, the Yin element was structured on all things negative. Negative emotions were not excluded from such classification. When she was a child, Ryue had many times run into problems where she was unable to control her Yin element, causing strife and conflict in her wake. She would unconsciously affect their emotions simply with her presence, amplifying the ugliness they hid behind conscientious exteriors and causing them to burst. When she started studying under Tianyang, this was the first ability she had mastered, but she rarely ended up using it. It was a tool for incitement and a tool that could reveal a person's true colors, but she was never a fan of manipulation. But against a crowd of beasts, or when her life was truly on the line, she would never hesitate to pull out all her cards. Sure, Damien's side had the most unbridled chaos with a myriad of flashing abilities and bloody head-on battles painting its surface, but Ryue's was much more gruesome in its own way. Suddenly, she felt a gaze on her. Gazing back fearlessly, she once again grinned at the man who was both her closest friend and opponent. Since they were in control of their own battlefields, all that was left was a race to the center. Chapter 205. Next movie. The anguished cries of beasts only became more and more prominent as time went on. Countless beams of various colored lights, as well as waves of formless essence, infiltrated their ranks and reaped their lives. The pristine scenery of the jungle in a 1,000-meter radius had become dyed in blood and estranged body parts. In fact, the commotion had grown large enough to attract even more beasts over, but seeing the proceedings, they quickly left the area. Zara's agonizing howls had also ceased at some point during the battle, but neither the beasts nor Damien and Ryue noticed this. There were simply too many thunderous sounds that collided against each other in the surroundings, drowning out the once piercing cries. Damien once again looked at the destruction being wrought and smiled. He knew there were more methods he could use to handle the situation, but none seemed as feasible as the one he was using now. For instance, he had yet to use Starfall and Rain Hell in that way, but there was a reason for this. He simply didn't want to attract too much attention. While it may have sounded contradictory, considering that the current situation was already calling plenty of attention towards them, his thoughts were on a different matter. Starfall required him to summon an astral body from space, and he most of the time chose random debris instead of any significant objects. But no matter what he called, its origin would be the same. Even if he used his celestial authority to influence the summoning, for it to do proper wife-scale damage, it had to gain a significant amount of momentum, meaning the actual summoning would take place hundreds, if not thousands of kilometers in the air. Such a scene would obviously be in plain view even from the far reaches of the mountain range. And rather than the third-class beasts that noticed the commotion at this point, it'd be the various experts who lived in the mountains who took note. And this was what Damien wanted to avoid. If it was third-class beasts, even if he and Ryue couldn't slaughter them all, he at least had confidence to flee. But if any of those beast kings were attracted, it'd be game over. His storm trait was different in this regard. Although it was similarly eye-catching, it would only raise interest of those within a 10,000-kilometer radius at best, and those experts on the mountains wouldn't sense it. Even if they did, he doubted they'd take serious interest after seeing it. After all, it was a trait. Traits, while not entirely common, aren't necessarily rare enough to stand out. Even if a Beast King noticed that the trait was in use, they most likely wouldn't care. His storm trait, while definitely being among the more destructive traits he's seen, wasn't unique enough to belong to only a single beast type. This particular iteration of it belonged to the sea dragon, but many other variations of it could exist in other beasts, especially in locations such as the 3,000 Beast Mountain range where talent was congregated. Plus, those Beast Kings weren't like Damien with his Devour ability, so there was no way for them to take it for themselves. The only thing Damien was concerned about was whether those Beast Kings would be interested in recruiting the user of the trait as one of their own. It was impossible for factions not to exist within the mountain range, and through Damien's brief interactions with the Beast Emperor and Empress on Apeiron, he was well aware that those Beast Kings didn't distinguish between races of beast when it came to recruitment. Luckily, even for this kind of recruitment, the physical presence of a Beast King was too much. Instead, those who noticed would only send envoys. Still, even with all this, he knew there was no guarantee of complete safety. So he proposed a bet to motivate both himself and Ryue to clean up shop as fast as possible. And now, that bet was slowly coming to an end. Most of the crowd had already been dealt with, and the only thing left was the central area that they left untouched. At that place, it was still only beast-on-beast battle taking place. With the two of them working together, it wouldn't take long to wipe out these few hundred remaining beasts, but the competition would end based on who arrived at that point first, not who was able to wipe the central area the fastest. And seeing the excited glint in Ryue's eyes, Damien could only shake his head wryly. Whatever. He could have teleported over immediately if he really wanted to, but he had long since developed a soft spot for this outwardly cold yet inwardly soft-hearted woman. The fact that he was able to see her cheerful and exuberant side, while others were faced with a massive wall, was enough satisfaction for him. Turning his attention away from her, he teleported over to the last few remaining beasts on his side, opting to fight them head-on instead of bombarding him as he did before. Though he still left his storm trait active to keep up the image that he was trying his best. And only a few minutes later, he saw Ryue dashing towards the center at top speed. He quickly wrapped up the battle, grabbing and crushing the last beast's head with a spatial distortion before teleporting over. When he arrived, he saw a smug-looking Ryue gazing at him in amusement. "Weren't you so confident that you were going to win?" Whatever. You can teleport, duh. Okay, you're definitely twisting the events now. It is what I say it is. Don't you know? Damien once again shook his head wryly. It seems he couldn't let her win too often, lest she become too arrogant for him to handle. As the two conversed, their respective area of effect moves migrated onto the crowd of beasts in front of them and brought judgment upon their enemies. Even without doing too much physical work themselves, they quickly raised the beasts until none remained. Damien asked with a slight smile on his face. He had developed enough trust in this senior sister of his that he knew she wouldn't cause him too much trouble. That was part of the reason why he didn't mind giving her the win. I can't decide right now, Rua said as she brought her finger up to her lip, seemingly deep in thought. Damien let out an exasperated sigh at her pretending to be mysterious attitude that mirrored a certain senior he knew. Fine, keep that favor on hold then. Ryue's expression became serious at his words as she nodded. Right, our position has been exposed. Damien turned his attention back to the cave as they spoke. He was only able to joke as he did since he hadn't felt anything notable from his mental connection with Zara, but he could tell that her mental state was slightly jumbled. It wasn't a problem, per se, but he wasn't able to feel comfortable until he saw her condition for himself. Arriving back inside, he immediately went over to Zara's side. By the looks of it, she had collapsed from exhaustion or something of the sort, but she was still fine and breathing. None of her previous painful expressions or bodily changes were present anymore. However, he noticed that her fur was much sleeker than it was before, and her wings had experienced a slight change too. Now, along with their massive wingspan and speed, he could see the feathers had taken on a razor-sharp component. They were able to cut through his finger with ease when he ran it along their edges. He injected his mana into his eyes, tried to sense any abnormalities in her aura, but once again, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Still, it was clear that she was experiencing some sort of evolutionary process, since her aura kept fluctuating and expanding. Signing lightly, he brought Zara into his shadow. The process she was going through seemed extremely gradual, and he couldn't be sure when she was going to wake up. Shaking off his concern, he turned to Ryue. It was time for them to decide their next move. Chapter 206, Next Move. Our goal here is strength. Regardless of whether it comes from plain and simple leveling or comprehension and experience, in the end, we are pursuing strength. And to this end, our options become limited. Ryue had a pondering look on her face. Damien, who usually didn't seem that knowledgeable, had suddenly become an expert. Still, his words carried certainty and confidence that made it hard to doubt him. Why are these our only options? But Damien shook his head in denial. That's not possible. There are 2 points we need to go over to explain the reason. For simplicity's sake, I'll start with the easier one. Have you opened your status since the last fight? Ryue checked her status before abruptly falling into contemplation. It was as he said, something was strange. It's the same for me. I can't say for certain what's causing this phenomenon, but I'm sure of a few things. Experience in itself is another form of essence. It's just that we don't have the capabilities to truly witness its form or control it. Damien could only smile wryly at this question. Ryue had obviously become caught up in his momentum and just asked whatever questions came to her without trying to find the answer for herself. But he didn't mind it much, so he let it be. We aren't qualified to know the answer to that question. Some truths aren't accessible until we gain the power to find them out for ourselves. Ryue once again fell into thought, ruminating on the previous battle. Damien nodded with a smile. Not only that, but their intelligence was also heavily lacking. I mean, look at Zara. Even if her intelligence is cut above the rest, she's still a good example. Most third-class beasts I have met until this point have learned to converse in a universal language, but these beasts don't seem to be capable of it. And besides communication, they also don't have the same mental capacity as the beasts we met outside. Ryue nodded in understanding. Indeed, even if the pack leader was barely strong enough to be considered a third class, its intelligence and thought process were complex enough to rival a human adult. These beasts weren't even close to such capabilities, being consumed by primal instincts. This leads me to my second point. This one is a bit more involved, as it concerns beast society in general. Beasts are creatures who heavily prioritize 2 things, heritage and hierarchy. In this case, we're focusing on the hierarchy aspect. The beasts that live on this ground level are, to be blunt, the utter trash of this beast society. Their strength and intelligence are simply unable to match up, so they are forced to stay on the ground and attempt to evolve. However, it'll be different for those on the mountain. The higher we go on the mountain, the more powerful beasts we will encounter. Above ground, the higher one lives, the more status they have, while below ground, it's the opposite. Basically, if we climb the mountain, we will face true opponents and beasts who are capable of thought that can rival our own. That is where we will find challenges. However, there are cons to this as well. The various beast kings that reside in this mountain range will inevitably be on those mountains. We have no means of knowing when or where we will run into them or the types of personalities they have. Ryue intently listened to his lecture, soaking up all the information he provided. Although she had been around the world a fair amount of times for sect missions and the like, she had never truly taken the time to understand beasts to such an extent. Even most of the missions she took had to do with human problems rather than beast hunting. Risk and reward truly go hand in hand, she commented. At face value, the risk seemed to outweigh the rewards, but in reality, it was hard to say. They didn't know whether their experience gains would be hindered the same on the mountain, and they didn't know the layout of society there either. But if the experience block coincided with the hierarchy Damien had mentioned, they might make some truly splendid gains on the mountain. There is also the possibility of befriending a Beast King powerhouse, as well as gaining proper combat experience. Aside from all that, there was another point that Damien didn't end up mentioning since it was too obvious. The mana here wasn't as simple as it was outside. While there was nothing out of the ordinary about the pure mana in the atmosphere, the concentration of elemental mana was much denser. And with how environmental factors usually affected mana density, the concentration of elemental mana as they climbed the mountain would increase exponentially. Neither Damien nor Ryue practiced any normal elements as their main fighting strength, but that wasn't a problem. Yin and Yang together are something akin to creation forces, so Ryue could absorb any Yin-natured elemental mana in lieu of pure Yin mana and still be fine. In fact, this is what she usually did in comprehension, since actual Yin element mana was rare to find in nature. If the elemental mana concentration spiked, she would naturally benefit. As for Damien, his case wasn't as special. Lightning mana was easy to find, and as for space, it was everywhere. Spatial mana was ever-present. It was just hard to actually draw out. Only when one's comprehension of spatial element reached a certain level would it be possible. But that wasn't a problem for Damien, and if the concentration of such mana was heightened, it'd be even less burdensome. All in all, the plan to climb the mountain didn't seem as bad as it sounded on the surface. But Ryue suddenly remembered that Damien offered a second path they could take. To be honest, that one is more of a gamble, Damien replied sheepishly. That tree obviously holds some sort of importance, even if we just judge by its size. The fact that it is the direct center of the mountain range also alludes to this fact. Ryue hummed. This kind of intuition wasn't something that could be ignored once they reached the level they were at. Evidently, there was something special about the tree that was drawing Damien towards it. But it's still too much of a risk to take right now. It's an unknown factor. And the aura of that tree is immense. Even from so far away, its life aura seeps into the atmosphere and fosters the growth of the fauna. Such a tree is guaranteed to be conscious, and it might also be hostile. You're right. That's why I presented the previous option first. Still, I believe that we should at least check it out to see if there's anything special over there. True. No matter how I want to play it safe, it doesn't seem like that's really an option right now considering our location. But the known danger is safer than the unknown, so I opt that we go to the mountain first. Damien nodded in agreement. This was the path that he wanted to take as well. As they talked, the two had traveled countless kilometers away from their previous cave. Even in these new surroundings, they hadn't been able to find another temporary residence to return to their peak state before they challenged the mountain. Damien had also tried to devour the beasts he had killed before they left, but due to the experience blockage that he had learned about earlier, he didn't gain as much as he hoped. It wasn't that his void physique's functions were being interfered with, but instead, the experience had already left the beast carcasses at the moment they died instead of being transferred to him, leaving them useless. And with those beasts being trashes among this society, they didn't even give him any noticeable changes in his physical stats. Sighing lightly at his predicament, he turned his attention back to the boundless mountains on the horizon. His blood was already boiling at the prospect of what they would find there. Chapter 207, First Mutant. An entire week had passed by since the big battle, and Damien and Ryue were making haste towards the mountains they saw in the distance. There were 50 mountains total in this mountain range, but from their starting point, they only had 5 they could choose from. With their time in this danger zone limited to 7 months maximum, it'd be difficult to fully explore more than 2 of these behemoths, and that's if they completely abandoned their plans to visit the massive tree in the center. At first, the 2 of them considered moving towards the central area and choosing a mountain among those there to climb, but they quickly discarded the thought. Just like human society, the central region would be where the most powerhouses were gathered, although it was rumored that there were 3,000 beast kings residing in the mountain range. Their positions were never mentioned. While it would have been nice if they were evenly spread out among the mountains, with 60 of them on each, that was nothing more than a dream. With these thoughts in mind, the 2 headed towards the farthest mountain within their perception range. The decision wasn't random, though. They were able to at least get a baseline read on the terrain of each mountain from the ecosystems they could see at a glance. The 5th mountain happened to be covered in ice and snow, creating a beautiful scenery. Damien didn't have a strict elemental requirement for his training, while Ryue would benefit immensely from the frosty atmosphere, so it ended up being the best choice. As they traveled, they were constantly besieged by beasts from all sides, though the battles never reached the scale of their very first one within the mountain range. Instead, it was mainly just small groups of beasts that saw them as easy prey and ended up being demolished. The duo did their best to use as little mana as possible as they fought, knowing that they had to constantly be wary. No matter how inferior these beasts were, they were still at 3rd class. Even if the ones they had run into so far had been trash, there was no saying that every single beast would be the same. Their cautiousness didn't seem to be necessary, though, as even by the time they finally reached the base of the mountain, they had met not a single worthy beast. Now, however, it'd be different. The massive mountain in front of them was filled with icy trees that seemed to be made of glass and plants of the same nature. The flora seemed like it would shatter at a mere touch. But when Damien actually pushed his hand against it, he realized it was a facade. In reality, the trunks of these trees were incredibly dense, and the second his hand touched its surface, a layer of permafrost began to cover it. If he had been any weaker, he might have been forced to amputate his entire hand from his careless action. Damn, even the environment is so ruthless, Damien commented with a wary tone. Why are you speaking as if you're scared while smiling like an idiot? Ryue quipped back. Damien brought his hand up to his face and touched his lips. He truly had been smiling. You didn't know? Damien furrowed his brows at her words. Why had he been smiling like that for no reason? Well, it's not like it really matters. If I smile, I smile. He tried to convince himself inwardly, but even he didn't believe such a lame excuse. Truthfully, he just didn't want to admit to himself the reason. No, I have to stay true to myself. If I keep acting like a wuss and running away from my problems, I'll never change for the better. He knew the reason behind his smile. He had known ever since that massive battle what the reason for his giddiness was. He had lost his edge over the years. It had started on a Pyron, but became even more pronounced after he healed his mother successfully. He had lost that certain feeling that made him the person he was. Whenever he thought back on the dungeon, he would always do so in the context of wow. That was a shitty time compared to now, and he reveled in the fact that he escaped, but only took a single battle to bring him back to reality. This environment was a lot like the dungeon. It was more expansive and definitely more mysterious, but the atmosphere was entirely similar. This kind of ruthless killing environment where it was every man for himself. If he was being completely honest, he missed it, but many of his memories from the dungeon had been repressed. He knew of it, but didn't try to pry open that side of himself because he was mildly afraid of what would happen. It wasn't the personality he developed back then that left a spot, but rather the experience he had in the blood world. When he was trapped in his own consciousness while his body was being controlled by his bestial instinct, he was terrified. He was forced to mature in some ways, but remained the boy he was in others. This kind of change was extremely disconcerting for his mind, making him unable to properly establish a sense of self. So when he recovered from that state, the memories became blurry. That wasn't to say he didn't remember it. He remembered it clearly. Instead, it was as if the negativity tied to those memories had been dispersed and sealed away. And even now, he feared his bestial instincts. But at the same time, he missed them. His metaphorical blade had been dulled through his travels that weren't wrought with true danger. Even when he fought intense battles, they were usually against people who weren't enemies. But now, he was left in such a situation as he was in now, and he ended up smiling at the prospect of regaining his former self, his true self, the self that had been untouched by the niceties of the outside world. He hoped he could regain some of those qualities, but he knew he couldn't keep all of them. After all, he didn't want to go back to being socially inept and pretending to be a cultivation novel main character. That was extremely embarrassing in hindsight. Also, he had true relationships that he wanted to keep. It was for similar reasons that he had neglected the Void Heartsword Law. His travels with Ryue had helped him clear some emotional burdens that had been weighing down on him. Now, becoming emotionless didn't have the same appeal as it did a few months ago. He had already decided to stop running away under the soft moonlight of that night in the forest, and he was planning to stick to that promise. His power would not be influenced by his instability, and it wasn't a prison that would accomplish that, but his own efforts. Now that he had thought about all of this, he figured that having Ryue here with him was a sort of blessing in disguise. Perhaps her presence would mean he could gain an equilibrium in his shifty personality and become the person he truly wanted to be. His contemplation didn't last that long, as he and Ryue were still at the base of the mountain, but it had been enough. It cleared away some doubts that he had been having and allowed his thoughts to once again roam free. Looking at Ryue, his smile became a bit gentler. Although she was surprised by his suddenness, she didn't pay it much thought. She was also itching to see what was in store for them. Chapter 208, First Mountain. The trek up the mountain turned out to be a much more arduous task than what either of them had expected. Even if they weren't peak existences, they still had a great deal of strength, and their resistance was something they prided themselves on. This one especially for Ryue, who had a natural resistance to any and all natured elements. However, the mountain seemed to ignore any sort of resistance as it pummeled them with its natural forces. Biting cold seeped into their bones and forced them to revolve their mana in order to resist it. Fierce blizzards wrapped around the entire mountain seemingly without end, not giving them a moment of respite. Until this point, they had yet to run into any beasts, but their fight against the environment was fiercer than any true battle they could have been fighting. Ryue yelled. It was difficult to hear each other's voices even when they were standing so close. We haven't even made it a fourth of the way up the visible area. Damien yelled back. If they turn around, they'd clearly be able to see the base of the mountain from which they came, even with the tumultuous weather around them, which heavily lowered their visibility. Suddenly, Damien grabbed Ryue's arm and yanked her back towards him. There were no obvious signs that indicated towards Damien's sudden movements, but it didn't take long for that doubt to be cleared. Damien picked up a small rock on the ground next to him and lightly threw it in the area to their front. And from the light impact of that rock alone, the snow began to rumble. Slowly but surely, cracks began to spread on the ground, splintering and spreading until a massive web over 10 kilometers long was formed. And soon enough, that web began to shatter. The snow slowly crumbled and fell, creating a mini avalanche. But instead of charging down the mountainside, it fell directly downward. The snow was already many feet deep, and with a large radius that had become unhinged, it looked like the sky was falling into the abyss below. It took an entire 10 minutes for the phenomenon to end, and at its end, there were no signs of the snow remaining. Only a deep darkness whose depth was unknown. What the Ryue muttered. What kind of environment was this? There was no way for the snow to stay suspended over such a massive chasm without land to support it. But from the way it collapsed, she was sure this was the truth. A danger zone is indeed a danger zone. Damien commented under his breath. He had only been able to sense a discrepancy in the ground ahead, which he thought might be some sort of natural trap or hidden monster. Even he didn't expect such a scene to take place in front of them. Damien swiftly took hold of Ryue's arm once again and entered the spatial layers, vanishing from his spot. Strange, he muttered. He was being extremely careful. Instead of using the easy method of simply connecting the spatial layers and jumping across, he slowly waded through them. There was no way of knowing when another situation like this would pop up, especially when Damien barely sensed the first one. However, that wasn't what he found strange. As he navigated the spatial layers, he glanced at the abyss down below and realized that there were faint traces of life aura within the darkness. But the feeling was similar to that of the massive tree, a life aura so massive that it was transmitted even at a large distance. Damien sped up his movements at the realization. Just being above such a thing wasn't something he wanted. In an instant, he arrived at the other end of the chasm with Ryue. And at that moment, a deep groan was heard echoing through the chasm. The walls of the chasm and even the ground of the mountain rumbled violently as this ancient growl sounded out. In the distance, a chorus of similar groans resounded, as if multiple of these creatures decided to howl in tandem. Countless areas in the mountain witnessed rapidly dislodging areas of snow, which soon caused an even larger avalanche than the one the duo saw previously. The cascading snow tumbled down the mountain and superimposed on itself, snowballing into a tide that eclipsed the sun. Realizing that there was no way to move forward, Damien gritted his teeth and once again entered the spatial layers. He spread his awareness as far as he could and connected the spatial layers, creating a tunnel that connected hundreds of kilometers away out of the avalanche's reach. Or at least, that's what should have happened. When Damien and Ryue reappeared, they were only 10 kilometers to the left of their original position. Damien realized, his face becoming grave. Time slowed for no man, and the avalanche would reach their position in only a few seconds. Damien continued teleporting, moving 10 kilometers at a time as he tried to take them as far away from the center of the wave as he could. But in the end, he couldn't do much. No matter how many tens of kilometers he moved, there was still a massive tide rolling down the mountainside. Damien was aghast, his back drenched in a cold sweat that was even more pronounced in this chilly atmosphere. The only exit he saw was to carve a path forward with raw strength. Escape at this point seemed like an impossible dream. Suddenly, Ryue struggled out of his grip. Ryue closed her eyes and raised her arm towards the avalanche, mana blasting out of her figure. The air around them chilled even further, becoming something Damien wasn't able to ignore. Her eyes shot open ferociously and mana gushed towards the avalanche. A path of icy wind crashed forward and created a wave. Although it was unable to contend with the sheer size of the avalanche, its presence was still mighty. Seeing her unreservedly pour out her mana reserves, Damien felt that he couldn't stay passive. Just like her, he gathered his mana and raised his arm, his sword soon appearing in his grasp. This was the essence of the first sword skill he created, to superimpose upon space and banish anything within it into the void. The majority of his mana reserves gushed into his blade as he swiftly brought it down. And without suspense, a massive gash was torn in the mountain in front of him. The wave of snow was impacted heavily, dying down in the area ahead of them, and when Ryue's attack landed as well, the wave split in two. Damien wasn't going to miss this opportunity. Once again grabbing Ryue, he sped forward until he was within range and teleported through the split in the wave, appearing on the other side. No matter how he wanted to do so earlier, it was impossible without knowing the depths of the wave. If he teleported carelessly, they might have ended up trapped within the massive walls of snow. But luckily, they had made it out. Turning around, he could see the wave crashing back down onto the mountain, once again causing it to rumble. And when he spread his awareness, he realized that the chasm they had previously opened was once again covered in snow. When Damien turned back around, the first thing he saw was Ryue with a stiff expression on her face. He didn't want to acknowledge it, but as his head slowly and robotically turned to face the same direction as her, he saw tens of snow-white leopards charging towards them with their killing intent billowing. Chapter 209, First Mountain. The approaching snow leopards glared at the duo with apprehension, but their ranks were firm and their steps were without pause. Their strength was uniformly at the mid-levels of third class. At the front of the pack was a single snow leopard that was cut above the rest. Its fur and eyes blended with the color of the snow beneath their feet so well that it was almost difficult to tell them apart. As for its level, from what Damien could see, it was at the peak of third class. His eyes hardened at this thought. If things were as he guessed them to be, this pack was full of genuine third-class beings unlike those trashes on the ground level. And with the amount of mana that was expended when he and Ryue were escaping the avalanche, it would be laughable to say they'd win in a fight. The snow leopards soon approached the two of them and slowly surrounded them, creating a formation that made it impossible to escape. But neither Damien nor Ryue was panicked by this revelation. When they were completely encircled, the encirclement slightly parted and the snow leopard at the head of the pack approached them. A crisp female voice was transmitted into their ears. The duo's eyes narrowed. As they expected, things on the mountain weren't so simple. Damien responded innocently. Yes, the ancient beasts that slumber beneath this mountain. They are the protector kings of our endless snow mountain. This time it was Ryue who spoke. The eyes of that snow leopard sharpened. If so, then you must come with us. Say, isn't that a bit too harsh? Ignorance doesn't excuse your crimes. The auras of those snow leopards flared, painting the surroundings in a haze of icy blue colors. The narrowed eyes of Damien and Ryue sharpened as well, their auras being released with an equal amount of ferocity. Killing intent brewed in the atmosphere as both groups faced off against each other. Damien and Ryue glanced at each other out of the corner of their eyes. It's not a problem. We just need to stall long enough for me to regain a bit of mana, and then I can teleport us away. An exchange of mana transmissions flashed between them in an instant before their eyes hardened. Either way, they never planned to make their way up the mountain peacefully. The snow leopard stared at their auras with a tinge of shock. Perhaps you are right, but it is truly rare for us to see humans. Well, human or beast, it's not like there's much of a difference. At least you have some sense. Therefore, obediently come with us to meet the chief. Slaves? Since when had Damien ever lowered himself in front of anyone? Even when he accepted a teacher or a master in Douglas and Tianyang, he never lowered himself in front of them. Even calling Tianyang as master somewhat revolted him. Damien est bestial aura surgi fort. There was an inherent pride he developed within the dungeon, a pride that was built on the corpses of thousands of beasts. He would never kneel to anyone other than his mother. Even if the heavens themselves forced him to kneel, he'd stand true. The bestial aura became more and more pronounced as Damien became slightly infuriated. The mere thought of him becoming a slave to these beasts repulsed him. After Damien devoured the sea dragon, his bloodline had already begun to lean more towards dragons, and his aura and demeanor were also partially influenced. Even if it was slight, the sliver of draconic aura that escaped Damien caused the expressions of those snow leopards to shift. A grin slowly crept up Damien's face. Dragons? Oh, we have a very deep relationship. The snow leopard secretly let out a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then there's no more need for talk. The encirclement of leopards pounced forward. Razor-sharp teeth and claw phantoms were aimed at Damien and Ryue. From the edges of their ranks, tens of ice projectiles pierced towards them. But Damien and Ryue simply grinned at the incoming attacks. On more than just done, a black fog seeped out of the earth below their feet and gathered around Damien. Throughout the entire conversation, he had been devouring the mana of the land in order to satiate himself. Grinning, Damien grabbed Ryue's waist and responded. And then, the flurry of attacks landed on their position, causing massive clouds of snow to burst into the air. The snow leopard leader watched their position with doubt clouding her expression. Wasn't this too simple? Weren't they planning on fighting back? But when the snow finally cleared, there wasn't even a trace of them left in the area. The snow leopard's face turned black at the sight. She wasn't stupid enough to think they were blown apart without even leaving a trace of their existence. Damn it! Spread out. The snow leopards roared in affirmation before speeding into the surroundings, their eyes blazing with fervor. If the chief wanted something, he would get it. There was no other course of action. Far from the location Damien and Ryua met the snow leopards, there was a massive citadel overlooking a large portion of the mountain. The massive structure that one would believe to be heavily populated actually lacked the liveliness that was present within densely packed areas. Instead, only the quiet footsteps of a few servants could be heard walking back and forth through the hallways. In the main square of this citadel, a man sat in meditation, unmoving like an old monk. The mana around him churned and rotated, forming a vortex above his head that compressed upon itself continuously until small drops of blue liquid fell into his body and were absorbed. Suddenly, his eyes flashed open, his gaze piercing through the walls of the structure and even the mountain itself. Chapter 210, First Mountain. The ecosystem of the mountain was extremely calm and serene, leaving one wishing it was immortalized in a painting. The verdant green grasses grew surprisingly well in the snow-covered ground. The various shrubbery swayed gently in the wind, and those crystal-clear trees that looked as if they were sculpted out of ice stood proudly amongst it all. Within this serene atmosphere, brief flashes of light could occasionally be seen. They would appear in one place before reappearing almost 10 kilometers away, creating a mystical scene within the snow. After hundreds of kilometers, these flashes finally paused, and two figures were revealed in their midst. Naturally, they were Damien and Ryua. I think this should be far enough for now, Damien said, his gaze on the new surroundings they had arrived in. This mountain is seriously massive, though. Indeed, the new scenery wasn't actually all that different from what they had seen before. In fact, there was almost no way of noticing they had actually moved if not for the fact that they themselves had been the ones teleporting. It was a truly majestic mountain that Damien couldn't even begin to fathom. Even after so much traveling and seeing so many new things, the sheer magnitude of some of these locations still managed to surprise him. He had seen plenty of massive mountains of scale he couldn't even imagine. Take God Park Mountain in Apiron, for example. But he never truly had the chance to understand their gait. After all, he had a clear objective at that time. He had wasted no time actually exploring the mountain, using teleportation to directly climb to its peak and find the ancient temple. But now, his teleportation was suppressed. Or rather, the suppression was from space itself. He hadn't understood it at first, and since he was busy narrowly escaping danger, he didn't put much thought into it. But now that he had taken the time to observe, he had realized the truth. It wasn't that his abilities were being actively suppressed, nor was there some sort of elaborate formation at play. Instead, space on this mountain was much thicker than it was outside. If he had to compare, space elsewhere was like walking for him. It didn't take any effort, and he felt no resistance during his movement. But space within the mountain was as if he was underwater. It was murky and viscous, forcing him to expend much more effort to accomplish the same feats. But he didn't particularly mind. Actually, this kind of environment could be considered as a perfect training ground for him. Back on Apiron, his rush to return to Earth left him unable to properly make use of the subspaces that the spatial Grandmaster Kurt Galloway had left for his successors. Hell, he didn't even end up using the spatial training ground at Zenith Academy even after receiving Malcolm's promise. There were probably plenty of ample training grounds for him on that peaceful planet, but he had wasted them all. Perhaps he would get a chance to return there in the future and make use of them, but he doubted they would be of any help at that point. Besides, the peace on that planet really wasn't good for him. It didn't promote growth the way this kind of ruthless killing environment did. So Damien was glad this mountain ended up suppressing his abilities. It was a similar concept to wearing heavy weights constantly until one was able to go about day-to-day actions normally, and then taking them off to reap the benefits. One's speed and dexterity, as well as their strength, would naturally increase with this kind of intensive training. He expected similar improvements to transfer to his spatial abilities if he managed to adapt to this new atmosphere. The prospect was frankly incredibly exciting. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his waist that forced him to cry out. Looking down, he noticed Ryue glaring at him while blushing furiously. It was only then that he realized that the hand he had placed on her waist during teleportation had yet to be removed. He had sunken into, thought the moment they exited, so he ended up forgetting, though he still decided to act ignorant. He was a man, after all, and the soft sensation on his hand and chest was naturally something he enjoyed. Ryue exclaimed, her glare intensifying. It was the first time she had ever been held by a man in such a manner, and the spot where his hand made contact with her body felt like it was burning. It was as if the layers of clothes separating them had disappeared. Also, Ryue seemed to have forgotten about the fact that she quite literally fell asleep in his arms while hugging him a few months back, but Damien thickened his skin and didn't bring it up. "Let me go." Although she spoke words of resistance, she made no move to actually leave his embrace. Damien continued watching her in amusement. This was a side of her that would never get old. Thinking back to how they were completely at odds during their first meeting, he couldn't help but smile. Wasn't the change in their relationship too drastic? Sometimes even he wondered how such a cold and aloof woman ended up warming up to him so much in a short period of time. In fact, he suspected her change in attitude happened while he was gone on his mission with Long Chun. In that case, how did it even come to be? Did she magically remove the prejudice and pride she had built up over the years? It couldn't be true, but he had never inquired about it too much. Occasionally, a complicated light would flash through her eyes when she thought nobody was looking, but he had always seen it. Perhaps she would tell him when she was comfortable enough, and that was enough for him. Even Rose still had some secrets she didn't tell him about, and he had some he kept from her, such as his void physique or his suspicions about his origins. These were things that would naturally be revealed with time, so there was no point getting too absorbed in them. Soon enough, Ryue managed to wriggle her body out of his embrace, but even then she continued to glare at him hatefully. This fellow truly knew how to take advantage of others. Even her body, when she thought up to this point, the redness on her face increased to the point where it looked like she was on the verge of exploding. A trace of shyness flashed in her eyes. Biting her lip gently, she sighed. Damien had been enjoying the constantly changing expressions on Ryue's face, but he ended up grinning at her question. "Is there any need to think about it?" "You don't mean," muttered with widened eyes, but a grin ended up creeping up her face as well. "They wanted to take us as slaves, right?" Chapter 211, Blitzing. In the lower areas of the Endless Snow Mountain, there was a variety of cave dwellings that housed the numerous beast packs and tribes that made their homes there. Here, there was no such thing as a clan. Those tribes that stood at the peak of this level of the mountain were merely led by high-level third-class beings. But they weren't to be underestimated, even if this was the case. After all, if these tribes and packs gain enough strength, they'd be eligible to gain the backing of a beast clan that resided higher up the mountain. And if they were truly outstanding, they might even be noticed by a king clan, the clans established or ruled by those beast kings. This sort of reward was highly enticing. It was the reason why the immortal beauty of the mountain was often wrought with blood and violence. Only this way would they be able to grow to that level they all looked up to. Naturally, these tribes had another duty as well. That duty was to monitor the slumbering ancient beasts below the mountain. They were the scouts that would allow those higher-ranked clans to learn of the potential awakening of beasts they couldn't even fathom. These beasts, well, even the Beast King title was too lowly for their esteemed selves. In one of these cave dwellings, a group of snow leopards had gathered together. "Leader, the attacks on our tribe have not ceased even to this day. Every time the mysterious forces strike, they leave none alive." The one addressed as leader frowned at the report. "What do you mean?" "Sir, even we don't wish to admit it, but it's the undeniable truth. Every time we hear news of an attack, we rush over to the branch where it happened. Desolation. It's the only word that can accurately describe the scenes. What kind of terrifying foe have we offended?" The elders hesitated. They had also thought up to this point, but none of them could actually figure out what kind of being they had offended. Their tribe was relatively low-key and didn't go out of their way to make enemies. It was an unusual thing for them to be targeted at all. No, I doubt our attackers are some massive enemy that we cannot defeat. Indeed, the enemy this time is incredibly cunning and able to easily erase their traces. The tribe leader listened to their conversations with a contemplative look on his face. Sighing lightly, he came to a decision. Next time they attack, I shall go take a look myself. However, we need to take countermeasures in case the enemy truly isn't someone we can afford to offend. Be prepared to send a messenger to the great incarnate snow leopard clan. We have remained independent to this point. How can we rely on external help? Leader, you are planning to reach the Beast King stage and raise our tribe to glory. The leader roared furiously. He let out another sigh before softly replying to the other members of the meeting. His voice was soft and laced with helplessness, causing the other tribe members to reveal painful looks. In the end, they sighed as well. As the leader, he naturally had a greater burden to beat than the rest of them, and he was also naturally much more prideful than them. It was engraved in his bones. If such a leader was willing to put down his pride for the survival of the tribe, what more could they say? What more could they ask for in a leader? Even they knew that the clan's situation was dire. Even if they spoke of grand ambition, and even if they were ranked as a tribe, they weren't that much stronger than the smaller beast packs residing around them. They were only fortunate to have a high number of tribe members, as well as a powerful leader. Their overall strength was still weak. And with the recent string of attacks, at least 50% of their tribe had already been exterminated. It went to show just how weak the majority of their members truly were. Their thoughts aligned, and they came to a consensus. They would go all out in one final battle, and if they couldn't bear the consequences, they would submit as long as they could obtain revenge. Meanwhile, the ones who caused such suffering for the turbulent Blizzard Leopard tribe were far away in an empty cave dwelling. A large piece of meat could be seen roasting atop a campfire between them. Who would have thought there was such an infrastructure that these beasts follow? Packs, tribes, clans, and even king clans. It is indeed much more intricate than I originally expected. Isn't that because of your freakish teleportation? With what Master taught you during your first true lesson, you no longer leave any trace of spatial fluctuation when you move. Perhaps I'm the one who contributed most to our escape, but your attacks were even more badass. Ryue grinned at his question. That move was a new one she had only recently learned. It could be said that she gained a spark of insight from the avalanche a week ago. The land was in a constant cycle of life and desolation. With her Een element giving her control over negative attributes, she was able to bring that desolation into the land itself. She had used this new move to wreak havoc on those cave dwellings they found, erasing any thoughts of habitation for those who would stumble upon the areas in the future. Well, that was until the land re-entered its cycle of life, once again giving birth to the beautiful greenery. The two of them had been relatively smooth sailing ever since they decided to attack the snow leopards. It used to be difficult to find these cave dwellings where the snow leopards resided, but after a while, they understood the pattern. There were always certain similarities between the areas inhabited by the snow leopard tribe. Whenever they found those clues, they'd charge and fight. Of course, they occasionally made mistakes and charged into the caves of different tribes, but it wasn't a problem with Damien's teleportation. Such mistakes were trivial. As for the feelings of those snow leopards they had been attacking, they didn't care much. There was an inherent principle that all those existing underneath the system would follow. The strong eat the weak. Perhaps their advent against the snow leopards had started due to a sort of grudge they had with the pack that came to trouble then after the avalanche, but that grudge had long been dealt with. After all, that pack was the first they targeted and the first to die. They didn't even have time to understand how it happened. With their ranks scattered to search for Damien and Ryue, they didn't have the sufficient strength to pose a threat to the duo. And with this, information about their encounter hadn't spread to the main tribe, which led to the current situation. At the end of the day, the two of them were here for combat experience and levels. They just so happened to find a target with those snow leopards, so they capitalized on the opportunity. As night fell upon the endless snow mountain, the duo peacefully sat within their cave and watched the flickering flames of the campfire, anticipating the next big move they were planning to make. Chapter 212, Blitzing. The mellow light rays of sunlight blanketed the endless snow mountain as a new day dawned upon it. The illumination of these rays revealed a small, cave dwelling where two people were sitting idly. This should be the last one. And danger is exactly what we want right now. We've done the proper research before we even started this crusade of ours. Still, even without a beast king joining the fray, we will still have to face a sea of third-class beasts. True, we still don't have the strength to decimate their ranks like we did when we were on the ground level. Ryue nodded her head. This so-called blitzing strategy that they had been using since the start was incredibly effective. Without it, she doubted whether they'd have achieved such wash victories. And without the interference of a fourth class, Damien's presence gave them the ability to attack and retreat at will, which ensured their safety. Since they didn't have much planning left to do, Damien wordlessly grabbed Ryue's waist and began teleporting to the location of the turbulent Blizzard Leopard's main branch. And it didn't take long for them to arrive. In fact, they had intentionally chosen a cave dwelling that wasn't too close or too far, so they'd be able to move with convenience. Once they arrived, they had no need to set any pretenses. Instead, they directly released their auras from outside the cave dwelling to lure out their opponents. An enraged shout resounded from within the cave dwelling. A group of 10 snow leopards soon emerged and glared at the duo. A male voice came from the snow leopard at the front. "What are we doing?" Damien responded. With just the two of you?" The snow leopards could clearly feel that these two were roughly the same level as them since their auras were in full burst. Were they stupid? There were a large number of individuals with similar strength within the tribe, and these two dared to charge in alone. However, Damien's next words wiped the disdainful smirks directly off their faces. "We have destroyed so many of your branches without you even having the ability to see our tails." The snow leopards were thoroughly enraged. Any number of provocations could have been thrown at them without them even having a change of expression, but Damien had directly gone for the throat. The turbulent Blizzard Leopards were extremely tight-knit. Even if they lived separated and spread out, they all cared for their tribesmen. However, the rapid deaths of almost half of those who lived outside the tribe were a travesty that affected them all. And now that someone had come to their door claiming to have caused such a travesty, how could they remain calm? The whites of their eyes were filled with red blood vessels as their rage made their blood boil. Without even caring to confirm the veracity of the statement, the group of 10 leopards shot towards Damien and Ryue with ferocity. However, before they could even reach their targets, a booming voice rang in their ears like a clap of thunder. The snow leopards froze before turning towards the cave dwelling and kneeling in reverence. From within, a snow leopard much larger than the rest walked out. Its fur was just as pristine and white as the rest, but numerous scars could be seen on its body, signifying the tough battles it had survived throughout its life. Most notable was the deep scar that ran across its eye and all the way down its face. This was the tribe leader of the turbulent Blizzard Leopards. His deep voice was infused with mana, granting a sort of natural suppression to his atmosphere. Although he understood the feelings of his tribesmen who wanted to directly attack, he couldn't be so rash. If they weren't the ones who committed the crime, they could possibly have been sent to probe their tribe by other tribes. And if they were the ones who did it, he had to be cautious of their unknown means. No irrational person would charge into a tiger's den without a plan, especially if they had just killed the tiger's cubs. Damien grinned at the question before flicking his gaze towards Ryue. Rolling her eyes, she lifted her arm. The words seemed to carry an ancient ripple that spread through the surroundings. The snow below Ryue's feet showed signs of melting, and the shrubbery and trees around them began to wilt. The spread of desolation continued for only a second before Ryue stopped, but it was enough. The tribe leader's eyes sharpened and his gaze became dark. He had heard the reports from his tribesmen, and he had even gone to the site of one of the attacks before. He was well aware of the desolation that was left in their wake, and seeing it be performed in front of him, he wasn't stupid enough to not know what it meant. Damien didn't say a word, watching the tribe leader silently. An awkward stillness enveloped the area. However, the next event was unexpected by even the snow leopards in the surroundings. A hoarse voice exited the tribe leader's throat as he glared at the duo hatefully. "Why did you do this? Why has such misfortune fallen upon my clan?" His eyes were already red from grief as he choked out his words. The surrounding snow leopards also had mournful expressions on their faces as they heard the crazed manner in which their tribe leader spoke. Damien and Ryue watched this scene expressionlessly. "Because you are weak, you were preyed upon. Because you are weak, you were unable to retaliate. Because you are weak, we stand before you today without fear." The tribe leader silently listened to Damien speak, his eyes becoming even redder. The sound of his teeth gritting together was almost audible. Isn't this the way the world has always worked? The weak are devoured while the strong become stronger. Even for those innocent souls who wish to see none of it, it is necessary to survive. Even if we don't wish to see that innocence tainted, it's the only way for them to stay alive. Ryue watched him intently as he spoke. Even if he didn't show any indication, she was well aware she was part of the innocent souls he had been speaking about. On that night in the forest, she had unintentionally poured her heart out to him. He had seen the struggles in her heart. Ryue never wanted to become strong. She used to be content as long as she could live happily within her clan. But the situation forced her to gain strength. It forced her to become a different person. Damien's words might have been cruel, and their actions towards the turbulent blizzard leopards even crueler, but she had witnessed reality. His words resonated in her heart, and hearing how deeply he was seemingly moved by his own words, she couldn't imagine what he had been through. He was even younger than her by a year, but his grit and tenacity outstripped her by miles. Unknowing of Ryue's thoughts, Damien continued his speech. "The ruthlessness and decisiveness that one needs to have can only be birthed through various life or death experiences. And if one doesn't have it, they will die. In this regard, I must thank you." Damien spoke from his heart. He wasn't even answering the tribe leader's question anymore. He was simply venting his grievances. Perhaps the tribe leader's question had sparked something within him. He was becoming weak to the temptations of the outside world. To love, to happiness, to relaxation, to adventure. Of course, he had no intention to stop. He loved Rose even more now that they had been separated for so long. He loved his mother, who he had done so much to save, and he loved. Well, the rest wasn't necessary to state. Adventure was also something deep within his core. He thirsted to explore the myriad worlds within the universe and experience them like he was doing now. There was no way he'd give that up, but he needed to maintain a healthy balance. He couldn't forget the qualities that brought him to where he was today. He couldn't forget the person that had been forged in the world of blood that was the dungeon. These emotions flooded out of him as he spoke to no one in particular, but all those in the vicinity could feel them. Even those snow leopards, no matter how much they resented Damien and Ryue, they couldn't find it in them to retort his words, because his words were the most primal truth that everyone knew, even if they refused to admit it. Staring at the youth in front of him intently, the tribe leader sighed. His anger had subsided a bit due to the youth's emotions. Even he resonated with those emotions. But even if his anger had subsided, the blood debt incurred between Damien and his tribe wasn't something that could be solved with just a few words. Two men, one human and one beast, gazed at each other in mutual understanding and respect. And then, dense killing intent flowed into the atmosphere and soared through the heavens. Chapter 213, Fight. Dense killing intent flowed through the atmosphere as Damien and the tribe leader glared at each other. Taking a slight glance at Ryue, he saw her nodding back at him. She understood his intentions clearly. Panning her gaze across the scene in front of her, she saw 10 third-class snow leopards staring back at her. Seeing this, she pursed her lips. Still, she shook her head with a smile and prepared for combat. In the next instant, Thunderous booms rang out in the surroundings as Damien and the tribe leader shot towards each other at full speed. Bang! The sharp claws of the tribe leader met Damien's outstretched fist, causing the ground around them to crack and splinter. Droves of mana poured out and clashed along with their impact, causing both of them to fly back. It was only after taking tens of steps that they managed to stabilize themselves. In their first clash, neither was able to obtain an advantage. With a solemn gaze, Damien vanished from his position before arriving at the tribe leader's side, sending a punch towards his ribs. But the tribe leader wasn't a leopard known for speed for no reason. He swiftly maneuvered his body to turn at an impossible angle before swiping his claw back towards Damien. Vanishing once again, Damien appeared at the opposite side of the tribe leader's body, grabbing the air in front of him and making a twisting motion. Space followed his command, twisting and distorting around the tribe leader, causing a massive pressure to land on his shoulders. Roar! A furious roar left his throat. The deep snow underneath their feet shot upwards and formed a blizzard around the two, before the snow suddenly melted and sharpened into shards of ice that orbited the tribe leader. Damien watched those shards intently. Any one of them could cause severe damage if he let them hit his vitals. The second the blizzard covered Damien and the tribe leader's figures and isolated their battle, the others in the area snapped out of their dazes. While the tribe leader takes care of the boy, they'll take care of the girl. With such thoughts in mind, they grouped together and pounced towards Rhea. Similar blizzards to that of the tribe leader formed around them and compacted, turning into thick white armor that encased their figures. If one were to look at these leopards now, they'd think they were sculptures rather than true living beings. Ryuet glared into the massive blizzard when she saw this sight. This guy truly didn't let her off east, making her deal with the crowd. After all, even if he called them goons, they were genuine third-class beings. A shining white spear appeared in her hands, its aura coupling with her own and multiplying. Once again, dense killing intent filled the atmosphere. Although Ryuet couldn't compare with Damien, it had been almost 2 weeks since they had entered the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, and she had her fair share of bloody battles during that time. Damien made it explicitly clear that he wouldn't be helping her brave all dangers, and she also agreed. The killing intent she had formed was proof of her hard work. Suddenly, the space behind her trembled and a massive moon appeared. Lunar energy coated the atmosphere, forming a dense fog. Ryuet charged, locating her first target. The fog in the atmosphere not only served to separate her enemies, but also confused their senses. When she appeared behind the snow leopard, it was a second too late in realizing the danger. She swung her spear in a sweeping motion, aiming for the leopard's legs. The moment it made contact, bloody gashes were formed in its wake. Roar! The leopard finally realized what was going on and turned to face her, immediately sending a blast of icy wind in her direction. But Ryuet wasn't confused like it was. She immediately reacted, bursting to the right with trails of blue fire coating the ground below her. She once again appeared next to the leopard, stabbing into its side. Natured mana coated her spear tip as it thrust into the leopard. When the mana entered the leopard's body, it was as if it truly became a statue. Not every member of the turbulent blizzard leopard tribe was able to form the snow armor, and this one happened to be one of those. Without its protection, Ryuet's mana thoroughly infiltrated its body and wreaked havoc within. The leopard convulsed with fear evident in its eyes before falling limp on the ground. Luckily, the remaining crowd was mostly made up of those at lower levels than her. There were only 3 that she had to stay wary of. So before those 3 were able to regroup, she had to finish off the rest. With a slight grin on her face, she located her next prey and stalked it. Meanwhile, the battle within the tribe leader's blizzard was becoming more and more fierce. The space within some areas was twisted and bent, while others were rapidly mending. 2 flashes of light continuously clashed and retreated without giving the other side any openings. Even until this point, neither side had used any massive attacks, instead opting to use physical strength to compete. After all, although they had grudges, their battle had also allowed them to form a sort of respect. Due to this respect, they had no desire to humiliate or torture the other party. Fists clashed against claws, kicks connected to ribs, fangs clamped down on anything they could grab hold of. The battle was brutal, yet simple. Boom! Once again, Damien's foot shot out like a whip and impacted the tribe leader's face, throwing him to the side. Damien immediately appeared before him and slammed his fist down. The tribe leader's head impacted the thickly condensed snow on the ground and caused a major indent. When he stood up again, he could no longer stand straight. A massive gash was present on his head, and even pieces of his skull could be seen. Damien asked between labored breaths. The tribe leader responded, "You know damn well what I mean." A grin appeared on the tribe leader's face. With his current injuries, it looked terrifying. And why should I tell you that? The only thing you need to know is that I will perish with my clan. One of us. Damien's words might have been harsh, but they contained undeniable truth. Unlike the tribe leader, Damien had a high-level regeneration skill. No matter how many injuries he had piled up during the fight, they had all been healed, and they would continue to heal as long as he had mana. Damien couldn't understand where the tribe leader got his confidence from. It was already clear who the winner of this fight was. But the tribe leader didn't stop grinning. Chapter 214 Fight. Sighing lightly, Damien decided not to think about it anymore. In any case, he had the capabilities to flee no matter what the tribe leader had planned, so he might as well just continue the fight. Without hesitating, he once again flashed forward, and the resounding booms of their impacts continued to ring out in the blizzard. Outside the blizzard area, Ryue had already finished off the majority of the snow leopards. The only ones she had remaining were the 3 mid-level third-class leopards that she had been wary of since the start. However, a problem had occurred. She simply wasn't fast enough, and she had underestimated the intelligence of these leopards. The level difference between her and them wasn't actually that large, and they had been able to regroup faster than she had anticipated. Although she had isolated them diligently, her fog wasn't as effective on them. At the moment, she was standing head-to-head with all 3 of them as they circled around her, with rage coating their expressions. Their dense killing intent that eclipsed hers was pressuring down on her, attempting to break her mind. These 3 could be considered elder-level figures in the tribe, and the deaths of their tribesmen weren't something they would stomach. Especially with such a perilous situation, they had no desire to let the offender off lightly. They wanted to make her feel the pain and despair of their tribesmen. They wanted her to be covered in blood before she succumbed to the throes of death. With this in mind, they had been trying to break her mind and fighting spirit before actually breaking her body, but they hadn't made progress. You are truly bold for charging into the tribe with just the 2 of you. Indeed, a human woman is something many in our tribe would love to taste. Listening to their constant jeers, Ryue simply smirked. Did you think you were scary or something? The full moon was still hanging strong in the sky, and the pristine white spear was still clenched in her hands. Blue flames coated its blade, making it look even more lethal. Truthfully, these elders were also wary. The fact that all the rest in the area had died without their notice was enough for them to no longer disdain their opponent. Even they didn't fully believe their mocking words. Where do you get your confidence from? Ha, there's no way. A frown slowly appeared on Ryue's face. She trusted Damien with her life, especially after all they had experienced together. And she wasn't dumb enough to judge him by his level. He had numerous tricks up his sleeve, as well as an esoteric affinity and an insane physical body. She didn't believe for 1 second that he'd lose to a normal opponent. But it didn't stop her from worrying. Even if she knew he would win, she couldn't stop her heart from beating Easter until she could see it for herself. Suddenly, she sensed movement in the torrential blizzard that had been raging for the entire battle, covering up Damien and the tribe leader's battle. Slowly but surely, the snowy veil began to deteriorate and thin. Ryue and the elders were able to vaguely see the outline of 2 figures standing upright within. The ground around them was cracked and suffered, with various indents many feet in depth surrounding them. The snow had been both melted and frozen to form a sheet of sleet that they stood on. The entire scene, while devastated, was much less serious than they expected. After all, a serious clash of powers would have left at least the entire ground below them in a state of mayhem. When the snow finally cleared, the vague scene was revealed in full. Damien stood tall in front of the tribe leader, staring at him intently. Blood covered his body and dripped onto the sleet below, but his complexion was still rosy. He clearly didn't suffer too much in the long run. Meanwhile, the tribe leader was covered in bloody scars, and even his head was cracked open in multiple places. His eyes were dim and fatigued, but still stared at Damien fearlessly. The entire scene was frozen. Everyone stared at that single spot without moving in the slightest. The tribe leader croaked. His hazy eyes slowly began to shut, disappointment evident within them. At that moment, the stillness of the atmosphere seemingly multiplied. Even the plants and trees stopped fluttering. Suddenly, a powerful pressure enveloped the area. The stillness was immediately broken as a thunderclap-like voice boomed in the air. Hearing the roar, the disappointment in the tribe leader's eyes faded, replaced by delight. The life force in his body withered away, and he collapsed on the ground, just as the owner of that pressure made his appearance. The man who arrived domineeringly wasn't as grand as his voice. He was actually quite skinny and looked a bit frail. His black hair was rough and rugged, flowing down his back, and his eyes were like blue crystals of ice within their sockets. However, nobody would be fooled by the man's appearance. After all, the terrifying pressure emanating from his body was enough to show what kind of power is within that tiny frame. Damien looked up at the figure in the air gravely. He gnashed his teeth. From what they had learned, the turbulent Blizzard Leopard tribe was too prideful to submit themselves to a Beast King. In fact, it was one of the main reasons why they chose to target the clan in the first place. But unexpected to all, in the face of exterminating danger, the tribe leader had actually lowered his head and pledged fealty. Otherwise, there was no way the current situation would be taking place. I guess that's why I admired him in the first place. But still, the respect Damien had for the tribe leader came from the fact that he was a leader who truly cared about the well-being of his people. Damien had seen so many corrupt old guys back on Earth who only cared for their own self-interest that such a tribe leader was someone he felt he had to tip his hat to. But this final trump card that the tribe leader had thrust upon him before his death. For the first time, Damien was facing a situation that he couldn't see a way out of. Chapter 215, Beast King. The voice boomed in their ears like a clap of thunder, forcing those present out of their daze from the previous circumstances. The elders and tribe members of the turbulent Blizzard Leopard tribe had fallen into despair for a second. Their tribe leader had died in front of them, leaving them with no chance of survival. But the arrival of the Beast King put a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Perhaps they would have to submit themselves to a greater power, something they had always avoided before, but none of that mattered anymore. Their tribe leader was their hope and pillar. With his death, they had no aspirations to become a king clan anymore. And besides that, submitting didn't sound so bad if they could get revenge. Revenge that had evaded them with the death of their tribe leader. In direct contrast to the feelings of the turbulent Blizzard Leopard tribe, Damien and Ryue had ugly looks on their faces. This was a Beast King, a genuine fourth-class being. The pressure that was enveloping the atmosphere at the moment, although weaker than Tian Yang's, was more than anything they could hope to produce on their own. Looking at each other, they could feel the helplessness in their eyes. The difference between ranks was simply that large, especially between third and fourth class. The difference was akin to a bottomless chasm. After all, fourth-class beings, no matter how weak they were, would all be individuals who had touched upon the laws of the world. A simple affinity or element couldn't compare. Their eyes landed on the Beast King floating in the air once again. Running away from peak third classes was possible no matter how many there were, but it was different for a fourth class. Damien gritted his teeth. No matter what, this wouldn't be his grave. He had no plans of dying before he even got the chance to apologize to Rose. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. While Damien and Ryue were going through a myriad of emotions, the Beast King was calmly observing them as well. With his status, he didn't necessarily desire to have a massive number of clans and tribes under him, but it didn't mean he didn't enjoy it. especially when those tribes were of the leopard species like him. He wanted to gather them all together and form a massive, unrivaled force. Of these leopards, the turbulent blizzard leopards were one branch that had a high growth potential, so he had been trying to coax them to his side for a while now. It could be imagined his surprise when they sent a notice of voluntary submission, with the only condition being his aid one time. And so, he rushed down to provide aid only to find 2 humans facing the entire leopard clan. Not only that, but also the tribe leader dead on the ground. He furrowed his brows at the sight. It should be easier than walking to crush these 2 like ants. But for some reason, he had the feeling that things wouldn't go the way he wished. Still, that wasn't something to bother with right now. In the first place, he had no grudge with these mysterious humans. Whether or not his interference actually bore fruit, he didn't care. As long as he made a move, the turbulent blizzard leopard tribe would be submitted under him. Concluding his thoughts, he once again looked towards the 2 humans in front of him. His tone was domineering, infused with the mana of a beast king. Still, Damien didn't cower. Even with the massive pressure on his shoulders, his knees refused to buckle. Seeing his fearless attitude, the beast king didn't know whether to praise his courage or disdain his idiocy. Still, from a short exchange, he was aware that words wouldn't be able to move this kid. Very well, if death is your wish. The beast king didn't move from his spot. Instead, he pushed his arm out and threw a simple punch. Boom! The air shattered at the point of contact, and rushing winds billowed. Before Damien even understood what was happening, his body was flung backwards. He tried to stabilize himself in the air, but in the next instant, a shadow appeared before him and struck down. Boom! Another fierce impact rang out, and when the crowd looked over, they saw Damien's figure embedded in the snow. Cough, a mouthful of blood unintentionally burst from his lips. When Damien clutched his chest, he could feel that it had slightly caved in. Before he was able to regain his bearings, the shadow once again appeared before him, this time swiftly kicking him straight in his jaw. The force of the impact snapped his head up, forcing his body to fly into the air. The shadow arrived in front of him and let out a flurry of punches. Damien's body was like a rag doll. He was thrown back and forth without the ability to resist, his blood staining the white snow beneath him. With every punch, his chest caved in, his ribs broke, his blood splashed. It was unbearable. But his high-level regeneration continuously repaired his broken body. This way, no matter how much he was beaten, he was never gravely injured to the point of no repair. It seemed as though the Beast King had already noticed his regeneration and was timing his attacks to accommodate it. If that was truly the case, it was terrifying. But Damien had no time to think. Every time he was struck, he did his best to control his mana and counterattack, but his mana was diffused before it even left his body. It gave off a feeling of fear, as if it was greeting a higher form of itself. The beating continued for many minutes, as those below could only stand like statues and watch in awe. Even Ryue, no matter how much she urged her body to move, was unable to do so. It wasn't a product of fear or cowardice. Rather, it was as if the air around her had been locked to imprison her. From the looks of it, the Beast King didn't plan to allow them even the slightest chance of escape. Boom! Damien's body shot through the air like a comet before crashing into the stone wall of the cave dwelling, completely shattering the rock. It was at this time when the Beast King finally came to a halt. His frail body stood straight in the air like a spear, looking like it didn't even take a drop of sweat to give Damien such a beating. When the smoke cleared, Damien's miserable figure could be seen. Once again, he was covered head to toe in blood, but his face was pale as a sheet of paper and his wounded body was healing much slower. His chest was still slightly caved in and most of his ribs were broken. If one looked closely, one could even see the slight shine of his mana heart through his skin due to how severe his injuries were. Still, his eyes hadn't lost their luster. Even after all of this, he glared at the Beast King without a shred of fear. This kind of behavior struck fear into the hearts of those watching him. What the hell was he doing? Obviously, the Beast King was just toying with him earlier. Did he really want to provoke him? Chapter 216, Beast King. The incarnate Snow Beast King had originally planned to teach this boy a lesson. That was all he was doing through this beating. Perhaps it could be considered as courage to refuse to bow down to someone of his power level. But there were some situations where such courage was useless. It would only lead to an early death. And so, he wanted this boy to realize the consequences of becoming too inflated, of facing a Beast King like him, and still assuming he could still wriggle his way out of the situation. But as time went on, he became a little annoyed and at the same time grew a slight admiration for the boy. Unlike the others, he could clearly see Damien's expression during the entire fight. Not once had he shown even an ounce of resignation. Every time he was hit, he would glare at the Beast King without fear. This kind of attitude wasn't something just anyone could possess. This kind of attitude was something birthed through endlessly towing the line with death. When he saw Damien glaring at him, even though he was embedded in a wall and his regeneration was slowing down, he didn't know what to do. Now, he didn't really feel like killing the boy. He was a seedling with too much potential to die over a small conflict like this. As the Beast King was wondering how to proceed, Damien's thoughts were filled with unbridled fury. When had he ever been in such a situation? He had never been forced into a corner like this, even when facing the most hopeless battles in the past. There was never such a major gulf. Truth be told, he was humiliated. He had already been forced to run away and hide from those assassins at the auction, and now he was once again forced by the circumstances in such close proximity. It hadn't even been a month since the last encounter. Damien wasn't an idiot. He understood the concept of knowing when to attack and retreat, but even if he understood, it didn't mean he enjoyed it. His pride wasn't obvious on the surface, but it festered and grew deep in his bones. Such pride disdained this situation. It disdained to become a cornered rat. Damien's fury grew as he thought about the humiliation. The purple in his eyes slowly became polluted with red. Each time he inhaled, small gusts of wind swirled around him, and when he exhaled, they were blown apart. I refuse. I refuse. Faint cracking sounds were emitted from his body as his bones slowly restructured. His labored breaths became clear and unhurried. I refuse this. Damien's internal body was going through a myriad of changes at the moment without his knowledge. The faint cracking sounds became more and more pronounced until even those bystanders could hear them clearly. Boom! Blood suddenly spurted out from his forehead as two protrusions grew from his skull. They were like spiked horns that curled and slowly wrapped around his head like a crown. His eyes flickered constantly, his cross-shaped pupils becoming vertical slits of a reptile. His teeth and fingernails elongated into fangs and claws. Damien suddenly felt like millions of ants were crawling around beneath his skin. The sensation was extremely uncomfortable, causing him to grit his teeth and strain. Slowly but surely, his skin seemed to flip, revealing something akin to an inky black carapace, or rather, scales. These scales inverted from his skin and covered his entire body, working their way up his neck and stopping at his chin, leaving his face uncovered. Crack! The cave wall he was embedded into began to crack and splinter, falling to the ground below. Boom! Blood once again splashed from Damien's body, this time from his back. Once again, protrusions exited his scale-covered skin. They were a pair of wings made entirely of bone, with a thin layer of black skin covering them. Their 10-foot wide wingspan caused the surrounding rocks to break away to make space to contain them. If one looked closely, they'd be able to faintly feel a sense of incompleteness from these wings, as if they exited his body prematurely. In fact, even the crown-like bone horns adorning his head gave off the same feeling. Boom! The wings flapped once, impacting the stone wall and causing it to collapse completely. However, Damien didn't move. He was suspended in the air by the flapping of his massive wings. His blood-red, draconic eyes glared at the Beast King as killing intent thicker than anything he had shown before burst from his body. Seeing this, the Beast King frowned. Boy, do you understand what you're about to do? But Damien didn't respond. He flapped his wings and vanished. appearing directly in front of the Beast King. Raising his arm, he cocked it and threw a rapid punch, but before the punch even landed, he teleported to the Beast King's back. Carrying the momentum forward, his punch finally landed with an even greater impact. Boom! Not even waiting to check the Beast King's condition, he vanished and reappeared at the Beast King's side, throwing another heated punch. His fist became coated in mana that suddenly burst. On one side, there was a flash of black lightning that oddly warped the space around it, and on the other, a crimson flame that gave off immeasurable heat. Boom! 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 A series of punches continuously landed on the unmoving body of the Beast King. His seemingly indifferent attitude made one doubt the actual force behind the flurry of attacks, but the environment clearly showed its damage. The ground was sundered entirely. The snow that was originally present had melted and turned into a small river that soon evaporated under the heat of Damien's fists. The ground itself had been caved in by the aftershocks of the numerous impacts. Even the clouds in the sky weren't spared, being ripped to shreds by the tumultuous winds that were kicked up by Damien's sheer speed. Luckily, the battle was taking place in the air, otherwise, things wouldn't have been so simple. Most likely, the entire area would have been annihilated, leading to another massive avalanche. Under Damien's constant attacks, the Beast King stood indifferently, not an ounce of expression on his face. But inwardly, he was extremely surprised. Even if his body was outwardly frail, he was a beast. His body was naturally extremely strong. It became even stronger through the tribulations by which he entered 4th class. To feel pain from the attacks of a lower being was unheard of. Sure, Damien's attacks weren't actually damaging him, but he could feel the heat of those crimson flames very clearly within his body. He even got the faint feeling that his blood began boiling. Originally, he had planned to simply stay still and tank the attacks to crush Damien's fighting spirit. But if he let this go on for too long, signs of injury might begin showing on his skin. It wouldn't be dangerous, but for a Beast King to be injured by a lower being, that too a human, wouldn't he lose a great deal of face? Under this line of reasoning, he slowly raised his hand, intending to make a real move for the first time, when suddenly he sensed something from the edge of his perception. Throwing out a semi-heavy kick to throw Damien away, he turned his head in that direction. Which one of you Beast Kings is hiding in the corner right now? Chapter 217, Beast King. Which one of you Beast Kings is hiding in the corner right now? The words echoed through the surroundings for a few moments with no response, when suddenly, space began to ripple and a figure stepped out. A boisterous voice accompanied the figure as he slowly became clear. His hair was like a glowing white mane, his body was robust and filled with explosive power, and his eyes were silvery reptilian slits. The incarnate Snow Beast King's eyes narrowed at the sight of this man. Haha, it seems that I'm still somewhat famous. How could that be? The White Dragon King has earned himself quite the reputation through his actions. Not only are you one of the strongest kings on our mountain, but you also challenged the Overlord and left unscathed. The White Dragon King smiled. Suddenly, his brows perked up in interest. Roar! A fearsome roar shook the surroundings, causing the attention of those present to finally leave the two Beast Kings in the sky. When they did, they noticed that a massive 10-kilometer wide radius of the area had become completely barren of snow and flora. In the air, there stood a familiar man covered in black scales with bone wings and a crown protruding from his body. His blood-red eyes were especially fierce, and even contained a hint of mania as they stared at the incarnate Snow Beast King. Roar! With another roar, he raised his arm, drawing attention to the massive object floating above him. If there was one way to describe it, it would be his second sun. A mountainous ball of crimson gold flames hung in the air, melting even the air around it. The atmosphere that the ball of fire gave off was suffocating to all those that weren't Beast Kings. The billowing aura radiating from Damien intensified dramatically as with another roar. He threw his arm forward and released the ball of flames towards the incarnate Snow Beast King. The Beast King's eyes narrowed at the sight. Suddenly, the snow around him began to bend and twist, channeling into rivers of white that surrounded him. Those white rivers quickly formed order and charged towards the huge sun. When the two made contact, heated steam filled the atmosphere with temperature enough to boil the skin of those third-class beings if they hadn't used mana to protect themselves. Roar! The ferocious roars didn't end. While the collision between the sun and snow continued, Damien's figure flashed and appeared behind the Beast King, clapping his hands together loudly. Space began to distort, looking on the verge of shattering. If this was the outside world, perhaps it would have collapsed entirely. But in this environment filled with spatial suppression, Damien's spatial collapse wasn't able to achieve its intended effect. But he didn't need to mind that. Even if the original mechanism was faulty, he had ways around it. With space already distorting from his previous attack, Damien manipulated the vectors in the area to further sow chaos. The chaotic movement of the vectors heightened and caused the air to tremble. And when coupled with Damien's previous attempt to collapse space, finally achieved its purpose. A massive black hole was formed, swallowing the incarnate Snow Beast King whole. In that instant, the previous sun was also extinguished, causing silence to blanket the atmosphere. But this silence didn't last long. A furious roar was heard from within the black hole as billowing waves of mana exited it. In the next instant, the blackness was directly shattered as if it was fragile glass. The incarnate Snow Beast King appeared once again, looking clearly enraged by Damien's earlier move. Good. The air around Damien solidified, trapping him in place just like with Ryue. Even within this entrapment, his figure continuously writhed and thrashed around, looking like a wild beast. The White Dragon King watched this scene with interest before sighing. Sigh, it looks like I was right. Besides that, he also noticed that Damien was a human. Or rather, he used to be a human. This meant that his dragon bloodline wasn't something attained at birth, but earned through battle. Although dragons were prideful from birth, there was another quality about them that not many were aware of due to their reclusive nature. They were true spirits of battle. All dragons were creatures who crave battle and worship the strong. Their pride also stemmed from this dichotomy. And so, when the dragon race came upon beings who acquired their bloodlines through battle, they didn't look down on them or form vendettas. Instead, they felt respect. But this respect was only given to those who proved themselves worthy of their bloodlines. The reason the White Dragon King arrived in the first place was because he had sensed a weak dragon aura while he was cultivating. Ever since then, he had been quietly watching Damien to test whether he was to be killed or groomed. And from his observation, he chose the latter. Damien hadn't shown all his cards in this time, and he was lacking a bit in the brains department, but his strength and will had impressed the White Dragon King. His killing intent and ruthlessness in battle were also something that an undeserving party wouldn't possess. As a dragon, while he understood the purpose of schemes and even used them himself sometimes, he still disdained them. For a person like Damien, it was evident just from a few days' observation that he held a similar viewpoint. So there was no way he had used foul means to acquire his bloodline. The White Dragon King was also clearly aware of what was happening with Damien right now. He was like a young dragon who had just been born. He didn't understand how to fully control his bloodline. With a dragon's pride, and perhaps coupled with Damien's own inherent pride, there was no way he could accept the humiliation of the incarnate Snow Beast King. Such unwillingness led his bloodline to rage and send him into a frenzy. At this moment, the best way to describe Damien was as a berserker. There were most likely no thoughts behind those eyes. Sighing once again, the White Dragon King turned to the incarnate Snow Beast King, who was preparing to attack for real. The incarnate Snow Beast King furrowed his brows. To be honest, while he was angry, he wasn't actually that mad. And the White Dragon King wasn't an existence he could offend with his power. Although he didn't have a massive force behind him, the White Dragon elite troop that he raised was feared by all. He felt that the matter would end a bit too quickly and quietly if he simply gave in at this moment. But there wasn't much else he could do. Besides, fighting a kid so much weaker than him would be a blow to his pride. Fine. Since the White Dragon King seems to have an interest in this boy, I'll let him off. Chapter 218, Beast King. The White Dragon King's eyes narrowed. He knew very well that the incarnate Snow Beast King didn't care about this small tribe at all, but he still asked for reparations. First off, he would be able to at least somewhat quell the tribe's fury and show that he is thinking about them, which would guarantee their loyalty, especially if he shared some of the wealth he gained with them. He would also be able to save face and avoid beating someone weaker than him, which would have left a slight stain on his reputation. And most of all, he'd be able to gain something from the White Dragon King. No matter how reclusive the king was, he was still one of the peak experts in the endless snow mountain, so anything he had would be a treasure. But the White Dragon King didn't mind much. This kind of mind was the reason the incarnate Snow Beast King was able to survive and rule over a portion of the mountain, even though he was only average among the kings that reside here. Fine, our White Dragon Grotto will make sure to send some gifts over to your incarnate Snow Kingdom in the near future. The incarnate Snow Beast King beamed at his words. Ha ha, if the White Dragon King says so, then I can only comply. Turning to the crowd of turbulent blizzard leopards below, he once again spoke. Although the matter of today didn't end the way you hoped, one should always understand how to endure and grow. Without any more superfluous words, he turned into a streak of light and flew off into the horizon. The White Dragon King clicked his tongue at the sight. This guy was truly scheming until the end. The promise of the tribe, gaining revenge with their own hands, would be enough to thoroughly motivate them. This kind of motivation would without a doubt lead them to contribute to his kingdom in return for rewards that could help them gain strength. Shaking his head lightly, the White Dragon King turned to Damien and Ryue, who were still trapped in the suppression the incarnate Snow Beast King put them in. Seeing how Damien was still furiously struggling, he clicked his tongue. A domineering aura left the White Dragon King's body, causing those below to shiver in fear. This wasn't his Beast King aura or even killing intent, but the pure aura suppression that originated from his bloodline. He was, after all, a true dragon. He may as well have been the first person Damien had met who had the qualifications to call themselves a true dragon, but unfortunately, he wasn't awake to realize it. When the bloodline suppression impacted Damien, he suddenly froze in place. His transformation began to fluctuate before receding entirely back into his body. This kind of bloodline suppression was something he, as an individual with largely impure dragon bloodline, was unable to resist. And with the White Dragon King continuously increasing the amount of pressure, Damien soon fell unconscious while frothing from the mouth. With that out of the way, the White Dragon King grabbed Damien and hoisted him over his shoulder like a bag of rice. He turned to Ryue and asked. Ryue nodded, but didn't say anything else. In fact, her attention had been focused elsewhere the entire time. Shortly after Damien's beating began, Ryue was unable to endure watching him get thrown around like a rag doll. Instead, she had been pushing her negative mana in a bid to corrode the suppression around her, and she had achieved mild success. Merely, the suppression of a fourth class wasn't something she could easily dispel. Now that the White Dragon King called out to her, she finally stopped her attempts. The whole ordeal was already over, and whether they liked it or not, it seemed they would be going with this new Beast King. Seeing her response, the White Dragon King lightly waved his hand and dispelled the suppression around her before covering her in his mana. Like this, he carried Damien on his shoulder and Ryue with his mana before turning into a streak of light and shooting off into the distance like the incarnate Snow Beast King. The cave dwelling of the turbulent blizzard leopard tribe finally regained peace once again. The silence in the air seemed almost palpable. Even those neighboring tribes who had come to watch the show after feeling the fluctuations didn't make a sound. A depressing atmosphere seemed to cover the leopard tribe at the moment. Each and every one of them was lamenting about how anticlimactic the previous events ended up being. Finally, after some time, the elders of the tribe let out a collective sigh. Right, more than that, it seemed the tribe leader had some respect for him, and his words from before weren't wrong. We are weak, so we must take the opportunity we gained from Sir Incarnate Snow and become powerful. Hearing the elders talk, the rest of the tribe members slowly felt a sliver of hope returning. That's right. As long as they were still alive, they could become stronger. And if they became stronger, they would no longer have to rely on outside powers to get what they want. That way, even if such a situation occurred again in the future, they could deal with it as they wished instead of having no say in the matters like today. While the tribe members slowly began to hopefully clamor, the elders looked at each other sorrowfully. Even if the tribe members didn't know, they weren't stupid enough not to realize. That boy definitely had some sort of connection to the White Dragon King. That was an existence they'd never be able to touch no matter how strong they became. And with the White Dragon King personally taking him in, perhaps the next time they met, none of them would hold a candle to him anymore. Wryly smiling at each other, the elders shook their heads. No matter what, this was a matter for another day. For now, they had to get the tribe in order and make sure that the outside forces eyeing them wouldn't gain any opportunities. This was their responsibility. No matter what their personal thoughts were, they couldn't act on them. At this kind of time, they started to admire the tribe leader even more. No matter what the circumstance, he always thought about the tribe first. If not for his foresight, perhaps they would have been exterminated today due to silly pride. Once again, sighing lightly, they returned to the cave, dwelling with the rest of the tribe. Chapter 219, Next Stop. The cool winds of the endless snow mountain whipped through the air as the White Dragon King leisurely sped up the mountainside. Well, it might have been leisurely to him, but to Ryu, it was nightmarish. This kind of speed was something she would barely be able to touch, even if she was exerting all her effort and mana, but it was achieved by the White Dragon King like it was nothing. As they ascended the mountain, the winds became increasingly fierce, and while Ryue was being protected by the White Dragon King's mana, Damien was being hit by them directly. NGH, the harsh cold and impact that continued to harass his face slowly roused Damien's consciousness. At that moment, his eyes began to flutter open, and they were shut just as soon as that happened. After all, the speed coupled with the ferocious wind was enough to almost injure his eyes in that slight instant. His memory was incredibly foggy after the fight with the turbulent Blizzard Leopard tribe leader. Did he get captured? Was he being tortured? A myriad of questions swirled through his mind as he tried to understand the situation. When he attempted to move, he only became more confused. What the hell? He could feel something like a tree trunk bearing down on his waist. The only problem was there didn't seem to be ground underneath him. Wanting to get to the bottom of the situation, Damien finally spread his awareness. And the first thing he saw was a massive face grinning at him from directly next to him. A slightly girlish scream inadvertently left his mouth. From the side, the faint sounds of a woman's giggles also filled the air, accompanied by the uproarious laughter of the man whose face Damien had just seen. It didn't take an expert to realize it was Rhea, though the identity of the man was still a mystery. Damien sighed in exasperation. Although he didn't understand the situation they were currently in, if Ryue had the free time to laugh at his pathetic situation, then they shouldn't be in any danger. Once he confidently spread his awareness once more, he was able to properly see his embarrassing posture, being carried like a sack of rice, but obviously he couldn't do anything about it. Besides the fact that they were in the air and his mana was nearly drained, he couldn't escape the iron grip of that mysterious man. With the knowledge that there was no immediate threat, Damien sunk into his consciousness and tried to sort out his blurred memories. The first thing that came back was the memory of getting ragdolled by the incarnate snow beast king, and slowly but surely the rest came back to him. The utter humiliation and rage he felt, the sudden transformation his body went through, the way he barraged the beast king and achieved no results, and how he had been suppressed by the man who was currently holding him with only a bit of pressure. Although the humiliation he felt was still present as he recalled these memories, the embarrassment and depression eclipsed it. He had fought a few fourth classes before and even bore Tianyang's pressure, but he knew very well that in none of those instances did those beings ever take the situation seriously. The first time was with Malcolm, and, similarly to the situation now, he had blacked out. Only, he still didn't know what had happened at that time. As for the second time, it was a small bout with Rose's father, James. that one was even less serious, as besides testing his capabilities, the Adelaire Emperor barely lifted a finger. Not once had he been in a situation where the fourth-class being was antagonistic towards him, at least not until today. For the first time, he truly understood the gap between the two ranks. Sure, he had previously got a grasp of it through Tian Yang's aura suppression, but it was different today. He thought that at least he'd have a chance to escape, at least he'd get a few moves in or cause even the smallest scratch. But no, he had been manhandled, and even when his opponent stood still and allowed him to attack, he couldn't inflict even the slightest of damage. He had even been kicked away like a little kid. He couldn't help but sigh at his predicament, but it wasn't like it was his fault. How long had he been training? For years? 5 years? It was foolish to compare himself to these old monsters and expect to easily match them. But that didn't mean he would never reach their level. People like him, Ryue and Long Chun, were all considered as heavenly geniuses for having reached their current level at their age. And while the main roadblock for those attempting to ascend to fourth class was comprehension and connection with the elements, comprehension had always been a forte of his. Otherwise, there was no way his skills would rise and level so fast and evolve. It would be utterly inconceivable to other people if they ever found out about his rate of progression. That's right. Their main advantage is time. In the coming years, the universe would likely be enveloped in the flames of war, and before that, he needed to become much stronger than he was now. If not, he'd just end up cannon fodder. But that was years away. If he could ascend so much in a few years' time, he didn't feel he'd have a problem continuing with his speed as long as he truly worked for it. He just needed that drive if he wanted to gain that power. Flames of determination sparked within Damien's eyes. One day, I'll go back to that guy and beat him senseless. When Damien came out of his thoughts, he realized that the ferocious winds had relatively calmed down. The speed at which they were moving had also slowed. Thinking it was safe, he finally decided to open his eyes once more, only to find himself flying forward. Landing on the snowy ground once more, he realized that he had been thrown. And no matter how much he wanted to voice his dissatisfaction, in front of a man who could suppress him so easily, he couldn't get the words out of his mouth. This was another thing that Damien hadn't thought about paying attention to until this moment. Bloodline suppression. Previously, his bloodline was too mixed and muddled for any single species to suppress him. Their species would just never have the domination within his bloodline for suppression to even take effect. But now it was different. From his transformation alone, he realized that the dominance of his dragon bloodline had far exceeded his expectations. And now, it was completely possible for him to be turned into nothing by higher dragons with pure bloodlines. A booming voice that seemed loud, even though it was spoken at normal volume, snapped him out his thoughts. We've arrived. Chapter 220, next stop. We've arrived. Damien could only muster a surprised sound when he heard the man speak. After all, even if he had his memories, he could only remember them as he was. Basically, his memories were filled with an embarrassing rage-filled temper tantrum where everything was drowned out besides his desire to kill the incarnate Snow Beast King. He was still entirely confused about the current situation. Without any other choice, he shot a helpless look towards Ryue, who wryly smiled at his behavior. Then, she gave a brief rundown of everything she knew over mana transmission. Quickly standing up and brushing the snow off his clothes, Damien slightly bowed towards the White Dragon King. But the White Dragon King was never one to care about such niceties. He lightly waved off Damien's apology and continued speaking. Brat, don't be mistaken in thinking that I saved you because I care or because I see value in you. His gaze sharpened. My White Dragon Grotto is a gathering place for all those with dragon bloodline, regardless of its purity. The only reason you were saved is because you happen to possess such a bloodline. Damien sighed lightly. He couldn't say that he didn't think he was special, but he didn't refute the White Dragon King. In situations like this, it would be stupid to expect that he would always be saved by a higher power. Damien couldn't help but admit that his move earlier was as foolish as it could get. Seeing the slightly melancholic look on Damien's face, the White Dragon King smiled. Although you definitely shoulder the blame for your actions, it wasn't entirely your fault. Spreading his arms, he smiled once more. And that is the purpose of this white dragon grotto. He waved his arms slightly, motioning Damien and Ryue to follow him, before walking forward and disappearing into the side of the mountain that was in front of them. Glancing at each other for a second, the duo nodded before following after him. In fact, the area they were standing at previously was only a barren area of the mountain that was simply a snowy wasteland. It was part of the reason for Damien's confusion when they landed. When the White Dragon King literally walked into the side of the mountain, he couldn't help but be surprised. After all, if the area was an illusion, he should have seen through it. This could only mean that it was some sort of expertly crafted physical concealment. Neither Damien nor Ryue was able to make heads or tails of how it was done. When they finally made their way through the wall, their ears were suddenly barraged by a myriad of ear-shattering and earth-shaking roars coming from all sides. None of them were directed at the duo, but the sheer collective sound of them all was enough to shatter the eardrums of those weaker. After taking a second to get used to the roars, as well as to marvel at the fact that the barrier in the mountainside made it so none of it was audible from the outside, they finally got the chance to look around. The area that should have been a cavern was actually open air, clearly receiving the warmth of sunlight and the fresh air of the outside world through some unknown means. As for its size, it was similar to a massive city, only the area was built with countless arenas and barely any living quarters. Each of these arenas was currently occupied by a myriad of dragons and draconic species, with some even looking relatively humanoid. There were even a few that looked like genuine humans among the batches. All of them were either watching the ongoing fights or partaking in them, and the fights themselves were clearly life or death. Fatal wounds would pile up on the contestants until one of them inevitably died, and when death took them, their opponent would devour their body. The voice of the White Dragon King snapped them out of their dazes. If you are expecting a quiet and peaceful nurturing ground, it's best if you let me extract the bloodline of dragons from you, for you are unworthy of it. This is a place of death and cruelty. You fight and fight until you can't fight anymore. If you win, you can absorb the bloodline of others and enhance your own. And if you die, you become food for others' growth. Of course, we still keep the slightest bit of fairness to maintain order. Your opponents will be those in your same class range. Anyone above or below you is off limits. Damien nodded as he followed the White Dragon King through the city. Ha ha ha. I guess you could say it like that. Though, I'm not really the leader type. I just felt a bit of pity for those of dragon lineage who aspire to ascend to the ranks of true dragons. Due to this, I created an opportunity for them. But as I said, I am no saint nor leader. In another sense, you could consider me a vile being. But Damien shook his head in denial, as if, you say that like anyone here is reluctant to stay. Even just watching the atmosphere and thinking of the prospective rewards, my blood boils. And I have the most impure of dragon bloodlines. The White Dragon King grinned. Good. That's the kind of attitude you need to survive here at the White Dragon Grotto. Anyway, I'll bring someone to settle you guys in. After all, you can't have the king acting as an attendant. Ha ha. Also, while you're a member of our grotto, just call me Senior Bai or Leader Bai. Damien nodded with a smile, shooting a look of slight admiration towards the White Dragon King. It seemed that he had a lot of good luck when it came to the seniors he met on his journey. Malcolm, Tianyang, Senior Bai, they were all his kinds of people. He felt like they were some of the easiest to get along with. Once again shifting his gaze towards the various bloodbaths going on, he felt the excitement in the air, the fighting spirit that permeated the atmosphere, and the dragon aura that did the same. If he had to be honest, it was intoxicating. Chapter 221, Next Stop. Not long after the White Dragon King left, a seemingly human woman walked up to Damien and Ryue. The only feature defining her as non-human was the pair of dragon horns jutting out of her forehead. It was the first non-Chinese name Damien had heard since he came to this world. Even the White Dragon King told him to address him as Senior Bai. But he wasn't as surprised as he expected. The words of the Burning Sun sect elder popped up in his head. about how there was no need for him to take up a pseudonym since there were still people with non-Chinese names in the cloud plane. It was just that the rarity of them far exceeded his expectations. Whether it was the northern continent or the central continent, he always felt like he stood out when it came to names. However, the fact that Ryue and the rest didn't really raise an eyebrow at his name should have been indication enough that such names still existed. This was especially so for Elisa. She was, after all, a member of White Dragon Grotto, a person who lived in the 3000 Beast Mountain range. There was no way they'd be completely closed off from outside culture, since there have been plenty who became stranded in the mountain range before, but that didn't mean they'd adhere to it. Up until this point, the only names he had learned since arriving were Senior Bai and Elisa herself. Anyway, while Damien was thinking stupid thoughts, Elisa was giving a brief rundown of the White Dragon Grotto's operation. Luckily, it wasn't anything they hadn't heard from Senior Bai beforehand, so Damien didn't miss much. Suddenly, Elisa took out a round copper medallion. It wasn't like she was supposed to know that Damien was a spatial affinity user. Otherwise, there would be no need for a warning. When the light of spatial fluctuations faded, the three found themselves within a shack. "I know what you're thinking, but there's a reason to everything," Elisa said with a smile. As you already know, the White Dragon Grotto is a place that fully embodies the law of the jungle, the one with the bigger fist rules. Our entire philosophy and lifestyle revolve around this concept. So naturally, the living arrangements are the same. Since you two have only just arrived, you are in the smallest worm level accommodation. From the lowest level of worm, you then have snake, wyvern, dragon, and true dragon level. The worm level is usually reserved for those newbies that haven't gone into battle yet. Rarely anyone actually stays at this level. But complacency isn't something we allow. From the worm level, one only needs to win a single fight to promote to the snake level. If you don't promote within 1 month, you are clearly a coward. Damien couldn't help but raise his brow at this. Although he had already realized it before, this place was truly cruel. There was no concept of strategy or planning here. It was simply fight, and fight some more. But Damien felt that there couldn't be a better environment than this one. He had felt it previously, even if he did so unconsciously. The dragon bloodline itself was like a living creature in some ways. It had its own desires and pride. It craved battle, and this place was filled with that. Paying no heed to Damien's thoughts, Elisa continued her explanation. To promote from snake level to wyvern level, one must win 100 battles, and from the wyvern level to the dragon level is 1,000 battles. Damien asked. Elisa grinned. "I'm glad you asked. The true dragon level isn't the same as the other levels. For those levels, no matter the purity of your bloodline, you can still attain them through battle. What makes the true dragon level special is precisely that. That's simple. Those that reach the true dragon level are personally trained by LitRPG. It doesn't matter what your strength is when you enter the level." A light of worship could be seen in Elisa's eyes as she spoke. The true dragon level is the goal of all of us. That's the reason why we fight constantly to purify our bloodlines. In fact, even just staying within the White Dragon Grotto is a form of training. The air here is permeated by heavy dragon aura, which passively refines our bloodlines with no cost. Damien listened intently to what Elisa was saying. Her explanation continued for a few hours before she finally handed over the copper medallion and went on her way. As it turns out, the copper medallion was the only way to enter and exit the residence. A new level of medallion would be given every time one ascended to a new level. As for the way all of those levels and experts were accommodated, the White Dragon Grotto was actually much bigger than Damien expected. The arenas that Damien had seen when he first entered were only for those in the snake level. Each time one ascended, they would move to the lower floors where those on their level would reside. The system by which the grotto operated was much more complex than Damien originally thought, and the number of experts present was even greater. First, one would be divided based on their class. Next, they would be further divided by their level. A third class at the snake level would never be able to fight a third class at the wyvern level, at least under normal circumstances. When one reached the halfway point of the number of wins they needed to ascend to the next level, they would be granted the opportunity to challenge someone of their same class at a higher level. If they won this challenge, they'd take the other person's spot. For example, if Damien reached the snake levels and achieved 50 wins, he'd be able to challenge a third class being at the wyvern level. If he won, he'd become a wyvern-level combatant, and he'd hold the same number of wins as the person he beat. This way, those whose power exceeded their current level wouldn't have to keep bullying those around them just to ascend. There were many more mechanics and novelties that Elisa had explained to him, but they were relatively easy to understand and didn't apply to him at the moment, so he didn't really think about them. Instead, he walked over to the small single bed that took up half of the shack space and laid down. Looking over, he finally remembered something he had forgotten after getting absorbed in the atmosphere of the White Dragon Grotto. A certain white-haired goddess that was glaring at him with a displeased expression plastered on her face. Chapter 222, Next Stop. Damien truly couldn't find any word to say. Since the fight with the tribe leader, he had basically been neglecting Ryua almost entirely. Thinking back, the last time he spoke to her was to ask her about the current situation. He didn't even think about her side of everything. And looking at Ryua's displeased face, he was clear that he wouldn't get off so easily. And she was indeed pissed. First, he had gone and recklessly challenged a beast king. After that, he came to this White Dragon Grotto and completely ignored her, treating her like some random girl on the side of the street. It wasn't necessarily his actions that irked her. Rather, it was his recklessness and how he kept neglecting her that truly pissed her off. She felt that she was being unreasonable. Why did he have to care about her so much? They had come here to train, and that was exactly what he had been doing. His recklessness granted him the opportunity to enter such a perfect training ground for him. Of course, he'd be caught up in it. The series of events simply happened too fast. There was no way to not get caught up in such a momentum. She was well aware that her thoughts were selfish, but she couldn't get herself to stop thinking them. They plagued her mind the entire time they were being carried over to this place, and she had barely been paying attention to that dragon girl's explanation. She wanted to stop being like this and go along with the flow like he was, but when she recalled the way she had been neglected, an odd sort of rage bubbled up in her chest. And so, she just ended up glaring at him hatefully, waiting for him to speak. Damien sighed inwardly. He realized just how selfish he was being. They had come here to train, yet he had taken all these opportunities without considering Ryua. This White Dragon Grotto was perfect for him, but what about her? She didn't have any dragon bloodline to speak of, so this place wouldn't be of any help to her. Instead, it'd only hinder her training. But they couldn't separate. They had already met 2 Beast Kings in such a short span of time, and there were still plenty more possibly living on this endless snow mountain. It was too dangerous to traverse alone in this kind of environment. But he truly didn't know how to appease her. How was he supposed to find a proper training environment for her? By begging Senior by? But what could he do? All these questions kept plaguing him, and when he looked up at Ryua, his eyes caught her hateful glare. "Oh shit," Damien muttered. She snapped back. This time, it was Ryua's turn to be stunned. Blood furiously rushed to her face as a healthy blush began to creep up. Even Damien was a bit shocked by his own words. Truthfully, he had spoken without thinking, because that hateful glare of hers was endlessly attractive. To be honest, that look of hers made him want to pounce on her immediately, but he hastily suppressed such thoughts. Hey, you can't really blame me for this one. Any sane person will be mesmerized by that damn look, Damien said with a cheeky smile. Ryua didn't know what to say. Sure, he had been shameless before, but it had never reached this extent. It was to the point where it made her speechless. An ambiguous atmosphere surrounded the blushing Ryua and cheekily smiling Damien for a bit, almost making her forget her displeasure. But it didn't last long. The scenes of Damien following that dragon girl, while completely ignoring her presence, suddenly appeared in her mind, causing her rage to once again peak. She turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge his presence. Wasn't she happy just now? Damien, who was still believing that Ryua's displeasure originated from him neglecting her training, was utterly confused by her behavior. But noticing that his teasing had been a temporary solution to the problem, he suddenly remembered something. He suddenly exclaimed, causing Ryue to inadvertently turn her attention back to him. I bought a few things back at the auction, but I had totally forgotten about them until just now. Ryue quipped back, but Damien simply smiled. He thought inwardly. He said, "Close my eyes." Ryue asked with a slightly wary look. Damien asked aggrievedly. That's an easy question to answer. Damien clutched his heart as if he was feeling pain. After joking around for a bit, Ryue finally did as he asked and closed her eyes. Inadvertently, her heartbeat began to accelerate. She had been right next to him during the auction, so she knew which items he had bought. And while she had a suspicion even back then, she never dared to think too much about it. She didn't want to be disappointed. Damien reached out his hand, causing it to sink into the space in front of him before pulling something out. It was a beautiful crystalline bracelet. The band and stones on it were all almost translucent, but they had an odd glow whenever they were struck by light. The feeling the bracelet gave off was ethereal and elusive, making its status as a treasure evident. Damien walked over to Ryue and gently grabbed her hand. Her whole body jerked at his touch, but in the end, she managed to keep her eyes closed. And then, he slowly slid the bracelet on her wrist. When he was done, he stepped back as if admiring his work. The bracelet itself was relatively low-key. It wasn't flashy or gaudy, but its presence couldn't be denied. Looking at Ryue, standing peacefully with his eyes closed, he had to say that she really looked like a work of art. With her silvery white hair flowing down her back, her smooth skin that was almost crystalline and shone like jade, her body that seemed to have been sculpted by the gods, with curves in all the right places, the low-key crystalline bracelet was perfect. It didn't take away from her beauty, and it didn't try to impose itself. Instead, it added a subtle charm to the perfection that she already embodied. Ryue called out, but he didn't answer. She subtly cracked her eyes, open to check if anything was wrong, only to see him staring at her dumbly. Her already rapid heartbeat quickened once more, but oddly enough, she didn't move. She stayed still and pretended that she didn't know anything. It was only a long while later when Damien finally snapped out of his trance. Seeing that Ryue was still standing with her eyes closed, he felt a bit sheepish. He didn't know how long he had been staring at her so stupidly, but he knew it wasn't a short amount of time. A rare blush showed itself on his face as the thought. The fuck? He quickly shook his head to get rid of any stray thoughts. When he finally managed to regain focus, he saw Ryue looking at her wrist and then back up at him with a smile. That smile was so dazzlingly bright that he almost fell into another trance. Luckily, he managed to catch himself. Chapter 223, White Dragon Grotto. Although their talk had somehow devolved into a flirting session when Damien was trying to appear Ryue, they still had to touch on the serious subjects. With Damien's gift somewhat alleviating the suffocating feeling in her chest, Ryue also became more focused on pressing issues. Just as Damien had thought earlier, she had also realized the problem. If they stayed in this White Dragon Grotto for too long, her training would stagnate. "Sigh, I really can't think of a solution." Damien suddenly spoke up, but Ryue only shook her head. "Even if there was, it's not certain that they'd be willing to help me." They didn't know what kind of currency or valuables actually held worth within this mountain range. Even if there were some similarities, there were bound to be plenty of cultural differences that would impede them at moments like this. Luckily, the customs of this place weren't too different from the outside world. In a way, they didn't run the risk of accidentally offending anyone due to their ignorance. Damien asked. He felt wrong. There was no way he'd be able to properly enjoy and use this training environment if he knew that Ryue was being hindered by it. It'd definitely form a knot in his heart that would also affect his own training. Ryue sunk into thought. Although the White Dragon Grotto itself wasn't any help to her, this endless snow mountain wasn't all that bad. She had felt it previously, and the feeling became even more pronounced when they moved up the mountain. The amount of in-nature mana here was actually relatively abundant. Perhaps it wasn't the perfect environment for her, but since when was there something like perfection? Even the Shui clan, who had been giving birth to those with Yin affinities for centuries, didn't have a training environment that they could truly call perfect. But there was something about Ruyue that made this obstacle nothing more than a minuscule problem. It was her level of affinity. When one came into contact with mana for the first time, their affinities would bloom within them, and the system would then record that affinity under the affinities section. However, this wasn't a resolute measurement, but merely a record. This meant that there was no specification besides the actual nature of the affinity. Basically, affinities weren't as simple as you have it or you don't. There were levels to even them. For example, before Damien's status became a field of question marks, he had both a spatial affinity and a lightning affinity. But his progress in space was much faster than his progress in lightning. The reason was simple. His affinity for space was leagues above his affinity for lightning. In Damien's case, it was because his spatial affinity was inborn and his lightning affinity was acquired later. But the example still stood. It was possible for affinities to have varying levels of strength. The Shui clan was known for its production of Yin affinity masters, but a case like Riyue was exceedingly rare. Perhaps she was the first ever to have such a grand degree of affinity. If one thought about it, there was no way for an average Yin affinity to have the level of diversity and functionality that Riyue had. If that was the case, then the affinity would be something that only 1 in a billion people ever awakened, if not rarer. But even in the Central Continent alone, there was a whole clan that constantly pumped out Yin affinity cultivators. In most cases, the Yin affinity would only encompass its base properties. It'd be an affinity largely similar to ice, but with an enhanced ability for defense and deflection. But when Riyue awakened, it was different. Her affinity went beyond such base concepts and embodied Yin itself, the force that split along with Yang and birthed all creation. When Damien achieved his first class, he got a message from the system. First came nihility, then creation and destruction, space and time, life and death, and finally the 5 elements and all else. The concepts of Yin and Yang, if their user was able to bring out their full potential like Riyue, were forces on par with that of creation and destruction. Perhaps it was for this reason that Riyue was so special. Her level of affinity was unique, perhaps even on a universal scale. The reason this was important was that although the White Dragon Grotto was unsuitable for her, and even the Endless Snow Mountain wasn't entirely so, Riyue was still able to achieve results here. Her massive talent and affinity meant that even in such an environment, as long as she was surrounded by elements and mana that were even slightly Yin-natured, she'd be able to reap benefits, no matter how small they may be. Thinking this far, Riyue paused her train of thought to look at Damien. As it turned out, he was also submerged in his thoughts. Every once in a while, his eyebrows would furrow and his forehead would wrinkle before he shook his head vehemently. Every once in a while, he would sneak a glance at Riyue and fall deeper in thought. But seeing how troubled he looked was enough for her. Riyue never felt that she was taken advantage of. She only felt a bit of grievance as a woman when he ignored her. Now that that grievance had vanished, she didn't have any qualms. Seeing that he cared for her enough to even consider abandoning his ideal training environment was enough. After all, there were many people who would let their selfishness and greed take over at this point, since a jump in power was all but guaranteed for him. With that, Riyue came to a decision. And honestly, it wasn't that hard to make. "Damien," she called out, "don't worry about me and go train in the arenas." Her words pulled Damien out of his thoughts. This won't do at all. I can't take advantage of you this way and reap all the benefits myself. If you can't think of anything, don't worry. Riyue smiled lightly. It's not that. Actually, while you were thinking just now, I felt a sort of calling in my body. Damien exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't that perfect? Even if she didn't know what that feeling was, he didn't doubt her. After all, he had had moments in the past where he felt something similar, and it was always positive when he ended up comprehending the feeling. A wave of relief rushed over him. With Riyue saying this, all his doubts and guilt were alleviated. If she was able to gain something good, he could also go train without worry. Ha ha! Good. Ryues smiled at his words. Just as she thought, he would now be able to focus on his own training without worry. Turning her head to the side, she noticed a faint blush on her cheeks. Luckily, Damien was too absorbed in his excitement to notice. It's just a small eye. Ryue smiled inwardly at the thought. Chapter 224, White Dragon Grotto 2. Chapter 224, White Dragon Grotto 2. Since Ryue's matter had been settled due to a flash of unexpected insight on her part, Damien was able to put his full focus into his new environment. He had already mentioned it countless times before, but it was truly perfect for him. Even a minute amount of dragon aura within this worm sector felt like it was nourishing his bloodline. If it had to be said, Damien knew he was probably the least well off out of all those here. His dragon bloodline was a mixture of what he got from the wyvern in the first dungeon and the sea dragon from the Cloud Sea. These were the only two instances where he was able to devour dragon bloodlines. In any other person's body, these two different dragon bloodlines would be fighting each other within their body, but Damien was the possessor of the void physique. This mysterious physique that he still didn't have any information about tamed the two bloodlines within him and slowly merged them. This newly merged dragon bloodline was the one he currently possessed. And due to the domineering nature of dragons, the bloodline had set itself apart from the rest and become his primary blood, of course, aside from his original human blood. The problem was, no matter how domineering they were still sharing space with the other bloodlines Damien possessed. An unknown wolf, spider, and even goblin bloodline were mashed together along with that of every other beast he had devoured. If there was one thing he was grateful for, it was that after a certain point in time, his void physique seemed to have become picky about the bloodlines it integrated into his body. Like this, the bloodlines of all those beasts from the massive battle he and Ryue fought before, as well as of all the other beasts Damien devoured since entering the Cloud Plane, hadn't become a part of him. He didn't pay it much attention at the time, but now he was truly grateful. From the beginning, he knew that the Devour ability was mysterious. Its ability to optimize his evolution and growth, as well as choose the traits and parts of devoured beasts it integrated into him, was nigh-sentient. But he knew it wasn't the case. Even if the physique always managed to elude his senses and never actually allowed him to figure out its true abilities, he was still intrinsically connected to it. He doubted whether any other physique was as weird as his own, seemingly existing as a part of him, but also within a separate and mysterious space, but he didn't really care about that. What made him happy was that his dragon bloodline wasn't any further tainted after he devoured the sea dragon. So continuous tempering through the ambient dragon aura, as well as purification through battle, should eventually be able to cleanse his blood. The wolf bloodline was a connection he had to Zara, as well as the first bloodline he ever received. The Goblin King bloodline symbolizes his triumph over his bestial instinct, allowing him to maintain his ego. Even that damned spider bloodline, no matter how much it disgusted him to carry the bloodline of those fiends, represented the conquering of his fear. There were a myriad of bloodlines within him, most without value, but some held a sentimental value he couldn't bear to part with. The change in his cell, structure, and muscle arrangement in his legs that he got from the wolf would never leave. The absorption and reflection trait he got from the Goblin King, although it had become useless already, would still represent his struggle at that time. And his all-seeing eyes, which seemed almost as hard to develop as his Devour ability, would remain one of his most useful supportive abilities. That's right, I'm not abandoning those memories, but rebuilding them. Without strength, would he be able to hold those sentiments of his? Without strength, would he be able to live leisurely? The answer was a resounding no. The strength he felt from his incomplete draconic transformation was incomparable. He felt that his physical strength had at least doubled, and even his mana control had been heightened. If it had to be described, he felt much more attuned with his body, allowing him to use it at its full power, unlike what he would do normally. He craved the day when he would be able to feel such power while keeping his mind clear, and to do that he needed to successfully train at the White Dragon Grotto. As the flames of determination and fighting spirit blazed within his eyes, Damien arrived at one of the many dueling arenas on the first floor. No matter how rowdy the area looked from the outside, there were still procedures to follow in order to fight. Otherwise, the place would just descend into pure chaos. Damien headed over to one of the registration areas and gave his bronze medallion to the man at the desk. Damien Void just arrived. The man had originally taken the medallion without much thought, but hearing that Damien had decided to fight on his very first day, a twinge of interest flashed across his eyes. Another newbie, huh? It seems Senior Bai has really been collecting seedlings like crazy these days. Right. You should be a third class, right? The man kept mumbling to himself, occasionally asking Damien questions without giving him time to answer. A few minutes passed, and the man handed Damien his medallion back. All right, you've been registered without a hitch. Go ahead and watch the fights for now. When it's your turn, your medallion will vibrate to let you know. Newbie, remember not to underestimate your opponents in the arena. Everyone here is powerful. All right, I've said enough. Damien smiled at the man and walked into the arena. Inwardly, though, his mood became serious. Even the reception people are at third class. For around 3 hours, Damien sat silently in the rowdy atmosphere and watched the ongoing fights. They were blood-curdling and vicious, truly using death as entertainment. The fact that at the end of every battle, the loser was eaten by the winner was especially vulgar. But Damien didn't mind much. Although cannibalism wasn't something he'd ever do, he didn't see a problem with others doing it. In the dungeon, there were plenty of races that cannibalized their own kind for strength. That was simply normal. Finally, after a long wait, Damien felt the vibration of his medallion in his pocket. Without hesitation, he flashed onto the stage. On the other end of the arena, a burly man with blood-red skin and eyes was staring back at him, bloodlust emanating from his body in waves. Seriously? Sadly, he got pit against this Borte guy. But the newbie is still cut above the rest. In the arena, Damien paid no heed to the drivel of the audience and put his whole focus on his opponent. Unknowingly, he smirked. Borte grovlet. Damien smiled in response. Fine then. The bloodlust coming from Borte suddenly doubled. Without giving them the opportunity for further banter, the light screens that separated them fell, signifying the start of the battle. Borte stomped the ground and leaped forward, causing minute cracks in the surface. A massive double-sided axe emerged in his hand, and he swung towards Damien's head violently. That Borte has a really short temper. Still, this is too much. From what the audience knew, there was no way someone who was just introduced to the environment of the White Drago Grotto would be able to contend with Borte. He was someone who had been fighting for years already. Even if his lack of talent made it so he had stayed in the snake level all these years, he still had leagues more experience than any fresh meat that just arrived. And as the audience was thinking such thoughts, flash, boom, 3 distinct sounds presented themselves one after the other, instantly causing the formerly rowdy arena to go dead silent. Chapter 225, White Dragon Grotto. Chapter 225, White Dragon Grotto 3, a bright flash of light. Attendering explosion. And then a single word. These 3 sounds utterly stunned the audience, who were unable to understand what they had just witnessed. The blood dragon Borte they were all similar in strength, so even the weakest of them could somewhat understand what had just happened. It was just too inconceivable for them to accept it. In one instant, Borte, who was in the air pouncing towards the newbie, was smashed to the ground and decapitated. Damien smiled as the familiar black smoke covered Borte's body and consumed him. Unexpectedly, this guy was so weak. It wasn't like he had become so strong that he could pummel everyone in the arena like it was nothing. It was just, compared to the battles he had been fighting recently and those involved in them, Borte was truly subpar. It had to be known that this Borte had spent many tens of years honing his combat experience. Even if his strength stayed weak, it shouldn't have been so easy to kill him. But Borte was too arrogant. He looked down on Damien for being a newbie and didn't take the proper steps to gauge his strength before attacking. And even then, he didn't put his all into his attack. Damien felt that this was the stupidest thing he could have possibly done. Although he too had held back his strength and fought recklessly many times, this wasn't the same as back then. This place was filled with true life or death struggles. Unlike the Nexus event on Apeiron, when he had fought while concealing his strength just so he could have more fun. In a situation like this, it was obvious that one should use their full strength no matter what. Even if the other party was an ant, it was better to be safe than sorry. But Damien didn't spend much time thinking about Borte. Now that he had been killed in such a manner, there was no way anyone would make the same mistake against him in the future. But this was just as well. He wanted to earn his gains. Not only that, but he would also gain tons of combat experience this way. He would be able to refine his strategic battle thinking, which was unlike the combat sense he developed back in the day. That was primal, this was refined. Both combined together into one being would become unstoppable. As Damien thought about these things, he felt his void physique doing its job well, integrating the bloodline of Borte into his own. Oddly enough, there were no compatibility issues like when he devoured the sea dragon. This made the process smooth and easy, slightly strengthening his bloodline. But he was curious. Why was it that so many differing bloodlines could be fused and purified so easily, especially for those normal people who didn't even have a physique like his? Not only that, but the fact that only the specific dragon bloodline of the other party would be devoured instead of their entire bloodline was also odd. After all, if one simply devoured without thought, they would also devour the impurities in the other side's bloodline. This way, the entire practice method of the White Dragon Grotto would become counterproductive. When Damien walked out of the arena, he ignored the countless stares he received from the crowd and went straight to the reception area. His win would be cataloged automatically, so he could already be considered a snake-level combatant. But even if the processes were automated, he wanted an answer to his previous question, so he still made his way to the reception. When Damien asked the people at the reception area, the response he got was actually relatively simple. That? To be honest, not many have questioned that mechanic at all. Actually, it's all thanks to our leader by that we can enjoy such an easy practice method. In short, they praised the White Dragon King and his omnipotent power. Damien wasn't able to get a straight answer. None of these guys actually know the answer, do they? He realized that, like the clerk said, nobody questioned the actual reasoning, instead opting to just enjoy the benefits without care. This was fine too, but he couldn't shake his curiosity as easily as that. Sighing lightly, he pushed the question to the back of his mind. According to the rules, one was allowed to fight 10 times per day before they were forced to stop, but not many actually capitalized on this. If they won, they'd have to properly digest their gains before fighting once more. They also wouldn't risk the danger of fighting when even slightly tired, since the consequence of failure was death. But Damien didn't have the same problems. His void physique integrated his gained bloodline almost immediately, while simultaneously using the rest of his opponent's body as nutrients to refill his stamina. On his first day, he didn't choose to fight again since he had just promoted to snake level, but that didn't mean he'd follow the same formula every time. It was inevitable for him to fight more rapidly than the rest due to his many advantages. In fact, he did exactly that. Although he didn't fight 10 times a day, he would return to the arena daily and at least fight twice. While the fights were relatively hard, they honestly weren't good enough to attract his attention. This was the problem with the snake level. It was the bottom rung, filled with those who couldn't actually benefit him much even if they were devoured. When he realized this, Damien hastened his speed, wanting to reach the Wyvern class as soon as possible. Perhaps there he would finally find some worthy opponents. His wins slowly racked up, and the fear those snake-level combatants had towards him became leagues higher than what they had towards Borte. In only a week, he had already climbed past the 50-win mark. Sitting in his new residence, which was at least more sanitary than the previous shack, Damien spoke to Ryue. He said, she asked back. Over the past week, although she hadn't left their residence much, she had been paying attention to his progress. Or rather, he would always come brag to her about it, right? These guys don't really contribute to my bloodline at all. Although I don't know the difference between the snake and wyvern levels, the fact that there is such clear segregation must mean that the strength difference is generally noticeable. Relax, Damien smiled. I've been taking it seriously from the beginning. Finishing his small conversation with Ryue, Damien once again made his way back to the arena. This time, to ascend to the next level. Chapter 226, White Dragon Grotto. Chapter 226, White Dragon Grotto for... Did you guys hear? What? Someone is challenging the Wyvern level. It's that newcomer, Damien. He did it in a week. Multiple conversations were happening as news of Damien's challenge spread through the snake level. Besides those newbies who entered around a similar time as Damien, everyone was aware of the significance of such a challenge. In fact, it was rare for someone to have the courage to initiate an advancement challenge. Most would instead choose to wait and procure 100 wins before advancing naturally, since it was the safer option. After all, with their lives on the line, it was best to be cautious about such choices. So when Damien issued the challenge, practically the entire snake level congregated towards the arena to watch. Meanwhile, Damien was standing patiently in the arena. According to the receptionists, after his challenge had been issued, a Wyvern-level disciple at his same class range would have to answer it. If nobody answered it, they would be randomly chosen. Either way, he would be fighting a Wyvern-level combatant today. It took an entire 5 hours of waiting before someone actually showed up. A powerful aura spread through the arena as a man suddenly appeared in the air above it. His hair was jet black like his eyes, his face was chiseled to perfection, and his entire body was covered in a jade-colored scale armor. An air of arrogance surrounded him as he looked down upon the snake-level combatants. Damien looked up at the man in the sky and flashed forward, appearing in front of him. You? The blood in your body doesn't even have the qualifications to hold its head up in front of me, and you dare to challenge me? If I didn't understand, then would I have challenged you in the first place? The man's eyebrow imperceptibly twitched. Although he didn't know what bozo meant, it was clear from Damien's tone that he was being provoked. Fine then. My name is Igor. Boom! Igor kicked the air and arrived in front of Damien as if teleporting. But from the way the air around him was torn apart, it was clear that it was pure speed that achieved this feat, a swift fist charge towards Damien's face. Although he could teleport, he was saving that card until later. The element of surprise was always best. Damien crossed his arms in front of his face, receiving the punch head-on. The impact caused a small bang as he was pushed hundreds of feet backwards. Igor mocked, but Damien didn't listen to his words. Just like Igor did previously, he kicked off the air and charged forward, his entire body becoming coated in lighting. His fist shot towards Igor's face, causing the latter to smirk. He also threw out a punch to meet Damien's fist. But just as they were about to connect, Damien suddenly pulled back, drawing an arc of scalding hot electricity as he moved. Igor was unable to stop his forward momentum and then, crashing into the arc of plasma at full speed. The scales on his armor began to melt, exposing the fair skin beneath. He hastily pulled back his fist. Damien grinned. What now? Igor gritted his teeth. This kid, he's not simple. Igor realized that Damien wasn't someone he could underestimate. At that thought, a jade-green lightning began to cover his body. Whoosh! The two looked at each other solemnly, before flashing forward once again. Two streaks of light charged at each other, one black and one green, before making impact. Fists connected endlessly, and sparks of green and black lighting flew wildly around the arena. Each time they connected, neither was able to gain an advantage. Igor was starting to feel the pressure. Although he was a Wyvern-class combatant, he was also a third-class being. There was no such thing as holding an overwhelming advantage against someone like Damien, who was also extremely powerful at the same class level. Igor gritted his teeth. His hand opened and his fingers curled into a claw, sharpening immensely into something comparable to an SSS tier artifact. He slashed down towards Damien, embedding his fingers into the latter's shoulders and yanking downwards. A chunk of flesh was torn from Damien's shoulder, causing blood to spurt onto Igor's face. But Damien wasn't one to take things lightly. As Igor's hand entered his shoulder, his own hand became coated in a glove of lightning that then began to superheat. Damien silently used an ability he hadn't touched in a while to cause the molecules around his hand to vibrate, creating an even denser coating of plasma. Instead of dodging Igor's attack, he took it with his body, using the time that Igor took to tear through his flesh to charge his own attack. And when his blood spurted out, momentarily obstructing Igor's vision, his hand shot forward. But Igor wasn't some newbie without experience. Sensing danger, his claw shot towards Damien's eyes. Scratch! A bloody hash was torn in his face, distracting Damien for a split second. But a split second meant many things in a battle like this. The pain in his eye forced him to divert his attention from the plasma coating his hand. But this seemingly simple mistake was anything but. Not only was there supercharged lighting, but also rapidly vibrating molecules around his hand. The mixture of power was largely unstable and only gained stability under Damien's control. Boom! The unstable plasma around his hand exploded, sending Igor flying backward like a shooting star. Cough! He coughed blood continuously, his hand holding the gaping hole that was formed in his side. Damien's attack and almost reached him by the time he reacted, so he had taken considerable damage even if he managed to subvert it slightly. But if Damien's hand had gone unobstructed, Igor's heart would have already been melted by that insane heat. A hole in his side was nothing in comparison. The crowd watching the exchange was stunned. The battle hadn't gone on for long, but the Wyvern-level combatant had already been injured to such a degree. In curiosity, some of them looked over at Damien as well. The sight caused many people to suck in a breath of cold air. The unstable plasma around Damien's hand had exploded without his control, so obviously he would have suffered from it as well. Although he managed to quickly erect his vector field to offset most of the damage, he wasn't able to save the hand that had been coated by that plasma. In place of that hand, there was now a mangled mess of flesh and bone shards that resembled ground beef more than it did a hand. This was a kind of injury that could be considered crippling unless one had the appropriate level of healer around to save them. Seeing the scene, Igor laughed. He kept laughing. It was funny, his injury was bad, but still healable, especially with the accommodations of Wyvern level. But Damien would be stuck in Snake level, where he would be crippled permanently. Igor had no plans of killing Damien today. In any case, his bloodline wouldn't be of any help to his evolution. Smiling lightly, he shakily stood up, planning to end the battle once and for all. But when he lifted his head, fear took root in his heart. Damien had arrived before him in an instant. There was no sound produced by his movements. Not even the air had been affected. Staring at Igor with cold eyes, he spoke. Crippled, he held up his hand, which had been a mangled mess a few minutes prior. But with the hand this close to him, Igor could clearly see those bones putting themselves back together and the muscles and flesh returning to their original position. Damien had already begun healing from that so-called crippling injury, and he looked like he didn't care about it one bit. Without paying any heed to Igor's reaction, Damien held out his other hand and grabbed his stunned opponent's neck. Space twisted and bent, concentrating on Igor's neck. Igor hastily tried to use his mana to protect himself, but it didn't seem to listen to his command. Damien had already used his vector control to seal Igor's mana. This was a move that could only be used with prolonged contact, so Damien hadn't used it much before. But in this situation, it was perfect. Without being able to use mana to fight back, Igor could only helplessly watch as space twisted around his neck and cracked it in two. In the next instant, his vision went black. The second his opponent's life force faded, a black fog left Damien's hand and consumed him. That Igor who had once been a Wyvern-level combatant had died, just like that. Damien lightly shook his left hand, which had finally reached the last stages in the healing process, before looking at his medallion. Its color was slowly changing from jade green to gold. Chapter 227, White Dragon Grotto. Chapter 227, White Dragon Grotto 5. It had been a month and a half since Damien's battle with Igor and his promotion to Wyvern level. This month and a half could be considered both eventful and uneventful at the same time. Damien simply didn't know which category it fell into. On one side, he had been battling constantly with people at his own level. Unlike the snake level, the combatants at the wyvern level actually had some ability. Although it wasn't able to push his limits, his combat experience had indeed increased. Stupid mistakes like losing his hand due to the instability of elements like what happened during his fight with Igor would most likely not happen again. Though, the future couldn't be predicted, so he couldn't say for sure. At the wyvern level, the number of people qualified to reach the dragon level was much higher than those in the snake level qualified to enter the wyvern level. In general, the quality of combatants was higher. Nobody who entered here could do so out of luck, and nobody let their fear overtake their desire for improvement. In this kind of environment, even after a month and a half, Damien wasn't able to challenge the 10 times a day limit, at most challenging 6 or 7 times before returning home to rest. The house itself wasn't very big, similar to a one-bedroom apartment, but it was much better than the tiny shack he had been given before. Not to mention, there was higher quality food and bedding in comparison. Damien rarely used the bed, but he appreciated the upgraded room since Ryue, who would rarely leave the house, would live more comfortably. Ryue's life had been relatively dull since they arrived at White Dragon Grotto. She had made little improvement in any area, since there wasn't a situation to foster her growth, but she was at least able to absorb the elemental essence of the endless snow mountain and use it to attempt comprehension towards her affinities. Progress was slow, but at least it was progress. It was enough for her to tell Damien that she was improving, lessening his worries. And he had plenty of worries. His expectations for the White Dragon Grotto had been high at the start, and they remained high, but he had recently encountered a major problem. The bodies of these normal individuals with dragon bloodline weren't the same as his. For them, under the training environment created by Senior Bai, the constant consumption of other bloodlines would lead to the purification and growth of their own. This was the essence of the White Dragon Grotto. But Damien was different. He was the bearer of the void physique. The number of opponents he had killed and devoured over this month and a half numbered in the hundreds, so the level of dragon bloodline he had was substantially increased, but that was it. Whether it came to the purification aspect or the control aspect, neither was able to improve, even in the current conditions. From what he had theorized, his void physique was indeed the cause of this. Unlike others, he could achieve perfect integration and balance. From the years he had been training, this was the function of a void physique he had long since discovered. But the problem was, the physique never purged anything, it only improved. His other bloodlines were terrible right now, and the amount of influence they had on him would be reduced due to the integration of more dragon bloodline. But they wouldn't disappear. This meant that he could either go through a similar process as he was doing with his dragon bloodline, with his other bloodlines, strengthening them and having his void physique balance them, and turning him into a chimera, or he could leave them be. But he wanted neither. He wanted to purify his bloodline until only dragon bloodline remained. At that point, rather than his status saying half-human/half-beast, it'd say half-human/half-dragon. That human part of him would never leave unless he chanced upon some miraculous circumstances, with his integrated bloodlines having to share the other half. But he didn't mind this. Still, that wasn't the point. Currently, the only purification he could receive was from the ambient dragon aura that provided passive purification. But that was extremely slow. If he had to quantify it, his bloodline had been purified around 1% in his entire stay. With this rate of purification, it'd take him close to 9 years to completely purify his bloodline of any outside influence. For others, this could be considered as an average rate of purification. Some of the combatants had even stayed within this grotto for tens of years and hadn't achieved a pure bloodline. Especially when considering the fact that Damien could only receive passive purification, this rate of improvement could be considered insane. But it wasn't nearly enough for him. In the first place, he only had 7 more months within the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, and he didn't plan on staying in the endless snow mountain the entire time. Obviously, exploring the entire area was impossible, but he at least wanted to visit that massive tree in the center. At the moment, his dragon bloodline had become strong enough for him to achieve a complete transformation. Although he couldn't totally control it, he at least was able to maintain a sliver of reasoning. In the end, he had benefited from this environment. It was just that such benefit wasn't enough. It didn't live up to his expectations. Damien sighed lightly. Ryue's voice suddenly woke him from his thoughts. I'm not sure. I'll be able to strengthen my bloodline more if I reach the dragon level, but that won't really matter. Ryue looked at his helpless expression and shook her head. This type of opportunity is rare, as is. It's almost impossible for us to find something that'll immediately get the results you want. If we stay, at least you know what you're getting into, but if we leave, it's unknown. Damien fell into thought. Although Ryue's words sounded like they were trying to make him dispirited, he knew that she was only speaking the truth. This was exactly what he needed to hear. Bullshit that would just feed his ego or give him false hope was, after all, bullshit. He didn't need that. Ryue had become a lot more thoughtful since they entered the mountain range. Either that, or she had become gentler. And Damien was the same. The consideration she had for him ever since they had gotten into this situation made his attitude a lot gentler. The bickering they used to do was a much rarer sight nowadays. Damien sighed in exasperation, falling limply to the side. Due to the position they were sitting in, with Ryue on the bed and Damien on the floor next to her, his head ended up on her lap. But neither of them moved to remedy it. Damien was enjoying the feeling of Ryue's thighs while she was feeling an unknown emotion that stopped her. After sitting in silence for a few minutes, Damien finally spoke once more. Yeah, I'm sure. I'd rather cling to the possibility of gaining something than continue on this path that I know won't give me anything. Damien slowly stood up, stretching his body. Plus, don't think I didn't notice. Ryue opened her mouth, but no words came out. Relax. You don't need to feel bad about being the reason for us leaving, since I was planning to leave anyway. But I can no longer force you to endure while I reap all the benefits. We came here so both of you can get stronger. Ryue smiled lightly. Indeed, she would have felt extremely guilty if she had been the reason for him leaving. But his words had slightly calmed her heart. The two of them spoke for a little longer, trying to hatch plans for how they were going to move after departing, when suddenly, Damien's golden medallion shone with splendor. Damien took the medallion out and looked at it. A projection of Senior by suddenly showed up. This time, it was Damien's turn to be speechless. Seeing his expression, Senior by broke out into a fit of laughter. Don't worry, kid, I wasn't spying on your love nest. There just happens to be a feature involved in your medallion that allows me to know when the topic of leaving the grotto is spoken about. It's not to pry or anything, but I can't let those ungrateful fellows who want to take without gratitude and then disappear off easy, right? Anyway, I know you aren't like them. I've been watching your progress recently, since your rise was pretty meteoric even compared to some of the top talents here. I noticed that your bloodline hasn't been purified at all, regardless of how much you strengthen it. To be honest, I've never seen a case like yours before. This environment was made specifically for people like you, yet it seems to be hindering you. And so, I have an opportunity for you. Chapter 228, Heaven Sent Opportunity. And so, I have an opportunity for you. Although it usually wouldn't be so easy to pique Damien's interest, this was an offer from a genuine fourth-class Beast King. There was no way it'd be simple. That's right. This isn't something I like to talk about in such a distant manner. Hold your girl close and don't resist the mana of your medallion. Damien raised his brow in curiosity, but still followed instructions. He grabbed Ryue's waist and allowed the mana, which he soon discovered was spatial mana, to envelop him. In the next instant, the two were within a completely new space. It was an unadorned cave that didn't stand out too much, but the mana density was off the charts. Ryue was stunned by the sight. Even she, who came from such a major power herself, and was also the disciple of the great elder of the second greatest sect in the entire world for many years, had never seen such a rich mana environment. Clap, clap. Two resounding claps snapped the duo out of their daze, their attention focusing on the white-haired man sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat in the middle of the cave. The duo quickly followed his instructions, not daring to take too long. Even Damien reined in his ego in front of this being who would have no qualms with killing them if he was offended. This wasn't a situation like Tian Yang. Damien could be willful around the ladder because of their master-disciple relationship, as well as the fact that he knew the ladder's personality. But with the White Dragon King, it was different. Regardless of how Damien respected the former's mentality and ways, he didn't have a good grasp on his personality. It wasn't the time to be rash. When the two had made themselves comfortable, the White Dragon King finally began to speak. The two were instantly captivated. That's right. The primordial undying tree is a legendary tree that can be classified as a heavenly treasure. Damien and Ryue's eyes widened. A treasure like this would cause upheaval if it was introduced into the outside world. Its effects were simply too inconceivable. But that's not all, the White Dragon King continued. The most crucial part of the primordial undying tree is its fruits. Each of these fruits could be considered a peak treasure, but they obviously don't have the same level of effect. The red fruits will strengthen the body once, and green fruits are said to strengthen the body 10 times. As for the level of strengthening, that varies depending on the person. The purple fruit, however, is vastly greater than the other two. The purple fruit is said to transform the body. The body will be reconstructed from the root, granting intense strengthening as well as purification of all impurities. Damien let out an audible gasp. In fact, he almost shot up in shock. This kind of treasure, wasn't it exactly what he needed? Forget about all the other effects. Purification of all impurities. Wouldn't that rid his body of the unnecessary bloodlines he had been fretting over just recently? But why would the White Dragon King tell them about this? As if reading their thoughts, the White Dragon King smiled wryly. Truth be told, no matter how amazing these treasures are, the fruits of the primordial undying tree have no effect on Beast Kings. He shook his head in disappointment as he spoke. There is no easy path on the road to strength. The way the White Dragon King spoke was as if he had personally experienced such things before. There was a trace of reminiscence and nostalgia in his gaze, but it quickly vanished. The reason I'm telling you this is because the primordial undying tree has once again revealed itself after 10,000 years. 10 red fruits, 5 green fruits, and a single purple fruit. Each and every one of them will be up for grabs. The White Dragon King's gaze sharpened. The direction of the conversation had pretty obviously been heading in that direction, but Damien was shocked nonetheless. This offer was extremely attractive, to the point where he was almost salivating at the thought. The only thing that concerned him was, in the first place, the White Dragon King and Damien could be said to have no relationship whatsoever. From the very start, the White Dragon King made it clear that he held no interest in Damien. He had only done what he did because Damien had dragon bloodline. Due to the nature of the grotto he was in charge of, saving Damien was only a matter of course. Sure, Damien was abnormally talented, enough to even reach dragon level if he stayed long enough, but that didn't matter. Because the White Dragon King knew. Damien was a human, and so was Ryue. Even if Damien was at this point half-beast, he was originally human and his aura remained dominated by his human side. Were there any natural-born humans in the 3,000 beast mountain range? Sure, but the number would only be in the tens at most. The number of humans that had successfully survived in this hellish environment wasn't high, after all. But being a Beast King, how could the White Dragon King not be able to differentiate? He knew Damien and Ryue's origins from the moment he laid eyes on them. He just wasn't bothered to care. But at a time like this, such origins actually worked in his favor. The White Dragon King let out a forlorn sigh. I have a son, a single son that was born after countless years of effort. The duo was startled. The gloomy atmosphere that suddenly covered the White Dragon King came from nowhere. At that time, I was simply known as Balongxian. I was a young man on a perilous and riveting journey through the myriad worlds. Through some circumstances, I ended up on this cloud plane and fell in love with my late wife. However, there's a large gap in my memory. By some unknown means, I ended up in this 3,000 beast mountain range with no way to leave. I've tried for thousands of years to do so, but to no avail. But you are different. You aren't like me. You were chosen by this place and allowed to enter, which means at some point, you'll be allowed to leave. The White Dragon King ignored the doubt-filled question and continued speaking. I want you to acquire a green fruit from the primordial undying tree, as well as some of its sap. When you leave, I want you to deliver it to my son. Taking out a pristine white pendant, the White Dragon King sighed once more. I can sense his presence through this pendant, but I can't reach him. I can't. There was evident agony in his voice. Damien and Ryue couldn't help but sympathize. Thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years of waiting and watching the pendant, hoping his son was alive, hoping he'd get to see him again, but with no results or hope. It sounded like torture. If you grasp this opportunity, I want you to swear a heavenly oath. An oath that you will find my son and deliver the fruit and sap to him, along with a spatial ring filled with items I have prepared. This was the first time Damien heard of such a concept. The system never intervened and always stayed in the background, silently recording progress. Was it possible for it to have such a mechanism? That's right, a heavenly oath. If you refuse it, you can forget about everything we talked about. Damien furrowed his brows. There was a guarantee that the White Dragon King's son was both alive and on the cloud plane, so it shouldn't be a problem to deliver him goods. And the only people Damien had enmity with was the eclipsing Shadow Sect. But this wasn't a decision he could make by himself. There was no way the primordial undying tree would just open its leaves and allow its fruit to be plucked. A tree like this that has lived for countless millennia would have the sentience to set trials and conditions for earning its fruit. This excursion would most likely be leagues more dangerous than any secret realm. It'd be a place where they'd be competing with hundreds or thousands of others for the sake of a mere 16 fruits. The possibility of death was extremely high. Damien looked at Ryue, his intent clear. If he was going to agree, he'd only do it with her consent. Ryue had been listening to the whole conversation as well. Unlike the White Dragon Grotto, this experience would benefit her training as well. Walking the line between life and death for the sake of bountiful reward. Ryue couldn't help but feel the cold blood in her body begin to boil. Regardless of anything, she was a cultivator. She had been fostered and raised in stable environments her whole life, but she was still a cultivator. This kind of life and death experience, this kind of rich reward, this kind of adventure deep within her core, she craved it. Perhaps she would be afraid if she was doing it alone. Perhaps if she was still the Shui Ryue from the months before Damien showed up, she would have preferred her sheltered lifestyle and refused. But she wasn't that same little girl anymore. With the help of a certain man, she had shed her precious insecurity and immaturity. The trip they had taken so far had helped her immensely. She was no longer afraid of the outside world, afraid of her feelings, and afraid of death. Besides, even if she truly were to die, she'd die with the one she. Shaking off useless thoughts, a cold fire bloomed within her eyes. Looking straight into Damien's eyes, she nodded her head firmly. With a bright smile, Damien finally spoke up. Good. Chapter 229, Heaven Sent Opportunity. Good. Hearing the positive response, the White Dragon King smiled. In fact, he didn't expect anything less. This wasn't the kind of thing that just anyone could reject. I'm glad it's so. Damien questioned. He had obviously seen the concept before considering his cultivation novel obsession, but this wasn't the same as that. In those words, the ruling entity known as the heavens was basically an impartial authority, punishing cultivators for going against heaven's will through tribulations and bearing witness to their oaths. Heavenly oaths, for this reason, were sacred and unchallengeable. The only way to get around it was to leave loopholes in the path that was sworn. But in real life, there wasn't such a ruling authority. The system was definitely something similar, but intrinsically, their purposes were different. The system also impartially watched all creation, but it did so from more of a bystander perspective than an authority. It simply recorded all events that took place and cataloged what needed to be cataloged. It'd grant titles for immense achievements, but even that was of the same perspective. Besides that, the system was much more interactive. The status sheet that all beings that trained under it gained was an example, as were the aforementioned titles. Such concepts as heavenly oaths didn't seem to make sense in context. But the White Dragon King wasn't privy to Damien's doubts. He simply took the matter in stride and continued explaining. Heavenly oaths are incredibly simple. That's right. Although it is possible to make oaths where death is the punishment, that is not my goal. Our strength, while it is indeed our own, comes from mana, and the heavens somewhat embody mana. Even I am not of an appropriate level to accurately ascertain how it does so, but I've seen it happen before. Damien almost couldn't contain his shock. There was such a measure? If it was possible, didn't it mean that the system could turn anyone into a cripple as long as it deemed fit? Haha, boy, I can see what you're thinking. But you don't have to worry so much. The heavens don't have true sentience. They don't have such things as thought and emotion. Damien sighed in relief. So it was like that. The word system was really apt to describe it. It was something akin to a machine with limited artificial intelligence. With that concern out of the way, Damien decided to swear his oath without hesitation. They were already this far in, there was no point in dilly-dallying. I, Damien Void, swear upon the records to deliver Senior Bai's spatial ring to his son without touching the contents within. I will also do my utmost to obtain a green fruit and sap from the primordial undying tree for the same purpose. For the first time in many years, a system window popped up in front of Damien's eyes. You have sworn a deliverance oath. The conditions have been set. You are the first person from the beginner world, Earth, to discover the deliverance oath. A feeling of binding wrapped around the core of his being. It was an awkward, constricting feeling, but it soon vanished. But this feeling was enough for Damien to know that the severity of the oath was real. The familiar system windows made Damien feel a sense of nostalgia. When was the last time he even checked his status? With everything going on, he usually didn't bother with it. Not only that, but his way to strength had been different recently. Rather than gaining new things or trying to further progress, he was consolidating the array of moves he already had, as well as trying to bring out the full potential of his body. Like this, his status never saw any major changes. Perhaps his physical stats were much different than they were back then, but his skills most likely hadn't changed much. And on a more personal note, he felt it was more fun this way. It would be exciting to see the vastly different status he'd have after not checking it for so long. I'll check it again, after this coming event. Especially if I can get my hands on a purple fruit and consume it. I wonder what my stats would look like at that time. While Damien was in his thoughts, Ryue also swore her oath, and seeing that the necessary processes were over, the White Dragon King finally began speaking about the contents of the coming event. Obviously, for such a massive event, there needs to be limits on the number of participants. Otherwise, it'd be utter chaos. Last time the primordial undying tree showed itself to the world, this chaos had almost ensued, so we Beast Kings came together with the people who inhabit the World Tree to create a standard. 20 people from each mountain and 20 people from the Tree Dwellers. In total, 1,020 people will be participating. Each and every one of them will be a genius in their own right. However, the fact that all participating parties are geniuses doesn't discount the risk. Of those 1,020 people who participated 10,000 years ago, only 300 made it out alive. This, Damien and Ryue sucked in a cold breath at the statistics. Only around 30% were able to survive. That was an insanely low rate. Only now were they realizing how dangerous this excursion would truly be. The primordial undying tree is many millennia old, perhaps even older than this entire mountain range. Its sentience isn't something that can be underestimated. Every time it opens, it creates a small realm filled with trials and tribulations to properly judge the people who get its fruit. As a tree species, it isn't necessarily greedy to keep its own fruit, but it is highly aware of its status. There's no way any ordinary person would be allowed near it. These trials are the main reason why people die within the so-called primordial undying realm, while the other reason is their fellow competitors. Within that realm, you could be said to have the primordial undying tree's absolute protection. Though it won't interfere with conflict that happens within the realm, there will be no outside influence allowed. Therefore, even if you die, I cannot help you at all, and it's the same for the rest of the competitors. Even artifacts and such from Beast Kings will not function within that realm. Chapter 230 Heaven Sent Opportunity. Since the contents of the primordial, undying realm change every time it opens, I can't brief you on what you can expect to encounter. The duo nodded. Even without his warning, there was no way they'd take it lightly. Just the 70% death rate was enough to bring them to a state of utmost solemnity. All right, I've given you an overview of the event, and I've also gotten your oaths. From my White Dragon Grotto, only the two of you are participating, so remember, don't lose face. I know you don't have any connection here, and perhaps don't care about such things, but since this is an endeavor that benefits both of us, I'll naturally reward you for your help. As for what the rewards will be, that depends on whether or not you can make it out of the primordial undying realm alone. For now, I can at most give you Chaos rank armor or weapons to help you. The White Dragon King then took out a book that he handed to Damien. And finally, there's this. This is the 3000 Beast record. It is a record of all the top geniuses within the mountain range, as well as their backgrounds and general information. It is ranked based on power and achievements, so make sure to focus more on those at the top of the list. Now that I've given you this, there is truly nothing more I can do for you. With his final words said, the White Dragon King waved his hand, causing Damien's medallion to once again emit spatial light. Realizing what was happening, Damien quickly grabbed Ryue before once again finding himself back within their residence. Damn! Now that they were out of the White Dragon King's vicinity, Damien felt his body relax. He didn't even realize he was tense until this moment. One opportunity, wasn't it perfect? Almost all of the problems that were troubling him were directly solved. But there was no way he'd allow someone else to get it. Peak genius? He had seen plenty of those before. He had beat even more. There was no way he would let one of them claim what's his. That was the second destination Damien and Ryue wanted to visit while they were in the mountain range, and it happened to be where they were going now. It was all incredibly perfect if one didn't consider the extremely high chance of death that the whole ordeal brought. 10 days isn't a lot of time, but it also isn't too much time. I guess I should start by looking through that book that Senior White Dragon gave us. It was at that moment that Damien felt a piercing pain in his side. He yelled as he was snapped out of his thoughts. Ryue snorted. Why was she mad? He was right. After all, she seemed to pinch him much more often than he'd expect to be pinched. Ryue said while glaring at him hatefully. What do you mean? It was stupid. In his defense, Damien was still partially out of sorts and hadn't taken the time to look over at her yet. Also, Ryue wasn't that much shorter than him, so looking into her eyes meant that the rest of her body wasn't in his direct periphery. But when she mentioned it, Damien finally focused on his hand. Was it coincidence, or did he do it subconsciously because of his desire? His hand was filled with a soft and mellow feeling that was almost heavenly. He was so tempted to squeeze at that moment, but seeing the look on Ryue's face, he knew that he wouldn't end up in any good situation if he did so. In his speechless state, Damien has frozen, not removing his hand from her breast. And with the strength of his grip, Ryue couldn't necessarily escape. As time went on, her face became so red that it looked like she would almost explode. It was at that point that Damien finally moved his hand. Holy shit, his thoughts were erratic. The moment prior, his excitement for the upcoming event was at its peak, but now, such thoughts had been completely thrown out of his head. That feeling, it was amazing. Ryue was bigger than Rose in that area, and the way they felt naturally varied. While Rose's fit perfectly in his hand, Ryue's had too much surface area for that. As for which one was better, wait, I can't go comparing like that. Damien thought seriously. If Rose ever found out he was comparing her breasts to another woman's, he shuddered just thinking about it. Meanwhile, Ryue was also in a state of shock. She already knew her feelings, and frankly, if he wanted to touch her like that, she wouldn't necessarily mind, but it was simply too sudden. I wouldn't mind. She was startled by her own thoughts. Her embarrassment from the previous contact had made her thoughts run wild. Right, that was the reason. She shot a glance at Damien. only to see him with a savoring the aftertaste look on his face, which only made her blush more pronounced. In this kind of atmosphere, it took the two a long time before they could rein in their individual thoughts and focus on the task at hand. Damien sighed lightly. He had known how he felt about her from even before they left the sect, but at that time, he wasn't sure if she reciprocated his feelings. Seeing how she was acting now, it was most likely the case. If such a situation happened back then, she probably would have reverted to being ice-cold. But now, well, it was clear to see, with her pronounced blush and the way she kept stealing glances, he would be an idiot if he didn't notice her feelings. Even Rose showed fewer signs before he noticed. But the problem was, he still wasn't sure how Rose felt about him having multiple women. And more than that, he still hadn't apologized to her for running away like that. Before he thought about starting a second relationship, he needed to get his first one in order. Only after that would he even consider it. But being honest, he couldn't bring himself to throw Ryue away, even if Rose refused. He was already trying to think of ways to appease her anger. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He knew that, merely, the situation forced his thoughts to divert in such a direction. Once again heaving a light sigh, Damien took out the 3000 beast record that the White Dragon King had given him. Chapter 231, 231 Journey. Liu Bai, ranked 10th in the 3000 beast record. Estimated level in the 130s, his White Tiger transformation ability is said to boost his physical strength, allowing him to fight those above his level. Alexei Michael, ranked 8th in the 3000 beast record. Estimated level in the 140s, his golden crow flames are said to be as scorching as the sun. According to reports, he is incredibly shameless and rich, using his money to buy connections and resources. Intrals Ji, ranked 7th in the 3000 beast record. Estimated level in the 140s, his real name is unknown, but his nickname was given due to his Tribulation Vulture bloodline, which grants him untold prowess with lightning. He has a similar personality to the 8th rank genius, Alexei, and they are reported to constantly be at odds with each other. Qing Tan, ranked 5th in the 3000 beast record. Estimated level unknown. Her shadow manipulation abilities make her unpredictable and untraceable. Once escaped the encirclement of multiple peak mid-level third-class beasts unharmed, leaving her opponents crippled or dead. Damien read through the top 10 on the 3000 beast record with rapt attention. These were the types of geniuses he'd be up against during the coming event. But the information didn't seem as helpful as he originally expected. Although to normal people, this kind of information was enough to make a baseline assumption of the individual's fighting prowess and danger, to him, it was nothing. Even the 5th-ranked genius was only said to have crippled and killed an encirclement of third-class beings. Although this was an impressive feat, he didn't think it was something extremely hard to accomplish. But with shadows, something similar to teleportation could still be achieved. He'd seen Zara do it plenty of times. The main thing he understood while reading through this list was that most of the higher-ranked geniuses were constantly hiding their true power. Those ranked below, roughly the top 20, had much more detailed information regarding them. Obviously, they did their best to flaunt their power to show contention for higher ranks. At the lower ranks, it was a true battle, where one's rank could be snatched from them at any given time. In this kind of scenario, it was only natural that they didn't have the freedom to conceal themselves as deeply. But Damien didn't focus on them. A rough skim of the ranks below the top 15 was enough to tell him that none of them would be a problem even if he took them on alone and without using his spatial abilities. But he had Ryue with him, and there was no way he'd hold back, so only those ranked at the very top could interest him. With this line of thought, he soon turned his focus to those ranked at the peak, the top 3 geniuses within the entire 3000 Beast Mountain range. Flame Queen Feng Qing'er, ranked 3rd in the 3000 Beast record, estimated level in the 170s, a true descendant of the Fire Phoenix. Her Phoenix flames have been openly shown to dominate almost all flames existing in the mountain range. Ice Queen Lunaria Snow, ranked 2nd in the 3000 Beast record, estimated level in the 170s, a true descendant of the Ice Phoenix. Her phoenix flames diametrically oppose those of the third-ranked Flame Queen. The two have always been at odds, and rumors of their battles have spread, with neither of them apparently being able to gain the edge over the other. Damien raised his brow. Two Phoenix descendants actually took 2 of the top 3 spots in the genius ranking. And not only that, but they were also from opposing branches. From the information, it seemed that the ranking between the two would constantly fluctuate based on rumors of their battles, but their movesets remained unknown due to their secrecy. Finally, Damien turned his eyes towards the glaring golden letters that shone at the top of the page. Spirit King, Fang, ranked first in the 3,000 beast record, estimated level in the 170s. His origins, as well as fighting prowess, remain unknown, but his ranking has never been challenged even by the 2 queens below him. According to reports, all those who challenged him were later found as soulless husks. Even for the others at the top, there was at least a small amount of information. For the information on the first-ranked genius to be so little, Damien couldn't imagine how mysterious the man's means were. His eyes sharpened. These 3 were genuine threats to him. From the looks of it, their fighting prowess was relatively similar, but none of them actually fought to prove the information true or false. Along with the descriptions of the 3, there was also a line of text that remained the same for all of them. This was the line that truly made Damien take them seriously. He had first-hand experience of the true might of a Beast King. Although the entry-level ones were obviously going to be much weaker than the Incarnate Snow Beast King or the White Dragon King, it didn't change the fact that they were true 4th-class existences. To be able to flee from them unharmed, perhaps he could do it because of his spatial abilities, and perhaps he could do it with ease if not for the spatial suppression on the mountains, but they didn't matter. From the looks of it, none of the 3 had spatial affinities. To achieve such a feat without such a cheat element for fleeing, it was truly admirable. Sighing lightly, Damien closed the 3,000 beast record and stored it in his subspace. He asked Ryue. He had been reading the entire thing out loud for her, as well as giving his opinions about it. But she hadn't spoken yet. It's truly hard to come to any conclusions right now. Evidently, they're all powerful, and their levels vastly outstrip yours. Although I am at level 161, my ability to fight above my level isn't as pronounced as yours or theirs. At most, perhaps I could contend against those at the 180s, or if I fight with the intention to die together, the early 190s, but to flee from an entry-level Beast King unharmed. Chapter 232, Journey. Chapter 232, Journey 2. Ryue continued. What's your level right now? 130? 140? After all the killing you've done in the past month, it should have increased significantly. Still, that doesn't really matter. Even when you were still in the 120s, you were able to fight against people at the mid or high levels of 3rd class. It isn't a simple jump in levels, it's closer to a jump in rank. Whether it's due to your comprehension of your elements or your insane physical body, or maybe a combination of both, the fact that your ability is higher than theirs is still obvious from the information we've received. The only problem is your level is too low. You haven't had the chance to level up as rapidly or fight as constantly as them since you live in the outside world instead of this kind of environment. In the end, whether you or them, I can't decide who's stronger until you actually fight. But even without experiencing their power, I have trust in your abilities. You should be able to defeat those 2 Phoenix Queens, even if it'd expend a lot of effort. As for the first rank, we don't know anything about him, and that's the main problem. A known danger isn't as threatening as an unknown danger, after all. Not only that, but even his title is in a different league than the rest. Spirit King, what could this mean? Combining this title with the corpses of his victims, I can at least infer that his ability is more spiritual and ethereal than a base element. Ryue gave a lengthy explanation of her thoughts to Damien. He was a bit embarrassed by the massive amount of trust she seemingly had in him, but her words were true. He also felt that he would be able to take the 2 Phoenix Queens one-on-one. In a group scenario, he couldn't say for certain. But what she said about the first rank was what concerned him the most. He was someone with a decent amount of creativity, so he could slightly infer what the Spirit King's affinity was, but none of his guesses seemed probable. They were simply too wild. Shaking his head lightly, he spoke up. Well, there's no point in worrying too much about them. Damien had trust in his eyes. Against someone in the same class as him, he was certain he'd be able to read their mana. With this, he should be able to gauge both their true power level as well as their affinities. The primordial undying realm and the primordial undying tree within. He had to say, each and every new piece of information he received about the coming event made his blood boil with excitement. The entire 3,000 Beast Mountain range was in a state of upheaval over a piece of news that recently made itself known. The opening of the primordial undying realm. It was a once-in-a-lifetime event for most people, since a lifespan of tens of thousands of years wasn't achievable to them through ordinary means. The only ones who were alive at that time were the Beast Kings who ruled over them. Countless people made their way to the World Tree for this event. After all, such a massive competition was something everyone wanted to witness. But they had all heard the rumors. They wouldn't be able to actually see what happened within the realm. They'd only be able to see the final victors once they emerged. Yet, the fact didn't hinder them from making their journeys. The opening of the primordial undying realm was simply too big of an event to miss. Not to mention, there would be plenty of festivities that would surround the World Tree within the event's duration, keeping them occupied and excited until the final victor emerged before them. Within a massive mountain that was bathed in constant blistering heat that could even melt a regular second-class beings, there was a mighty and grandiose palace that overlooked it all. The palace was made of an elegant red metal that was covered in flames from dusk till dawn. Those that lived within this palace all exudes an air of majesty and elegance, their heads held high in pride. Not to mention, each and every one of them was a soul-stirringly beautiful woman. Chinger, this time, you must obtain one of the fruits of the primordial undying tree. It is imperative for your evolution. Perhaps, if you can truly succeed, our clan will rise to become the peak power within the entire mountain range. A beautiful, mature woman with flowing red hair and similarly colored eyes spoke. Her expression that was usually covered in frosty indifference was now incredibly doting. This woman was the matriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. Yes, mother, I promise. Me and Luna already promised to work together this time to secure ourselves the green fruits. The beautiful girl that replied to her looked almost exactly the same as her, besides the fact that her hair was a glimmering blonde color. Sheesh, you and that Luna lass, aren't you a little too close? The Fire Phoenix matriarch teased. Feng Qing'er cried out with a healthy blush covering her face. Her relationship with the girl from the Ice Phoenix clan who shared the same social position with her was indeed considered by some a little too close. It made the two's mothers endlessly sigh at the fortune of their clans. These two clans that were constantly at odds seemed to have been pulled together as friends by their next-generation heirs. Aha, mother is just playing with you. Fang Qing'er blushed further. Let's not talk about this anymore, mother. With me and Luna working together, even that Hunfong bastard won't be able to stop us. The Fire Phoenix matriarch replied, though she couldn't stop the flash of worry from streaking through her eyes. The endless snow and endless flame mountains were polar opposites of each other. One contained the heat of the sun, while the other contained the chill of the night. In an area of the endless snow mountain far away from the areas Damien was near, there was an ice palace that, oddly enough, mirrored the flaming palace on the endless flame mountain. Even the inhabitants of this palace were similar, all of them being jaw-dropping beauties that could destroy continents with their looks. However, if there was one difference, it was the temperaments between the two. In the endless flame mountain's palace, those beauties all held flaming pride, showcasing it for all to see. Their behavior was blatant, as if daring others to challenge their majesty. Whereas the beauties in this ice palace were different. They were cold and aloof, their pride also evident, but seemingly reserved at the same time. With such opposing temperaments and positions, it was clear why the two powers had been at odds for many millennia. Luna, this time is imperative. I understand the agreement you have with that Qing'er lass, but I still feel the need to warn you. The woman speaking carried an inexplicable mature charm, with a temperament similar to the Fire Phoenix matriarch. Naturally, she was the Ice Phoenix matriarch. These two had a close relationship as well, though not as close as that of their daughters. Merely, they were already old and experienced. They put their clans above personal feelings and maintained the age-old grudge between them. They always counted themselves lucky to have such daughters, as with them, they were finally able to find an excuse to lay down all pretenses and hostility. The beautiful girl with light blue hair and eyes spoke to her mother lightly. There was no change in the expression on her face, remaining cold and aloof, but her mother could clearly feel the warmth in her words. As the person who raised her, how could she not understand how to read this daughter of hers? Confidence is good, but don't let it breed arrogance. In fact, I heard a rumor that the White Dragon King is sending 2 new talents this time instead of someone from the True Dragon troops. Although their strength hasn't been verified, to earn the favor of that old monster isn't easy. A hint of curiosity swirled through Lunaria Snow's eyes for an instant before disappearing entirely. Her gaze then shifted to the towering tree that could be faintly seen in the distance. Similar conversations took place in many corners of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range as geniuses began to leave the safety of their residences to embark towards the Grand World Tree. Among them were Damien and Ryue, who were currently speeding towards the World Tree while wrapped in the White Dragon King's mana. Chapter 233 TC Chapter 233 TC 1 The distance between the Endless Snow Mountain and the World Tree was truly massive. After all, the Endless Snow Mountain was still considered to be around the periphery of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, while the World Tree was the direct center. But its distance from the center by no means meant that it was weak. The hierarchy between the mountains was much more complicated than that. With powers like the White Dragon Grotto and the Ice Phoenix Palace situated on the Endless Snow Mountain, the mountain itself could be ranked among the peak powers between mountains. But the way powers took root within the mountains had nothing to do with camaraderie. It was usually because the environment was best suited for their own practice that they chose specific mountains to set up their homes. Due to this, there was never a true ranking of power between mountains. Since the forces within them weren't actually allied, there was no real point in having something like that. Individual power was always more valued, and this rule stayed true for the powers in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. Rather than allying with outside powers to become stronger, they'd rather compete for the hierarchy among individual powers. Anyway, with the distance between the mountain and the World Tree being so large, even with the White Dragon King's insane speed, they had already been traveling for a week without arriving. Although Damien wanted to look at the passing scenery and the other mountains within a mountain range as they flew, the White Dragon King was no longer taking his time to fly like the first time they had done so. Instead, he was using his full speed as a true Beast King, reaching a level where Damien couldn't even infer what the scenery outside was due to the sheer speed at which they moved. All he saw was a mash of colors that sped by in a flash. This kind of speed was insane. Even amongst third-class beings, Damien's eyes were special. For him to be in such a predicament was testament to this fact. But since Damien and Ryue were covered in the White Dragon King's mana, they didn't have to worry about the dangers that come with them traveling so fast without the proper strength. In this kind of situation, a second week passed before the White Dragon King finally decided to slow down. It was then that Damien was finally able to witness the world once more. It was the only sound he could make out when he saw the scene in front of him. Ryue wasn't much better. If the vitality they felt from the World Tree when they first entered the 3,000 Beast Mountain range could be considered a 5, then what they felt now was a 100. That was the sheer level of difference between the two. The billowing vitality rushed into their bodies, refreshing and nourishing them passively by just being in its presence. The World Tree was towering from the outskirts, but only now was its true size visible. 5 massive mountains encircled it in a star-shaped formation, piercing the clouds above and seemingly even reaching into space. But even these mountains were dwarfed under the size of the world tree. Perhaps it didn't have their girth, but it wasn't losing out by much. The tree trunk was so massive that it could probably cover the entirety of some smaller countries on Earth with room left to spare. Its height, if laid down on its side, could most likely connect the Americas to Europe with ease, spanning the entire Atlantic Ocean. They were still thousands of kilometers away from the trunk of the tree, but the sun wasn't visible even at this distance. Instead, there was a wide and all-encompassing canopy of branches and leaves that painted a beautiful mosaic. The density was such that proper sunlight couldn't travel through, but the few rays that made their way served to add even more ethereal presence to the atmosphere. It was like a fairy garden. It took many minutes for the duo to snap out of their reverie, and by the time they did, the White Dragon King had already landed on the ground. They weren't much closer to the trunk of the world tree, but in front of them, there was a massive city that was situated there. It spanned those thousands of kilometers that connected their current location to the tree trunk. What the hell? Ha ha. I know it seems inconceivable, but yes, there are truly people living here. As they spoke, they started walking towards the city. The darkness brought by the lack of sunlight was slowly illuminated by a green glow, and when Damien looked up into the air, he noticed many floating green specks of light that decorated the atmosphere. These things are something akin to fairies, but they don't have the intelligence that the fairy race possesses. They just wander and float, bringing light to the darkness as well as nourishing the environment. The White Dragon King said. As they arrived closer to the city, Damien was finally able to make out the silhouettes of people walking around and going about their daily lives. They were oddly humanoid, but the auras they radiated obviously weren't at the fourth class. They aren't beasts? Damien was immensely confused, but as he continued observing them, he noticed a curious detail that almost sent him into a state of shock. The White Dragon King said, misunderstanding the reason for Damien's shock. But no, he never thought they were human. After all, there was a distinctive feature that set them apart from the human race. They had long, pointy ears that Damien was incredibly familiar with due to his time on Apiron. Elves. There are actually elves here. That's right. The citizens of the city that the White Dragon King had been calling tree dwellers were actually elves. And it wasn't just a small group of them. There were millions of them that made up the population of the city. Damien was flabbergasted. Even if he knew it was stupid to think of the real world as something he could gauge using fictional knowledge, he knew that there were still some truths behind it. The fiction on Earth was definitely motivated by true world travel, and the settings depicted were only slightly tweaked. Adding elves to a cultivation world, though, that was a total mixing of genres. He began to have doubts. Although elves weren't a rare race in the wider universe, they were still extremely particular about the type of world they lived in. Perhaps this group of elves was attracted to the world tree and decided to migrate? But with the restrictions placed around the 3,000 beast mountain range, this seemed impossible. Yet this was a land of beasts. There was no way for elves to be naturally born, or even for an elf-esque species to naturally evolve from the population present here. The entire matter made Damien's brain hurt. Chapter 234, TC. Chapter 234, TC2 Whoosh. While Damien was still enamored by the fact that there were elves in this world, the winds in the area kicked up and several figures suddenly emerged from thin air. Fire Phoenix Clan, Ice Phoenix Clan, Tribulation Vulture Clan, Golden Crow Clan. A myriad of top clans arrived at the same time, landing in the area near the White Dragon King. Seeing these fellow Beast Kings, he smiled. Of course not. A hook-nosed old man sneered. Ah, aren't you that kind of idiot, old vulture? An old man with crimson gold hair jeered back. What do you know? I was in the middle of a serious cultivation bottleneck at the time. The two old men glared at each other in contempt. A crimson-haired woman wryly smiled. Indeed, a woman with light blue hair responded. These were naturally the Tribulation Vulture and Golden Crow patriarchs, as well as the two Phoenix matriarchs. A white-haired man greeted. Ha, Brother White Tiger. I've naturally been well. As if. Oh, right here, right now. The Ice Phoenix matriarch let out a light cough. What happened to your roles as dignified elders? The four men suddenly came back to their senses, awkwardly coughing. While the Tribulation Vulture and Golden Crow clans were always at each other's necks for unknown reasons, the White Dragon King and White Tiger King were different. Their relationship was more of a healthy rivalry, something fueled by their bloodlines. Dragons were the kings of the sea, while tigers were kings of the mountains. Although neither of them had truly reached the level of their ancestral beasts, the rivalry of their bloodlines was still plentiful. Whenever they met, they tended to get lost in their desire to fight one another. The Fire Phoenix matriarch suddenly pointed out, looking inquisitively at Damien and Ryue. Her gaze was scorching, as if trying to burn away the layers and find the truth. Frankly, Damien was feeling extremely awkward under her gaze. The Fire Phoenix matriarch may have been over 10,000 years old, but her face and body didn't look a day older than 30. Damien couldn't help but think of a certain four-letter word from Earth that starts with an M when he saw her. But he didn't let her beauty affect him too much. In the next second, he turned his gaze towards the woman to his side and sighed in satisfaction. Those sharp golden eyes and flowing white hair, coupled with her voluptuous body, didn't lose out to those phoenixes at all. Besides, he could look at her as long as he wanted, unlike with them. Ryue, who sensed his scorching gaze that was not one bit weaker than the Fire Phoenix matriarch's, wanted to pinch him, but a second later, she managed to understand the situation and stopped herself. She even unconsciously pushed her chest out in pride. It was a sense of triumph that she suppressed as soon as she discovered it, but Damien was watching her intently, so he didn't miss her slight actions. Realizing once again how cute she could be sometimes, he turned his gaze back towards the crowd in front of him. Rather than focusing on those beast kings, who had already moved in with their conversation, he turned his gaze towards the younger generation behind them. Two heavenly maidens on the same level as Ryue, two men who smelled like richness, and another man who was constantly emanating fighting spirit. Damien thought inwardly. He quickly poured mana into his eyes, his true purpose from the beginning. In that instant, a myriad of colors showed themselves to him, as well as tangible auras that seemed to demonstrate many things. For a second, Damien was shocked. He was receiving much more information from his eyes than he usually did when he put mana into them. Although he wanted to check his status and see if there were any changes, he still decided to wait until later. The more important task was to glean as much as he could before the others noticed the power of his gaze. But it wasn't like he had much time. In only a few seconds, Fang, Chinger, Lunarius Snow, and the rest snapped their heads in his direction. When they saw those swirling amethyst red pupils, their eyes sharpened and their mana revolved, creating screens that disallowed Damien from seeing as much as he wished. Although they couldn't completely block his eyes, he didn't feel the need to let them know that. Besides, a few seconds was more than enough time to figure out what he needed. His pupils stopped their unnatural swirling and returned to their original calm. At that moment, he lightly smiled at those other geniuses. The White Tiger King commented. These beast kings had naturally seen through the small commotion taking place behind them. Haha, aren't they? The White Dragon King grinned back. The group continued towards the city as if nothing happened, completely ignoring the tension that was coming from the atmosphere behind them. Ryue asked curiously through mental transmission. Damien thought for a second before answering. He had truly seen much more than he expected. Rather than just their mana and a rough gauge of their aura, he instead saw. It was faint, extremely faint, but he was sure of it. Within his gaze, there was a small holographic screen in front of each and every person he looked at. A screen that he was very familiar with. It was their status sheets. Sadly, he wasn't able to clearly see them nor the information written on them, but he was sure that the evolution of his eyes would grant him an extremely useful ability. Shaking his head, he decided to reply to Ryue. They're strong, very strong, and it doesn't seem like everything on the 3,000 beast record is as truthful as we thought. Imperceptible nodding her head, Ryue continued walking as if nothing happened. And in no time, their small yet attention-grabbing group had entered the elven city under the world tree. Chapter 235, TC. Chapter 235, TC3. The elven city of TC wasn't extremely technologically advanced, but regardless of its massive size, it had a homely feeling that one usually wouldn't find within the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. The citizens were relatively friendly to outsiders as long as their rules were respected, and the atmosphere granted by the rich vitality emitting from the world tree had everyone feeling a constant feeling of relaxation. Obviously, the sharpness that those who arrived here honed through many years of training wouldn't diminish just due to the atmosphere, but it did indeed compel them to take a few days' rest, especially the younger generation who knew they'd be fighting with their lives on the line in only a week's time. Within an inn in the city, two heaven-toppling beauties sat on the bed and conversed. Arg, I can't believe that guy. He actually dared to probe us so openly. Does he even know who we are? A fiery red-haired beauty shouted. She was so angry that even her fair white skin was tinged with a shade of red. The small group that had arrived together at TC had split up not long after they entered the city, with each going their own way to prepare for the upcoming event. Calm down. We already knew everyone here would be an opponent from the second we met. A blue-haired beauty next to her responded. Still, there was a trace of displeasure in her eyes. Why, yeah, but still. If we meet in the primordial, undying realm, I'll be sure to teach him a lesson. You want to gang up on him with our strength? Chinger, we have a clear goal this time, and we cannot spare time to play around. I know, but that doesn't mean I'll just take this offense laying down. Fang Kinga pouted. Oh, and since when were you someone to care about face? Or rather, even if the same situation happened at any other time, you'd have directly pummeled the person who tried something. For you to be acting like this, that's right, Feng Qinger's face became solemn. He's an outlier that we don't have any information on. There's no point thinking that he'll be weak, especially since it was Senior White Dragon who chose him as his representative. No matter how much I want to punch him in the face, I'll act with caution. This is the correct choice. However, do not discount the girl at his side either. There is something about her aura that made my Ice Phoenix flames feel challenged. These newcomers truly aren't simple. Feng Qinger fell into thought as she recalled Ryue. Ah, that girl. You, Lunarius Snow said, pinching her ear. Ow ow. Okay, Luna ing sorry. As these two girls conversed in their room, the rest of the participants of the coming event slowly arrived. Currently, Damien and Ryue had already separated from the White Dragon King, touring the city that they had just arrived in. This atmosphere is really nice, Ryue commented as she looked at the floating green specks in the air. Oh, Damien asked with a smile. Settling down does sound nice, but even if we did so, I feel it'd get boring very soon. Damien's smile became wry. Don't give me too much credit. Including this world and my home world, I've only been to 3. But it only seems like nothing to you, who has at least done this much. Sigh, the universe is simply too insanely large. Did you know? Even before my home world was introduced to mana, the portion of a universe that became observable due to our technological advancements was insane. It was to the point that even if a human was sent into space to travel for several thousands of years, they wouldn't even be close to exploring it. It truly makes me wonder how things actually work. Beginner worlds, middle worlds, higher worlds, the distance between them. What is it like? It took 7 months to travel from my home world to this one, even on a heaven-grade flying sword. But even that seems short in comparison. How many worlds are there that we will have the chance to truly explore? How long will that take? Ryue smiled lightly as she listened to Damien's tangent. Her eyes held a slightly distant look to them. Indeed, how long would it take to explore the boundless cosmos? The sheer amount of time could probably drive one insane if they were to go about it alone. But what if they were with the people they cared most about in the world? Wouldn't such a vast period of time adventuring be exhilarating? A trace of an idea took root in Ryue's mind, but she didn't entertain it for long. These future events shouldn't be thought about in a crucial time like this. The duo spent until nighttime perusing the various amenities of the city before finally returning to their inn. Damien had a refreshed smile on his face the entire time. It had been a while since he had been on a calming date like this one. It made him miss Rose even more, but he pushed those thoughts down. Just like Ryue, He chose to focus on the coming event for now. At this moment, even reaching Rose was impossible. So those sorts of missing sentiments would only serve to pain his heart. There was nothing much for the two of them to do while they waited. Even if they wanted to probe the other geniuses more, they were all keeping low profiles. Even the ones who made their way into the city like Damien and Ryue would constantly have their guards up. Since they were no longer in the presence of their respective beast kings, the competition had basically already started. The undercurrents within the city of TC were churning. Even the usually calm and peaceful ordinary citizens were beginning to get excited. 7 days. There were only 7 days left before the festivities began. Who would come out on top? That person would undoubtedly become a prominent figure among the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. Which of these geniuses would rise and fall? Such thoughts plagued the minds of all that were present. But they knew that only time would tell in the end. And so, they patiently waited for that day to come. Chapter 236, TC. Chapter 236, TC 4. The atmosphere of the city of TC was benevolent and kind, but it was a location within the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, after all. It was impossible for it to maintain such peace at all times and in all places. The city was simply too large for it to do so, and there wasn't a genuine law enforcement group that would keep order, at least not on the surface. But without a group like that, even the outwardly peaceful atmosphere would be impossible to maintain. There were many shadowy corners and alleyways within TC, especially due to the lack of sunlight. Usually, these corners would remain unpopulated, but at the moment, they seemed to be brimming with activity. Commander, the outsiders haven't been stirring up too much trouble yet, but this is only temporary. Indeed, once the common populace begins to arrive for the coming festivities, our jobs will become much harder. That's right. To protect the peaceful lives of our people, anything is fair game. Don't you dare mention that. I'm sorry. It's fine, but you're lucky only the two of us are here. As you know, not everyone shares your sentiments. The commander growled. His subordinate could only stand silently to the side, not knowing what to say. Most of their people hadn't been alive at that time. It was many millennia ago, after all, but they were elves. Their lifespans were extremely long. Many of their upper echelons and older men were present at that time, and the sentiments were split. There were cowards, and there were warriors. As for which side was more prevalent, nobody could say. While these two had their silent conversation, the rest of their squad also moved out, ensuring that their city would stay peaceful. For the lives of their people, they would do anything. A hoarse voice rang out in an unknown location within the city of TC. However, if one looked for the source of a voice, they would only be searching in vain. The one who responded was a young man with coarse gray hair and red eyes. His body emitted a gloomy and sinister aura that made all those who gazed at him shiver in fear. Good. If the rest of us were able to easily manifest, things would be much simpler. But we only have you as our anchor point. The young man's monotone voice quivered slightly, but soon regained its calm. He once again uttered the same 3 words. Good. The time has finally come. 10,000 years of planning and hiding, 10,000 years of enduring. It is finally time for us to strike. That damn primordial undying tree. Does it truly think we have not discovered its machinations? The sinister aura emanating from the young man's body slightly lessened, and the second presence in the room seemed to have vanished. The young man gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger. His hands were clenched so hard that the armrests of his chair were reduced to dust. Many moments later, he let out a quiet sigh. His hand moved to a locket that hung on a chain around his neck. It was a sword encircled by a miniature fox. Tanner, I know you can't hear me, and I know you probably hate me already for all that I have done. But I promise, I swear to the heavens, nothing will be able to harm you. His eyes became distant and slightly watery as he thought of the past. Those were the days when he did not have to be like this. The days when he wasn't a mere puppet acting on the will of others. Vengeance is impossible, so I shall do what I can do. The tears that were forming in his eyes vanished without a trace, and any signs of weariness on his face were hidden with perfection. 3 days. In 3 days, he would enter that realm. And 6 months later, with a sharp gaze and a familiarly sinister aura, he closed his eyes and entered meditation. Everything he did it for her safety. This thought was the only thing allowing him to maintain his sanity. Time flowed quickly in the fervent atmosphere that covered the city of TC, and the original population of millions had multiplied. Many people, humanoid and beast, had gathered in this location, eagerly awaiting the coming event. And today it was finally time for it to begin. The area hundreds of kilometers around the World Tree were sectioned off and restricted to everyone, even the elves who live their lives in the city. But today, the space in front of the restricted area was crowded with people. Within that area, there were precisely 1,050 youths, all with human forms. To his embarrassment, it took a few days for him to realize that the geniuses he had met before entering the city were all in human form. But once he realized it, he naturally got curious. Asking the White Dragon King, he learned of such a thing as the Beast Transformation Art. It was an art that had circulated through the 3,000 Beast Mountain range at an unknown time, and it allowed those under the Beast King rank to achieve their human forms. Of course, it wasn't the same. When a Beast King gained a human form, it was due to the baptism of the universe, allowing them to freely compact their power into a humanoid form. This kind of transformation would explosively compress their strength and make their output exponentially greater. Besides that, the true body of a beast that achieved its 4th class would be massive, to say the least. It was simply inconvenient to stay in such a body when they had the option not to. However, the Beast Transformation Art didn't have such benefits. It didn't have any side effects or cons either, but it was a relatively simple art. It was just a matter of convenience. They would gain human forms that were only for appearance sake. Their power levels would remain the same whether they were in beast form or not. When such an art was learned, the beast form would become a trump card that they would only use when the situation became incredibly dire. It was an interesting fact, and Damien wondered what would happen if he gave Zara the art. He even asked the White Dragon King for it, but he said he'd only give it to them after they had succeeded within the primordial undying realm. Still, Damien was fine with this. Zara was still slumbering in his shadow to this day, showing no signs of waking up anytime soon. He would have been worried by this, but since over a month had already passed, he had been able to feel the subtle strengthening of her aura. If her slumber was due to a rapid increase in strength, or if it was a manner of training, there's no way he'd selfishly interrupt it. Anyway, Damien stood within the crowd of 1,050 geniuses and looked around, noticing a few familiar faces and many unfamiliar ones. But most of them were present on the 3,000 beast record, so he was able to roughly understand who was who. He even noticed the unconcealed glare of the woman named Fang, but he only returned a slight smile before looking away. There were more important things to see right now than any jade beauties. After all, on a platform in front of their group, tens of beast kings lined up along with a beautiful jade-haired elf with solemn auras surrounding them. Without wasting any time, the elven woman spoke in a crystal-clear voice. Chapter 237, Primordial Undying Realm. Chapter 237, Primordial Undying Realm. 1. The day had finally come. The Primordial Undying Realm would be opening at any moment. From all across the vast city of TC, young geniuses, as well as ordinary citizens, congregated towards the base of the World Tree. None of them had lived long enough to have seen the first opening of the Primordial Undying Realm, so everything they knew about it was from legends and folktales. This kind of thing only served to heighten the excitement and anticipation they felt for being able to witness it in person. When the common populace finally congregated, they were able to see the vast crowd of geniuses that had already arrived in front of the World Tree. Yeah, isn't that Alexei? What do you know? Entrals is valiant and brave. Ow. The conversations of the spectating crowd had completely skimmed over most of the 1,050 geniuses lined up in the square, instead choosing to focus on the 10 geniuses that stood at the very forefront. I don't know. I've never seen him before. Didn't you hear? The beauty by his side isn't bad either. What do you know? Damien and Ryue were particularly eye-catching. Not only were they a handsome and beautiful man and woman, they were also wild cards without any reputation. Yet, they still dared to stand in the forefront of the crowd of geniuses. The main point that people focused on was this: not just anyone could obtain such a place. In fact, if any random person tried, they'd be put in their place by the other geniuses present. The odd thing was, not a single genius stepped forward to contest Damien and Ryue's positions in the front of the crowd. As a matter of fact, some of them even looked at the duo in fear. How could they not? Naturally, some attention-seeking geniuses had sought trouble with the duo during the few days prior, but not a single one had even managed to gauge their strength. Damien had used pure physical strength to deal with most of them, while Ryue flicked her finger and caused their limbs to fall limply to the floor. This kind of prowess was terrifying for those under the top 20, while those in the top 20 were smarter than to reveal themselves before such an important event. The element of surprise was important, especially in a setting where a portion of their abilities was already common knowledge due to the 3,000 beast record. Even if they wanted to probe the new and mysterious duo, they could only do so by sending lower-ranked geniuses to do it for them. But the results of that were obvious. Some of the geniuses who came from weaker clans still had missing hands or fingers or broken bones. They weren't able to find high enough tier healing in time for the opening of the realm. And this was fatal. They were essentially half-crippled before even entering the glorified death trap of the primordial undying realm. Their fates were already sealed, causing some of the other, similarly ranked geniuses to sigh in pity and relief. Luckily, it wasn't them that had been chosen to prove that monstrous duo. In the front of the crowd, the 12 geniuses that stood at the peak were silently eyeing each other and conversing. "Hey, Alexei, your money won't be able to get you out of this situation. Intros you've gotten bold over these past few months. You? How shameless can you be? The god of shamelessness is obviously you." The loudest of them were Alexei and Intrals, the two who constantly were at each other's throats, just like their clan leaders. Damien watched the show in amusement, thinking about how the two actually seemed to be great friends when he noticed two beauties approaching him. "Hey guy," Fang growled. All of it. You can't. Who is your little brother?" Suddenly, Feng Qinger felt Lunaria's snow pinch her side. Stop." When Feng Qinger tried to rebut, she tightened her grip on her. Looking coldly at Damien, she spoke. Without saying anything else, she firmly grabbed Feng Qinger and dragged her away. "Luna, I don't get it. Why did he suddenly mention his younger brother?" Lunaria's Snow looked at her with a hint of exasperation on her cold face. Luna, now I'm curious. Tell me what it means." Lunaria's Snow stared at her and then back at Damien. For an instant, a mischievous light shone in her eyes. "All right, Fine." While they were walking away, Damien went back to surveilling the geniuses around him. He was also silently pretending as if he couldn't see Ryue's fierce glare penetrating his skin from his side. "Did you have to make such crude jokes? Oh, I get it. HM, I have no idea what you're talking about. What beauty?" He responded with a smile. "TCH. No, you must be mistaken. The shameless ones are those two birds over there. Why are you so mad?" Ryue's face heated up slightly. "Who is jealous of you?" She had a slight pout on her face, but she turned her head away so he wouldn't notice. Damien smiled at her cute actions. No matter if she was cold enough to chop off limbs because a genius decided to provoke her, she would always be like this around him. It was gratifying, even though he didn't want to admit it. While teasing Ryue, he didn't stop checking out the geniuses around the area. Rather, there was a single genius he was paying more attention to. It was a hooded man with a black half-mask covering his face. Even his eyes were covered, making one wonder how he was able to see. Although there were plenty of hooded figures within the crowd, Damien was able to clearly see through their shabby concealment. Most of those hooded figures were beautiful elves, one of which stood out in particular, but he didn't pay them any mind. They were strong, especially that one girl. She was probably strong enough to rival the two Phoenix Queens. But even this was nothing compared to the man he had his attention on. Even in the sociable atmosphere that had enveloped the area, not a single person dared to get within a 5-meter radius of him. Even the ones outside of that range were glancing at him, occasionally in wariness and fear. Damien smirked. Even when he used his all-seeing eyes, Fang didn't even spare him a glance. It was as if he had complete confidence he wouldn't be seen through, or that even if he was seen through, it wouldn't matter. This kind of attitude was interesting. Damien felt his blood boil as the urge to fight a strong opponent once again made itself known within his body. But before he could take any action, a stifling pressure descended on the area, silencing the lively atmosphere in an instant. When he looked up, he saw the familiar faces of the White Dragon King and the 2 Phoenix matriarchs, as well as a plethora of other beast kings. And in front of them all was a jade-haired, blue-eyed woman, and whose beauty transcended even the 2 Phoenix matriarchs. As everyone's attention focused on her, a crystal-clear voice left her mouth. It was cold yet gentle, elegant yet fierce. It was entrancing. Chapter 238, Primordial Undying Realm. Chapter 238, Primordial Undying Realm 2. Hearing the Elf Queen's words, the fervent atmosphere immediately returned, but was naturally much quieter than before in respect for her authority. Seeing this, she smiled lightly and continued. Though that smile was enough to make it so some young men and even women had a hard time concentrating on her words. As you all know, the opening of the Primordial Undying Realm is a once every 10,000-year opportunity. It isn't something just anyone can be a part of. But I'm obligated to warn you that the risks are just as bountiful as the rewards. It is almost a guarantee that most of you will die in this realm, but the ones who survive will obtain the potential to surpass even us peak existences within the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. She stood silently and watched the crowd of geniuses, but as expected, not a single one moved. Which of them hadn't been aware of the risks when they signed up for this? Which of them was a coward who'd let such things bar their path forward? None. That was the answer. The Elf Queen let out another light smile. As expected, this isn't enough to stop any of you. Very well. I shall admire your courage as true geniuses. Even if you fall in this excursion, know that you have proven yourselves. The Primordial Undying Realm is a land of trials. The fruits of the Primordial Undying Tree aren't the only rewards that you can obtain within, so do not be disheartened if you cannot obtain one in the end. Although I do not wish to see any promising seedlings die, I am unable to stop you from entering. Damien's eyes sharpened at her words. Coming calamity? There was only one that was of large enough scale that he could think of. It was the same one that had been following him around no matter where he went. But how could the Elf Queen know about it? Wasn't she trapped within the 3,000 Beast Mountain range? Even the White Dragon King, who had been from the outside world, hadn't mentioned anything of the sort. His eyes gained a hint of solemnity. He had no way to ascertain whether the calamity the Elf Queen mentioned was indeed the Nox, but his instincts were telling him that his guess was on the mark. And when had his instincts failed him? When he was pushed into the dungeon, when he met Zara, when he discovered the ancient temple on God Park Mountain, each and every time his instincts had led him on the correct path. It would be stupid to start doubting them now. I need to find some way to get into contact with the Elf Queen once I exit the secret realm. Suddenly, the elven participants in the trial seemed a lot more interesting to Damien. They are the key. Shaking his head, he refocused his attention. First, he needed to survive the coming dangers. Only then would such plans be able to be set forth into motion. While he was in thought, the Elf Queen had already finished her speech. At this moment, she had her back facing the crowd, her attention focused on the world tree in front of her. Raising her hands, a jade green mana that matched the tone of her hair began emanating from her body. Life element. It was familiar. After all, Elena possessed the same element. Paying no heed to the speechless crowd behind her, the Elf Queen began to chant in a low voice. By the grace of the Almighty Protector, with the authority bestowed upon me by the seeds of Yggdrasil, I call upon the world tree. Open the gates between heaven and hell. The primordial spirit of immortality, hear my call. With every word she said, the jade green mana surrounding her became even denser. At some point, the heaven-piercing world tree in front of her began to glow with the same light. Its seemingly indestructible trunk began to crack lightly, creating a spiderweb that spanned several miles. The primordial spirit of immortality heard her call, causing a juxtaposing black and white aura to leak from the cracks in the world tree's trunk. And then, that portion of the world tree turned into motes of light that floated into the all-encompassing canopy and were absorbed. In their place, there was a swirling mass of black and white that looked like a yin-yang symbol. Its light was beckoning, almost entrancing the geniuses present and making them move towards it without their volition. Crack! Boom! The ground beneath the 1,050 geniuses was torn apart as countless roots exited it. These roots then went on to wrap those geniuses within them, pulling them towards the swirling mass in the center of the world tree. Naturally, the geniuses that came together were separated by this sudden change. Damien yelled as he noticed her getting pulled apart from him. Gritting his teeth, he reached out and tried to grab her hand. But the roots seemed to dislike his action, pulling them apart even further. Glancing around, Ryua noticed that everyone else was going through the same predicament. Even those two Phoenix Queens who seemed inseparable made no move to reach out to each other. Ryua gently bit her lip and sighed. We will meet within the primordial undying realm. Gritting her teeth in pain, she used a technique she never thought she'd ever have use for. From her body, a blue light shot out and entered Damien's forehead. Although Damien didn't know what had just happened, seeing Ryua's watery gaze, he shut his mouth. From now on, we are forever connected. If you die, then I shall be crippled near death as well. So don't die. It was as if the roots had been waiting for them to finish their interaction. The second Ryua finished her words, she was dragged into that black and white portal and flung into the secret realm. That girl, Damien smiled gently. With that thought, he entered the portal as well. Damien had never been the hoarder type. He never even saw much value in artifacts and treasures, since he had an array of skills that could always match or outclass them. But at this moment, there was a certain feeling bubbling in his chest. The boons of the primordial undying tree, the myriad treasures he could obtain, the fruits and sap that were his main goal. He would get his hands on them all. What belonged to him? Not a single person would be able to take it from his grasp. Chapter 239, Primordial Undying Realm. Chapter 239, Primordial Undying Realm 3. There was a land of waste where no life could grow. The ground was cracked and dry and painted red, but the sun didn't shine in the sky. No matter which direction one gazed in, they would only see this exact same bland scenery continuing endlessly. This was the land Damien saw around him at this moment. For a secret realm that was managed by the so-called primordial spirit of immortality, it seemed a little too mortal. The land was, by all intents and purposes, dead. There were no signs of vitality coming from it at all. He had heard plenty of times that there be trials in the secret realm to judge the worthiness of those entering, but he never really visualized what that'd be like. Perhaps it would be like the legacy tombs he found in the eternal secret realm on Apiron. Or perhaps it would be something else. Either way, when he imagined secret realms, he always thought of expansive worlds filled with treasure. It was a misconception that was born from experience. Not every secret realm would be like the one on Apiron, where an entire small world was literally compressed into a realm for future use. While Damien was questioning his surroundings, the ground began to rumble. What seemed like an earthquake shook the earth and sunless sky for many moments, but with his abilities, Damien wasn't fazed at all. Instead, he watched with interest. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds thundered from the ground as it was split open and blasted to pieces. Torrents of red liquid shot out from beneath like bloody geysers. Regular magma wouldn't be able to hurt Damien anymore. This was the benefit of coating his body with the mana of a third-class being. And this is exactly what he tried to do as he backed away from the torrents of magma that began to fill the land. But soon enough, he realized it was impossible. His feet wouldn't budge from their position, as if he was glued to the ground, and his mana wouldn't respond to his call. Even the space around him seemed to thicken at that moment. His facial expression became ugly. He could probably survive the magma with his physical body and regeneration if it was only for a small period of time, but the magma filling the area at the moment didn't seem to be the kind that would only last for a moment. Boom! Boom! 2 more torrents of magma shot out from behind him, flowing into the previous streams and enclosing Damien's location. Now, unless he teleported or flew, there was no way to escape. But how could he do either with his body trapped and his mana sealed? Oddly enough, the magma didn't spread outwards, instead forming a cage around Damien. As more and more lava flew from underground, it filled that cage until its height reached an unimaginable point, and then it began to flow inwards. Damien shouted. He desperately tried to control his muscles and tendons to move, even by a little, but it was futile. Soon enough, the magma reached the center of the cube it had formed and made contact with the soles of Damien's feet. TSSS. It was a sound similar to pouring cold water into a heated pan, a low hiss that signified the burning of the shoes on his feet. Somehow, the second the magma touched him, its flow seemed to rapidly increase. Damien could only watch helplessly in those first few minutes as the cage was formed around him, but now it seemed that he'd be completely enveloped in magma within the next minute. Even if his physical body was powerful, even if he'd heal from the wounds he received until his mana was drained, he could still vividly feel the pain of his flesh melting. It didn't take long for a minute to pass, but it felt like an eternity to Damien. And finally, splash! The last of the magma had covered his body, and the original free-flowing geysers had paused. It was as if time in the outside world had come to a standstill to allow Damien to suffer for as long as possible. The way things were now, there was no way he'd be able to escape torment anytime soon. His body instinctively tried to scream, but all that did was allow the magma into his throat, burning it to cinders. Luckily, he was regenerating, but Damien, who was still conscious, was sure that this wasn't the work of his own regeneration. Why? Obviously, because if it was his own skill, he would have regenerated much faster. But no, instead of immediately healing the damages to his body, he was regenerating slow enough to perfectly match the speed at which he burned. Once again, a mechanism seemed to activate to keep him burning for as long as possible. His skin melted first, leaving a layer of muscle and skeletal tissue. But those melted soon after. His mana heart and true heart, as well as his ribcage and bones, came into view. If it wasn't for the strange force that was keeping him alive right now, he'd have undoubtedly died. He was just a normal person who was thrown into lava at this time. Damien felt like he was going insane. His body was in constant pain, even when his pain receptors had been melted into nothingness. Whenever his muscles, bones, and skin were burnt to their last shred, they were healed back to peak condition. But even this healing only brought pain instead of pleasure. He had learned from his first accident not to scream out loud. His screams reverberated in his brain as he endured the suffering he was put through. But he couldn't die. He couldn't lose his sanity. He wouldn't allow that to happen. Within the dark mindscape that he had discovered when he created his mind prison, Damien could see 2 things. One was the aforementioned mind prison, but he felt nothing towards it. After resolving himself to face his problems head-on, he had never used it again. What his mind focused on was the other object. It was faintly shining with a blue hue and took the shape of a feminine humanoid. When Damien moved closer to inspect it, he realized why he felt a sense of familiarity towards it. Before they were separated, he saw a blue light shoot out from her body and into his forehead. It had just happened after all, so it was still extremely vivid in his mind. The faint blush that flushed her cheeks in a rosy color, the way she softly bit her bottom lip, the emotion in those piercing golden eyes when she looked at him, the utterly embarrassing words that flowed so smoothly from her lips. From now on, we are forever connected. If you die, then I shall be crippled near death as well. So don't die. Although his eyes were the first thing to be melted after he was submerged in magma, if they were still present, they'd be burning in determination. Right. With this small amount of pain, I was going crazy. Remember those days? Those days in the dungeon, when not a single thing mattered besides survival. Endure, endure, endure. Survive, survive, survive. Remember, when you stood in front of that wyvern that was so terrifying back then, when you allowed its breath to burn half your body to cinders just for the fun of it. Remember that feeling when fighting the very first wolf. A wolf that could now be erased at a flick of your finger. Back then, remember that burning and insane will to survive. When Damien's thoughts flew through his time in the dungeon, when he remembered his insanity back then, the feeling of being burned alive like this, it was oddly disappointing. How much had he endured so far? How much had he survived? Something like this wasn't nearly enough to break him. Chapter 240 Primordial Undying Realm 4. Chapter 240 Primordial Undying Realm 4. It was as if the surrounding magma was waiting for his change in mindset. The second he reaffirmed his determination, a change took place in the surrounding magma sea. The still magma that had been simply burning him constantly for the past unknown amount of time was now actively surging towards his body. But strangely enough, the impact brought no pain. Or rather, this particular sensation of pain no longer registered as pain in his mind. It was actually slightly pleasurable instead. The magma once again burned away his skin, but this time it didn't regenerate. Instead, the magma charged into his bones and was absorbed by it. With every passing second, more and more magma entered his skeleton, causing his bones themselves to turn the same red as the ground. A slight groan of pain echoed in the surroundings, even though Damien had no vocal cords to groan with at the moment. It was another odd phenomenon. His red bones showed signs of melting as the amount of magma contained in them reached the peak, but they didn't melt. They compacted and grew at the same time, maintaining their shape but becoming much denser than they were previously. The magma within his bones churned and whistled, turning into solid matter that substituted the extra material his bones needed to continue their transformation. After all, there was no way to maintain their shape while becoming denser if there was no material to use to do so. The magma was acting as a stand-in for such material and becoming his bones themselves. This process lasted for what felt like hours before all the magma had solidified, becoming one with him. But the quantity of magma encasing his body was still large. Evidently, this was a multiple-step strengthening process. Damien smiled when he realized this. It was a horrifying smile made by a skeleton with only 2 hearts and a brain other than its burning red bones. So there were rewards for the suffering I was put through, huh? Soon enough, his muscles, tendons, and ligaments were reformed. Along with this, his internal organs once again took their rightful places within his body. And after the partial regeneration was complete, another surging of magma entered his body. His internal organs had previously been strengthened by the devouring of the sea dragon, but that was incomparable to the current progress. It was like the rebirth ability of a phoenix, but for his physical body only. This level of strengthening was a true boon. It was exciting to think about, the level of power he might reach within this realm. It was truly something to look forward to. But Damien's thoughts hardened at that moment. Similar things were most likely happening to all the others who entered, or at least those that were able to maintain their sanity within the burning magma. As for the rest, there was no doubt in his mind that there wasn't even a corpse left of them. He suddenly felt extremely worried for Ryue. She was still an innocent girl in his eyes, no matter what kind of cold front she put up. He remembered the way she cried for those villagers months ago, and he remembered the way she explained her determination to Tianyang when they first entered the mountain range. The difference between the girl he knew at both times was vast, but she was still the same person. He was afraid that she didn't have enough time to become someone who could handle a trial like this. Luckily, Ryue had pulled such a stupid yet sweet move before they were dropped into the secret realm. Whatever this thing within his mindscape was, it was his assurance that she was still alive and well. When Damien's muscles and internal organs finished their strengthening, his skin soon followed. A fully intact Damien was now seated in an egg made from crystallized magma. With nothing to worry about, Damien happily sat and received the baptism of magma that he was currently drowned in. All throughout the secret realm, similar scenes to what Damien experienced were taking place. But naturally, not all of them went through the same thing. A portion of them were drowned in magma like him. Some were stuck in a flood and drowned in water the same way. Some were trapped in unending blizzards or sandstorms. No matter where the geniuses landed, they were always within some sort of disaster that tested their will. And obviously, not all of them could survive. Damien wasn't truly oriented towards a particular element, so there wasn't an environment that would truly be of benefit or detriment to him. But this wasn't the case for others. Those who were specialized in flames but were unfortunate enough to land in a flooded atmosphere were naturally at a disadvantage. The same with other examples. Although their mana and abilities couldn't be used, the affinity of their body would still stay the same. It would be extra difficult for them to pass the trials they were given, and even if they passed, they wouldn't be able to maximize the benefits due to opposing natures. As for others, they were simply too weak. No matter what the atmosphere of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range was like, all these geniuses had been fostered by their respective powers. Some had naturally been pampered or raised differently. Even if they were harshly trained in preparation for the primordial undying realm, the level of pain tolerance they had simply couldn't keep up with what they were being forced to endure. Ryue was almost part of the latter group. She had never experienced such extreme pain before in her life. That wasn't the environment she was raised in. Even though she was dropped into a sub-zero blizzard that wouldn't be detrimental to her, she still almost gave up due to the intensity of pain. But somehow, she had managed to survive. She thought of the man she had given her soul to, and the adventures she could have with him around the myriad worlds of the universe. Such a prospect wasn't something she was willing to let go of so easily. Her determination wasn't like Damien's. It hadn't been forged in the depths of hell. It could be said that her will was currently in the process of being formed. Through her adventures with Damien and the plethora of things they had experienced, a firm determination had been growing within her. The current trial, the trial that tested that budding determination, it served as a grindstone for her. A way for her to completely and wholeheartedly commit to that determination and make the conscious decision to never waver. As such, she passed with flying colors and received the baptism of ice the same way Damien did with magma. But it was a truly hard thing to do. It was easy to describe for those like Damien and Ryue, but not everyone was a monster. During this trial alone, 250 geniuses had died. Chapter 241 Primordial Undying Realm. Chapter 241 Primordial Undying Realm 5. A flaming red crystal cocoon sat silently within a wasteland where even the cracked ground was the same color. The crystal was semi-transparent, but even if one looked inside, one would only see a murky black fog. Crack. Soon enough, cracks began to form on the crystal before ballooning and covering the entire surface. Boom! A glistening white hand reached out of the largest crack and grabbed onto the side of the crystal. Soon enough, a second hand followed. Once they had gotten a firm grip on the hard crystal layer, they pulled apart, causing the already fragile material to shatter. The murky black fog that filled the crystal parted before suddenly gathering towards a central point, as if being attracted by a suction force. And in the next instant, it disappeared. 9 meters tall, his skin was like a flawless jade and as smooth as a baby's bottom. His eyes were a swirling yin-yang of amethyst and red, and his hair was midnight black with streaks of silver like shooting stars. This hair, which had once only been shoulder length, had grown to the point where it cascades down the man's back, almost touching his buttocks. A refreshed sound left the man's mouth as he regained his bearings, his sparkling eyes gazing around in wonder. The man, who was naturally Damien, felt like ages had passed since he had entered the primordial undying realm that he was currently within. After the first round of strengthening he received from the strange magma that flowed from the ground beneath him, he had entered a strange state of meditation where he couldn't feel the passing of time. His only focus was the constant changes in his body. It could have been days, or it could have been months. He honestly didn't know how much time he had spent. But he was extremely happy with his gains regardless. Swoosh! He waved his hand in the air. There was no mana imbued into the action, and he didn't even try to put strength into it. But this small movement caused the winds around him to whistle. The space here is incredibly sturdy, even sturdier than it is in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. It was amazing. Not only did the strengthening improve his physical strength and defense, but it also affected more elusive things. His throat, which had been strengthened to breathe the breath of a dragon, and even his eyes, which he received from Spider, even these received a portion of strengthening. Cracking his neck, Damien took a stance and began practicing basic fist movements and steps. His feet danced around the cracked ground, and his hands waved through the air as if it was an interpretive dance. In the beginning, each and every step he took caused the ground to crack, and each movement of his hands caused the winds to rage. But as time passed, the effects he had on the environment slowly lessened. What felt like days passed like this, with Damien unceasingly absorbed in consolidating his new strength. And finally, he was able to move normally with steps light enough to not even leave footprints in sand. When that point was reached, Damien opened his eyes once again, but the first thing he realized was that he was no longer in the same place he was when he started his movements. Surrounding him, there were roughly 100 crystals that bore striking resemblance to the one he had broken out of only a few days prior. Are these the other geniuses that entered with me? But it didn't take long for him to reach the answer. A being like the primordial undying tree. For it, there wouldn't be much difficulty in creating multiple spaces for similar trials to take place. These must be the survivors from his group alone. But why am I out while they're still going through it? But that wasn't it. He was the bearer of the void physique. If there was one thing he was confident in, it was reaping all possible benefits of a reward like this one. His void physique. It could make the absorption of a treasure that would usually take years to absorb easily reduce to only a few weeks of time. Like this, it was only natural that he finished before them. It was also natural that he would receive much more strength than them. To date, he had only discovered the one main function and a few branches of the same function of the physique. He didn't know if there were more benefits for having it. But even if the known function was the only one, he'd be content. It was an ultimate supportive ability. It would prevent any foreign mana or energy from invading his body, which would counter most poisons, as well as more elusive things like possession. It would also help him safely absorb any kind of treasure as long as it was energy-based. As long as the treasure didn't outclass him by too much, he'd be fine. It was overpowered, but it wasn't broken. But that was perfect. Damien loved training, and he loved gaining strength that he earned himself. Even a reward like this one was only granted due to his endurance. He'd be disappointed if his path to strength was as easy as just absorbing insane godly treasures until he reached the peak in one leap. While Damien was thinking, he sat down in meditation, waiting for the others to wake from their slumbers. It had already been a few hours since he arrived in this area, but he hadn't seen any way to leave it. Obviously, the next stage or trial or whatever would be something that the entire group would participate in. Damien's mind drifted away from the current circumstances and began to meld with the space around him. The boundless wasteland he was in started to feel not so boundless after all. It was just a trick of perception, with space mirroring itself and appearing endless when instead the true area was only a small portion of what it seemed. Damien felt the layers of space and sent his awareness through them one by one. If the outside world of the cloud plane had spatial layers that felt like fabric, the 3,000 Beast Mountain range had layers that felt like viscous water. As for the space within this secret realm, each layer was like an opaque wall that he had to put genuine effort into passing through. No, it was almost impossible. His current understanding of space hadn't reached a level even close to being able to freely manipulate the space in this realm. As for my offensive abilities, he waved his hand lightly, causing space to ripple slightly before distorting into a small black hole on his palm. Strange. It's as if there isn't a single law for the space here. It's malleable when it wishes and firm when it wants. It does as it pleases. Damien couldn't help but marvel at the abilities of the primordial undying tree. That old monster of a tree was even capable of doing something as unfathomable as this. It was insane. Crack. While he was testing his abilities, he heard a light cracking sound from the distance. This sound was soon followed by many others to the point where it seemed like an orchestral crescendo of cracking. And soon enough, the 99 crystals surrounding Damien were shattered into pieces. Chapter 242, Primordial Undying Realm. Chapter 242, Primordial Undying Realm 6, Bastard. Flames danced wildly in the atmosphere as they rushed forth and seemed to chase a single man who was drifting around with a smile on his face. How can you bully a poor man like me? Amused words left the man's mouth. Although the flames that surged towards him seemed to have the intent to kill, he knew that wasn't the case. You dare tease me? A woman yelled towards the man who was dodging her blows without a care in the world. Her face was flushed from the anger that was evident in her words. But all she was met with was light laughter from the man who her anger was directed at. Damien smiled in amusement as he thought about how the situation ended up like this. A few minutes ago, the crystals that decorated the area around him had shattered, and the geniuses within them had left their confines. Unlike Damien, they were somehow able to keep their clothes on their bodies when they left their crystals. Or maybe they had put clothes on before breaking out. Either way, there weren't any awkward situations that arose from such a problem. Instead, once the geniuses regained their bearings, they gazed at each other warily, taking note of the people who had been able to survive the hellish trial they had just gone through. And of the 100 people in the area, one was a strikingly beautiful girl with flaming red hair and eyes. She looked down upon the others like a proud swan, not caring about their various gazes. That is, until she saw a certain man among them. That man, although they had only met twice, had taken advantage of her both times in different ways. When she saw his face, her mind drifted back to the words her best friend and sister had told her before they entered this realm. The meaning of the term little brother that the man in front of her had used at that time. And when she remembered that meaning, her face became bright red. In the next instant, she attacked, and that was how the current situation came about. One chasing and the other fleeing in what looked like a comedic skit due to Damien's actions, but was actually a somewhat fierce confrontation. Or to be more accurate, a probe. This man isn't simple at all. Fang Qinger marveled inwardly as she watched the fleeting movements of the man named Damien. Lunaria Snow had already told her that the man was a strong contender even for them, but she hadn't been able to believe it. She was the Fire Phoenix Queen, ranked top 3 on the 3,000 Beast record. There was no way for her to easily accept that a random stranger was able to match her prowess. But the scene in front of her forced her to see reality. She wasn't going all out. She wasn't even near the peak of her abilities, especially with the previous strengthening she had received. But still, even the level of strength she was currently using was enough to easily deal with anyone below the top 5 on the rankings. That was the difference between them and the rest. That was the chasm that caused a reality where the top 5 positions rarely ever changed from the ones who occupied them. Heaving a light sigh, she decided to stop her actions. There was no point in the ongoing situation anyway. The fierce reddish-orange flames that danced through the surroundings slowly withdrew back into Fang Qinger's body. Damien stopped fleeing as well. From start to finish, he hadn't made a move to attack. He figured that the best way to deal with this probe was to not show anything at all, while also making it clear that he couldn't be easily messed with. Even if his teleportation was suppressed, he could still move freely within a 1-meter radius. And coupled with his lighting, speed wasn't something just anyone could compete with him in. Although it was just a sea of flames like he had witnessed many times before, Damien wasn't an ordinary person. He could see clearly the amount of fine control Fang Qinger had over her mana, as well as the purity of the mana itself. Her mana was as dense as a mountain. The sheer physical force of her flames was enough to crush some of the weaker geniuses who entered the primordial undying realm with them, not to mention the heat. And with her being a fire phoenix, her flames couldn't be as simple as just that much. He knew how many cards she must have been hiding. That was also part of the reason he didn't pay much attention to her attacks, and chose to have fun with it instead. Well, that was like 20% of the reason. As for the rest, Damien smiled lightly at the thought. He really couldn't help himself. He knew that his actions could be considered flirting by others, but he didn't care. In a place like the 3,000 Beast Mountain Range, he could act as he pleased. There is no such thing as making lasting relationships like love in this place, since he would be leaving at some point, and the people here didn't have that ability. So, he teased and enjoyed to his heart's content. Especially with a woman like Fang. He knew he didn't have to worry about any burdensome feelings. Her relationship with that Lunarius Snow seemed to be proof of that. The suddenness of the situation ended up slightly lowering his sense of urgency, but he came back to his senses soon enough. Ignoring the geniuses who were looking at him with a slight bit of fear now, he surveilled the surroundings. Damien asked. Fang responded in displeasure. "Umph." Damien replied with a grin. Fang akritzit herzil. But outwardly, she just snorted once more. I felt it clearly. The flames that swirl through the underground have already cooled, and they seem to be flowing more naturally towards the west. Damien raised his brow. He had come to the same conclusion, but her method seemed to be much more interesting than his. Right, but with the way we've all been gathered here, I'm sure everyone needs to pass through for the next trial to start. Oomph, you don't have to tell me. Luckily, the other geniuses weren't able to hear their conversation, as they were generally farther away. Otherwise, there might have been a commotion at Damien's way of addressing them. Soon enough, the crowd of 100 moved towards the west and arrived at the point of space Damien had noticed earlier. Just like his previous assessment, space here was flexible. Unlike the solid space that had infested the rest of the area, the point in front of them was malleable, almost as if it was urging them to walk through it. And walk through it they did. There was no hesitation in the steps of even the weakest among them. The light of spatial fluctuations covered the group, and when they opened their eyes once more, they were in a completely new environment. Gone was the barren wasteland and blistering heat of before. It was replaced by mountains and plains in an area that seemed far too large to fit inside the world tree. A plethora of amazed gasps rang out. The area surrounding them spanned farther than the eye could see, and unlike the trick of perception that made the previous areas seem endless, this one was truly so. It seems like this next trial will be something big, Damien commented with a serious expression. There was no way the trial would be simple if they were given so much space, especially if they took the precious trial as precedent. Right, Fang added. With such a large area, it was impossible for the trial to just begin without them being informed of its contents. But the one administering the trials was a tree. How would it even inform them? But they weren't left guessing for long. In front of each and every one of the geniuses, a light blue holographic window emerged from the air. Chapter 243, Trial World. Chapter 243, Trial World. 1. A wave of shivers rushed through the group of geniuses when they received the prompt. A good portion of them even took the time to warily glance around, trying to spot the tree that was apparently watching them. But it was a futile effort. Damien knew this well. If the tree was anywhere in the general vicinity, there was no reason for the message to pop up in a system window. And if the tree didn't want to make its gaze known, there was no way they'd ever know they were being watched. How insanely powerful. A soft mutter left his lips. Even Fang subconsciously nodded at his words. This kind of power wasn't something they could imagine. They doubted even the Beast Kings had the ability to send messages through the system. The primordial undying tree shakes its branches. Damien's eyes sharpened. A new form of text appeared in the eyes of the geniuses. Trial of Stars. Although there are a myriad of ways for the primordial undying tree to test those who enter its realm, and a myriad of ways for their worthiness to be proven, there is one thing that trumps all else. Strength. Suddenly, 100 bright flashes of light appeared in the sky like stars. After showing their splendor for a second, they began to fall. While some of the geniuses panicked at the rapidly approaching stars, Damien and Fang simply stood and watched them descend. When those 100 stars reached a point near the geniuses, they split into formation and shot into the foreheads of all those present. 100 stars, 100 geniuses. It was obviously preordained. The foreheads of those geniuses shone with starlight before the scene settled down. Now, there were dull silver star tattoos on each of their foreheads. 100 stars representing 100 contestants. Within the lands of the small realm, there are a plethora of different beasts and species. Every time one kills another within the realm, their star will grow. The rate of growth depends on the strength of the opponent. If a contestant kills another contestant, they will be able to absorb half of the light of the latter contestant's star. The star colors are ranked as follows: silver, gold, purple, black, white. Only those with black stars by the end of the given time period will be able to move on to the next trial. Damien's eyes narrowed. When he looked at the geniuses around him, he noticed that each and every one of them was eyeing the others with concealed greed. He shook his head. Naturally, the fact that killing another genius would allow them to absorb half of their starlight was too enticing of an offer for them to refuse, but the fact that they were so obviously showcasing their greed over just this much was pathetic in his eyes. They didn't even have starlight at the moment, so what was the point of all this tension they were creating? It was counterintuitive to the max. But Damien wasn't of the mind to care about this. A year. This trial alone will take a year. He wanted to leave the forest in 7 months at the latest. No, he had to. The Empyrean Dragon Realm opening was at that time, and no matter what, he needed to show up there. With all the benefits he was gaining from this trip to the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, he no longer cared much for the treasures of that realm, but that wasn't why it was important. Rose. She would be there. For the first time in a year, he would be able to see his beloved. He had no idea how long the Empyrean Dragon Realm would stay open, and he also had no idea what would happen after it ended. Either way, there was no way in hell he was going to miss the opportunity to see the woman he had been missing with all his heart. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This was a realm made by a tree that vastly outstripped him in power. From the start, it was made clear that the only way to leave this realm was when it closed or through death. Damien lamented his fate. An entire year in this trial, and even more time in the rest of the trials. By the time he edited this realm, the outside world would have changed. Already, the war on the horizon, the movements of the Nox, devil worshippers, and wicked sects, they were all things that would become increasingly prevalent in the coming times. Not to mention, if they didn't contact Tianyang around the time they were supposed to exit the mountain range, he'd likely charge into the fray to save them. And if that happened, the outside world would lose a powerhouse because of them. Damien racked his brain for a solution. He turned his gaze to the other geniuses. A dense bloodlust began to slowly radiate from his body. It was so palpable that the air around him seemed to become dyed red. Good. This plan will work. Inky black dragon scales showed signs of protruding from his flesh. His eyes were almost engulfed in that blood-red color. But at that moment, he sensed something else. It was weak and so ethereal that not a single other person was able to sense it, but he felt it clearly. It was so jarring to him that it snapped him out of his bloodlust. The other weaker geniuses felt a cold sweat run down their backs. They didn't know where the feeling was coming from, but they felt for a second that they were being stared down by a horror-inducing beast. It was a visceral feeling that made them think death was on the horizon. Many geniuses raised their guard when that feeling suddenly vanished. Evidently, this trial would be anything but simple. The beasts here must be incredibly powerful. The crowd slowly dispersed from the area they were in. The trial had already started, after all. Every second from this point forth would count. Feng cast a strange look towards Damien before turning and departing as well. As expected, she had been aware of where the previous feeling originated from. A hooded figure watched the commotion from the back of the crowd. Inconspicuously, a smile formed on their face. Soon after, that figure disappeared as well. A few moments later, Only Damien was left in place, so deep in thought that he hadn't even realized that he was now alone. Chapter 244, Trial World. Chapter 244, Trial World 2, Damien wondered. That feeling was so fleeting that he almost questioned whether it was an illusion felt due to his insanity for a second. But no, it couldn't be. That was a feeling that he had only felt a few times before, but he knew it clearly. It had been ingrained in his body. That essence is, without wasting a second, he sat down on the ground and entered a meditative state. His awareness slowly spread from his body and covered the area 10 meters around him. His forehead wrinkled. He could feel the extremely solid space and even the myriad of elemental essences in the surroundings. But that specific essence was no longer present. No, it's there. It was something he had tried to grasp for so long. Yet even now, he barely had an inkling of the path forward. It was an essence equally as esoteric as space, yet pertaining to a completely different concept. Time. For a brief instant, Damien had felt the essence of time swirling through the surroundings. Although time, like space, would always have its essence permeated through the surroundings, maintaining the order of the universe, what Damien had felt was different. He had not yet reached the level where he could freely feel the essence of time. If he had done so, his status panel wouldn't be filled with question marks. The affinity for time would be clearly documented. For his affinity to not yet have bloomed, it showed just how elusive the element itself was. And for Damien to be able to feel its essence, even for a second, there had to be an influx of it. Right, I have to be right. He put all his focus into trying to once again feel that essence. Although he had a guess as to why there was a large amount of it in the atmosphere, he didn't want to gain consolation from a mere guess. His awareness weighed down on the atmosphere like a mountain. He no longer gently allowed it to interact with the surrounding essences, instead bearing down on them and forcing them out of the way, trying to clear the area. It was a grueling process. These elemental manas weren't things he could just randomly interact with, since he didn't have any affinity towards them. He had to use his affinity for space to try and bend and distort the spatial mana in the atmosphere to actively push away all other outside influences. And with the sturdiness of the space in this realm, it was an incredibly hard task. It took almost an entire day for him to succeed in this endeavor, but he wasn't discouraged by this measly speed. He had an entire year in this realm, and he had confidence in his ability to succeed in this trial. Brute strength was, after all, the thing he was best at. Damien sat still like an old monk, his entire attention on the ethereal essences that made up the air. He didn't even put an ounce of his focus towards the outside world. If someone were to sneak up on him at the moment, he'd be completely vulnerable to their attack. Well, that was if his eyes and danger sense from long ago weren't always passively activated. A day passed, then 2, then 3, until finally an entire week went by with no movement from Damien. And at that time, his body slightly jerked. Within Damien's mind, the image of a formless and colorless essence was attempting to form. It swirled around the atmosphere calmly and unhurried, not making its presence known in the slightest. But still, it was there. It was there and extremely important. Even if others weren't able to sense it or come into contact with it, they would always subconsciously be aware of its presence. Damien had finally glimpsed the essence of time, but his comprehension hadn't increased at all in this week. He hadn't even bothered to try. Instead, he had brute forced his way through the process just so he could feel the essence itself. His goal at the moment wasn't comprehension, and he wasn't trying to awaken the affinity. Instead, all he was trying to do was confirm something. And seeing the essence swirling in front of him, Damien felt his entire body slightly relax. He laughed. It was an uproarious and joyous laugh that one wouldn't expect from someone who had simply been sitting still for an entire week. I was right. I was right. He almost jumped around like a little kid. There was only one thing Damien cared about right now. It was the fact that he'd have to spend a year within this realm, and that he'd miss his chance to see Rose again. But when he sensed the essence of time, he felt a faint glimmer of hope. Now that he had properly investigated, that glimmer of hope had fully bloomed. Ha 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 ha. The time flow here has been altered. The time flow within this realm was different from the outside world. It wasn't just a simply 1-to-2 ratio either, it was much larger than that. Since Damien wasn't an expert or even a novice in the time element, he wasn't able to come to a proper conclusion on the exact conversion ratio, but he was still someone with a blooming affinity towards the element. Not to mention, space and time were always mentioned in the same breath. There would rarely ever be one without the other. Due to this, he had a sort of instinct that he couldn't quite explain. Although he didn't know how much time would pass in the outside world while a year passed here, he knew that it wouldn't be long at all. He knew that he'd still have plenty of time before the predetermined date of his departure from the mountain range. And if it was like this, he no longer had any worries. In an environment with no fourth-class existences who could stop him, where killing meant moving forward in the trials, where time was sped up, he didn't have any worries. He could go crazy. He could relieve some of the stress that had been unknowingly built up over time since he had come to the cloud plane. Even he wasn't aware that he had built up stress until this moment. Only when his worries about Rose were cleared, he felt the massive weight that had been burdening his shoulders. Such was the result of him being constantly embroiled in things that a normal third-class existence shouldn't be getting involved with. But none of that mattered. Looking at the rolling plains and forests, as well as the towering mountains in the distance, Damien felt a smile bloom on his face. Crack! The ground cracked under the pressure of his feet. Black lightning raged across his body, and in the next second he disappeared. Boom! A dust cloud rose from his movements and followed him as he rushed towards the scent of beast mana in the atmosphere. Perhaps it was time to go on another killing spree. Chapter 245, Trial World. Chapter 245, Trial World 3. When Damien made it down the small hill where the group of geniuses originally arrived at, the first thing he was met with was a vast and seemingly endless forest. From within the forest, the cries and howls of beasts could be heard. Ignoring any unnecessary thoughts, he continued to charge forward, his speed enhanced by lightning and a hint of space. This was something Damien only learned how to apply recently, but had been pondering over for a long time. It was a new movement technique that specialized in short linear bursts rather than free movement like teleportation. The reason he had never prioritized its development was simply because with the freedom of teleportation, why should he? His teleport skill was incredibly versatile, and it was able to carry over momentum when he moved through space, so there was no need for a technique like this. But he still put some spare time into developing it. After all, it wasn't the concept of the technique that mattered, but what it represented. Right now, every time Damien moved, a flash of lightning would slightly swirl and mix with his restricted spatial mana, creating a new illusory form of lightning. This lightning would then burst, causing him to essentially teleport forward close to 5 meters at a time. But unlike normal teleportation, this effect was mainly brought about by pure speed. And the reason it was important? Damien had reached a preliminary understanding on how to fuse his different elemental manas as one. Although his foundation and knowledge on the principle were lacking, he was totally fine with taking things one step at a time. He would eventually reach the proper answer as long as he kept trying. Damien flashed forward speedily, ignoring all the low-rank beasts that littered the surroundings. In the first place, most of them had already been killed by the other geniuses. But even if they weren't, Damien wouldn't care. He was familiar with this kind of setup. It was more efficient to hunt a smaller number of stronger beasts than a large number of weak ones. It'd probably reap him better rewards as well. Damien's steps didn't halt even when he came to the edge of the forest, instead speeding up. He didn't have a target location, but he at least wanted to get somewhat farther into the small realm. A trial of simply strength and hunting. Damien had a lot of spare time as he moved since there weren't any beasts in the area that could threaten him, so he decided to ponder on the nature of the trial. Not only that, but the trial window also didn't mention any treasures or rewards for the winner. The only reward is moving forward to the next trial. But the Elf Queen had clearly stated that there would be rewards in every trial. Sometimes the treasures we could gain wouldn't be from completion, but instead from participation. A secret realm within a small realm in a secret realm. Ha, imagine. Damien recalled the trial window once more, try to find flaws in the wording. It would always be some sort of loophole or suggestion within the original text that would contain hints at times like this. According to the trial window, it isn't just beasts and contestants within this realm. Another life form? Damien's thoughts raced. If there's an indigenous population of sentient beings living here, the trial probably won't be simple. The line of thought came out of nowhere, but Damien couldn't stop thinking of it. After all, he needed to plan for unexpected situations. Unbeknownst to him, the answer to his questions was only a few tens of kilometers away from him. Within a murky swamp, a little girl had fallen into the muddy ground in front of her, her legs unable to move anymore. Still, she did her best to move. Her immature hands clawed at the ground in a bid to inch her body forward. "Oh, woman!" A low growl was emitted from the space behind her. "Human kill! Kill, kill!" It was soon accompanied by tens, maybe even hundreds of other similar growls. The atmosphere of the swamp was dark and gloomy, making it hard for the sun to show its color, but the faint outlines of the groaning creatures could still be seen. Their bodies varied in size and girth, some being 3-meter-tall giants while others were merely 1 meter tall like dwarves. Their bodies also ranged from fit to lean to fat without any sort of rhyme or reason. But they all had similar features otherwise. The creatures stood on 2 legs and had humanoid shapes. Their heads and bodies were riddled with holes and wounds, and their gait was awkward and unnatural. But the most striking feature was their eyes. The eyes of these creatures were hollow and caved in. Their eyeballs were entirely blackened, as if they had been corrupted by poison. These creatures seemed to move with one will, the will to kill and devour the human they sensed in front of them. And the little girl knew this. She knew this, but she didn't want to die. Glistening tears streaked down her face as she continued to claw at the ground. If only her legs worked, she might have had a chance to escape. If only the ground was more solid, movement might have been easier. But unfortunately, none of those were the case. As the little girl tried her best to move forward, she was soon blocked by one of the many massive boulders that littered the land. A slight murmur was all she could get out of her mouth. She had been running and running for days on end. Her eyes were muddled and her throat was dry, but she couldn't stop running. The words she wished to say couldn't make it out of her throat. She knew she no longer had hope of surviving. For the first time, the little girl decided to turn back and take a look at her approaching murderers. The crowd of humanoid abominations hadn't stopped moving, uncaring of her pleas. By this point, they had already arrived near her. The little girl closed her eyes. Remember to never let them get you." A mournful voice rang out in her head. The little girl gritted her teeth before reaching under her torn shirt and grabbing the final measure of protection she had been left with. The dagger in her hand was rusted and already broken in half, but the rest of the blade was enough to do what she needed to do. The memories of what happened to her village, to her mother and father, were still fresh in her head. Without a hint of hesitation, the little girl pointed the dagger towards herself and plunged it forward. But the pain never came. When she opened her eyes, she saw a large hand in the space between the dagger and her neck. No matter how much she used her small strength to push forward, she wasn't even able to leave a scratch on that hand. The little girl looked up with her watery eyes and saw a face filled with warmth and pity looking back at her. It was the first time she had seen eyes as mystical as the ones in front of her. Chapter 246, Trial World. Sensing warmth for the first time in many days, the little girl felt the firm will that she had just built up grumble in an instant. Her watery eyes once again began to pour with tears as she clutched the hand of the man in front of her. She didn't know where he came from, and she had been told many times not to trust strangers. But she didn't care. Seeing someone other than these horrifying creatures, and seeing someone who was looking at her with such warmth had pushed her over the edge. Sorrowful and cracked wails left the dry throat of that little girl. She wanted to climb up and hug the man for more warmth, but her frail and broken legs didn't allow her such comfort. But seeing how hard she was clutching into his robes, the man seemed to understand her desire. Gently grabbing her, He picked her up and carried her, hugging her lightly and patting her back. "All right, there." The little girl's wails only became louder. Her face was buried in his neck as she desperately absorbed as much warmth as she could. Luckily, she was too immersed in this warmth to feel the dense, killing intent radiating from the man. Or perhaps he just wasn't allowing her to feel it. Killing intent. No matter how severe the word sounded, Damien didn't think it was enough to describe what he was feeling right now. The pure and unbridled rage he was feeling, the conscious desire to murder that was greater than any he had ever felt before. Was mere killing intent enough to describe it? The surroundings no longer held any similarity to the murky swamp they originally were. The bloody red aura emanating from Damien's body had begun to twist reality, creating an illusion of seas of blood and a mountain of corpses. Damien wasn't a soft-hearted person. There was no way he, who hadn't even batted an eye at the slaughter of so many, could be considered as such. But children? Children were a red zone for him. For adults, even for teens, innocence could be considered a sin. It was something that was useless unless one had the power to back up such innocence. But for kids, innocence was the thing only they could retain in this cruel world where everyone else was a murderer of some sort. To see this little girl who didn't look a day older than 5 point a rusted knife at her throat, to see her plunge it towards her body without hesitation, it sent Damien over the edge. The pressure from his reality, warping, killing desire was like a decree of death. The second any of those humanoid abominations got within range of it, they were crushed into pulp that dyed the muddy ground in a dense black color. Smelling the scent of another human, a stronger human, those creatures charged forward without fear or care. Even when they saw the others being crushed without effort, they didn't stop. But Damien didn't focus on any of this. His focus was entirely on the little girl in his embrace. It was probably one of the first times in his life that he lamented not having the ability to share his regeneration. It could only be counted as luck that Ryue had forced him to take some of her healing pills with him just in case. After all, she had witnessed Damien being unable to heal due to lack of mana before, and she wasn't one to take chances. The warmth of Damien's embrace seemed to be overwhelming for this little girl who had been running on pure adrenaline and will for the past few days. After only a few minutes of despairing sobs, she directly fell asleep. Damien gently pried open her mouth and fed her a healing pill, using his hand on her back to inject mana into her body and gently guide the healing essence to do its job. It wasn't something like running out of mana. No, this was a girl who had never slain another in her life, never gained experience. Although it could be considered as normal for a 5-year-old to be as such, Damien had long grown accustomed to the twisted standards of the new world. 5 years old, even if it was incredibly young, it wasn't rare at all for people to force children of this age to kill. This was so that they could get acclimated to the true environment of the world. While many would just use pills or regular cultivation to boost a child's growth and give them a few levels, the former method wasn't rare at all. Damien felt immense pity for this little girl. How long had she been struggling with her weak body and pathetic strength? But at the same time, he couldn't help but admire her tenacity. In some ways, she even reminded him of himself. Before he had become the Damien Void of today, before he had mutated and gained a path toward strength. Back when he was just a kid who was pushed into a dungeon, when he had strength so puny that everyone felt he was guaranteed to die. It had taken him so long to build up the will to survive, and even then, that will was weak. It could be said that the battle with the wolf and his descent into insanity thereafter was like a cheat for him to steal himself easier. But this little girl didn't have any of that. Her strength, her age, it was all below what he had at that time. Yet she had done so much better than him in the face of adversity. It felt like tears would start gathering in his eyes if he continued thinking about it. So he stopped. Turning his attention to the hundreds of abominations that still littered the surroundings, his eyes turned cold. "Oh, you little shits. You probably can't understand me with your jeans dick-sized brains, but listen anyway." Black lightning viciously crackled in the air, snapping forth like whips of darkness, and rending even the wind around him. A layer of spatial mana covered the little girl in Bud embrace so she wouldn't be harmed. Since he made sure that even sound couldn't pass through the barrier he laid around her, he had no need to hold back on using some of his more destructive attacks. Damien raised his free hand towards the sky, his cold and emotionless eyes never leaving the abominations that still attempted to charge him. Opening his mouth, he spoke 3 words that he had only spoken once before. The murky skies became even murkier as dense clouds filled with the weight of thousands of strands of black lightning encased them. Booming thunder rumbled, causing the ground to quake in fear. The black lightning within the clouds migrated towards a central point and combined into a massive ball, compressing endlessly until it was too small to see with the naked eye. And in the next second, it descended. Unlike the previous time he used it, Damien now had confidence in protecting himself from the aftermath. Not only that, but he was also genuinely aiming to kill. A small beam with the width of an arm quietly struck the ground, and all hell broke loose. The destruction caused by that small beam couldn't even be described. A black light similar to a black hole swallowed everything in a 10-kilometer radius without pause. Wow! A small mutter was heard from Damien's chest. When he glanced down, he noticed that little girl watching the ongoing mayhem with eyes that shone like stars. Damien smiled wryly at the sight. Even though he had just killed hundreds with the flick of his finger, and even though he was still technically within the blast radius of the attack, his thoughts were elsewhere. Fuck. Chapter 247 Trial World. The thundering clouds that filled the sky soon faded away and melded into the air. A cool wind blew through the atmosphere that was once a murky swamp and cleared away the massive cloud of debris that was in its place. When the smoke cleared, the only thing left in the area was a large pit that was slowly being filled by the brownish water of the swamp, and 2 people who silently stood in the middle of that pit. If Ryue were here, she'd probably chide him about his definition of a bit, but that was besides the point. The enemies this time were all small fries who had at most hit the peak of 2nd class of the very beginning of 3rd class. An attack like his Storm Dragon's Fury that could even kill a heavenly genius like Long Chun if he was unprepared was most definitely too much effort. But his rage ended up getting the better of him, leading to him causing such a commotion. Although the little girl he held in his bosom still found it hard-pressed to speak actual words, sounds of amazement and wonder continuously left her mouth, and the shining gaze she directed at him made Damien slightly embarrassed. Come, let's go somewhere more comfortable first and get you some tasty food and drinks. The little girl eagerly nodded, only then realizing the hunger she had been suppressing for many days. Damien smiled. It seemed his presence had alleviated some of the burdens this little girl had been carrying. And if his otherwise stupid move earlier had accomplished that, then he no longer felt bad about using it. Spreading his awareness, Damien noticed that the surroundings were no longer as quiet as they once were. Many beasts, and even a few humans and abominations were headed in this direction, attracted to the commotion he had caused. Once again looking at the little girl, Damien grinned. Hold on tight, little one. 2 people, one big and one small, shared the same shining gaze for a moment before flickering away, their speed so fast that it didn't even leave impact on the air until many moments later. Boom! As the rush of wind from Damien's departure filled the atmosphere, a fiery red figure arrived in that place as well. She looked at the now destroyed environment with a frown on her face. It had already been a week since the geniuses that came to this realm had spread out in search of prey to enhance their stars. But Fang was different. Although she had taken similar actions at first, she had soon run into the remains of what seemed like it used to be a village. Signs of infrastructure were evident, but anything that was built had been razed to the ground. The ground was littered with planks of wood and dirt, sometimes even rubble of stone. Dilapidated portions of buildings that seemed to have aged and eroded considerably decorated the sides of what used to be a street. But that wasn't even close to the worst part. The dead bodies that littered the ground took the crown. What the fuck? A rare curse left Fang Qing'er's mouth as she looked at the scene. Perhaps if it was just ordinary slaughter, she wouldn't have batted an eye. But this was different. These bodies looked like they had been tortured and mutilated before death. And even after death, it looked like they had become a feast for something else. There was rarely an entire intact body among the mass, and even the ones that were close were corroded by a black, inky substance that Feng Qing'er's fire phoenix flames seemed to abhor. Although she was a beast, it didn't mean she had no sense of decorum. The larger beast clans like hers rarely even took their beast forms unless it was necessary. Perhaps it was due to the environment she was raised in, but such a disgusting sight almost made her vomit. Feng Qing'er spread her awareness to cover the village, but sadly, she found no signs of life. The phoenixes in general were a graceful race in both bearing and temperament. They weren't afraid of violence at all, but they would never needlessly commit such massacres. Especially when, yes, ambient mana was ever present, but Feng Qing'er was thinking of a different phenomenon. When a person died, their mana would dissipate into the atmosphere. This was common knowledge, and even though the atrocity in front of her looked like it had been committed long ago, she had checked with her awareness, and by the state of the bodies, she knew it had only taken place a few days ago at most. For there to be none of that dissipated mana in the atmosphere, especially when hundreds of people had died at the same time, it could only mean one thing. Fang Qing'er trembled in rage. She wanted to find the ones responsible and tear them to pieces. But just at that moment, bright flashes of lightning lit up the air. By the time Feng Qing'er looked over, a large portion of land had been covered in a sphere of crackling black light. Flaming wings manifested on her back as she blazed forward, reaching the location of the commotion only a few minutes after it died down. But by the time she arrived, there was nothing left besides a deep crater and traces of unbelievably dense killing intent. Woof! A youthful voice cried out in wonder within a discreet cave hundreds of kilometers away from the previous swamp. "Aren't I?" An older voice responded. In front of him, a burning flame that originated from the sun was being used to cook a pile of beast meat he had pulled out from his subspace. Damien grinned. Although he hadn't dabbled much in cooking, his skills were still anything but average. He had gotten used to dealing with beast meat within the dungeon, even if he had eaten it all raw, and he had learned the more refined cooking methods from Rose. The current meat was from a beast that looked like a massive chicken. Damien had spotted and killed a few of them on their way over. As for seasoning, he had plenty in his subspace. Damn. His mom had left him a plethora of random household items when he left her on Apeiron. Although she also must have known he wouldn't need them, she still felt the need to provide at least something as his mother. And Damien happily accepted her feelings. In front of the mother that he had worked so hard to save and bring back, he would never be anything more than a little boy. Anyway, Damien had been cooking and feeding that little girl the beast meat for a while now, but her appetite seemed insatiable. Damien was beginning to wonder if she was actually a heaven-swallowing beast in disguise. And after drinking what seemed like a gallon of water, the little girl had also regained her ability to talk. But Damien didn't push her to say much. He wanted to let her have a moment of peace after the travesty that she had obviously been to. After that peace ended, perhaps he'd get the answers to a few questions that had been on his mind. Chapter 248, Trial World. After cooking a portion of beast meat that would usually be enough to feed a family, Damien quietly sat and watched the little girl eat away. However, his thoughts were elsewhere. This realm is nowhere near as simple as I thought it was. Trial World? Secret Realm? What a joke. Although he'd been driven by his rage, he had obviously retained his clarity when he saved the little girl earlier. Even if he didn't, the passive abilities of his eyes would always be active whether he liked it or not. Eventually, he would have noticed what he had already noticed. Still, he wanted to ask the little girl about her story before he came up with any true conclusions. But he was hesitant. She just got out of such a perilous situation, and for a little girl with no cultivation like her to have even ended up like that, there must have been some kind of tragedy beforehand. Was it a wise idea to directly ask her about something that would obviously be her trauma? Damien knew how hung up he was on his own trauma, so he was a bit sensitive about the topic. Just as he was pondering how to move forward, the little girl moved from her spot at the little table Damien had made her and sat on his lap. Damien was surprised by her sudden shift in attitude, but he didn't say anything. He focused his gaze on her and quietly listened. Schwenna's village was nice and small. All the little kids like Schwerer were always happy and playing. The little girl, whose name Damien now knew was Schwer, slightly shivered as she spoke. Daddy and Mommy said that the ghosts were bad people who listened to the devil and that Schwerer should be careful to never leave the village alone. But they also said that Schwerer would be safe as long as she was with the adults. But Daddy and Mommy were wrong. Schwerer's light shivers had become uncontrollable. Tears had once again begun to spill from her eyes. Damien sighed and turned her around, once again hugging her into his bosom and lightly brushing her midnight black hair. It seemed that his actions were able to slightly calm her down because not long after, Schwerer continued to speak. The bad ghosts came to Schwerer's village and did bad things. They took everyone Schwerer loves away. But Daddy and Mommy didn't say anything. And so that's what she did. While the people of her village were being slaughtered, Schwerer ran as fast as she could into the nearby forest. But those things were insatiable. After taking everything they could from the people of the village, they chased Schwerer down as well. They were fast, faster than a little girl with no cultivation could run. Schwerer could only be counted lucky. She had run for 3 days straight before those things even caught her scent and began chasing. As for what they did during those 3 days, Feng Qinger would probably have the best idea. The ghosts covered Schwerer's friends in black ink, and then Schwerer's friends disappeared. Will Schwerer disappear like them too? Damien couldn't help but sigh once more. It was truly tragic, to the point where Schwerer probably wouldn't realize the full extent of the tragedy until she was much older. Hundreds of villagers had been reduced to nothing. Even the women and children weren't spared. Damien hugged her tightly and continued to brush her hair. He gently injected warm mana into her body to lessen her shivering. No, Schwer won't, didn't Big Brother already say? Schwer lightly nodded her head, but the tears didn't stop falling. Although Damien couldn't see her eyes, he could guess what she was thinking. Most likely, Schwer knew. She knew that she was alone in this world now, and that her parents and friends had been slaughtered. A little girl with the determination to kill herself before being caught would naturally have this small amount of maturity. It was just, regardless of how much she had been forced to mature in the past few days, she was a child. A child who before this had never been through those kinds of hardships. Perhaps Damien's presence was the only reason she was able to truly vent her feelings and act like a child again. This level of trauma, I don't know if she can ever truly recover. No, I can't let that happen. Damien's will seem to ignite. He didn't know why, but he felt a connection to Schwer. He truly admired the grit of this little girl, and her current condition reminded him too much of his previous self. But his feelings aside, Schwer's story ended up confirming what Damien had speculated. Once again, the Nox had made their appearance. He had suspected their involvement with the elves in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. But how could their influence even spread into this secret realm that was controlled by a mythical existence like the primordial undying tree? As he thought previously, things became much more complicated. Truthfully speaking, Damien had no reason to get involved. He could always ignore the problems happening with the Nox here and simply go on a killing spree until his star was black. But could he really? For one, anything related to the Nox was directly or indirectly tied to the fate of the entire universe. Secondly, Damien was feeling rage in Schwer's place. The feeling of this little girl cut into his heart, and he couldn't find it in himself to simply ignore her and continue on. And lastly, there had always been something nagging at Damien's mind. Back when he was in that little forest with Ryue, when he killed the thing disguised as Elder Baba, he had been forced by the situation. He had run away from an obvious conspiracy that he most likely had the power to stop, all because he simply didn't have the time to get involved. It had always been nagging at the back of his mind. It was a subconscious thing. He felt like on that day he had done something that went against his moral principles. But this situation was different. He had an entire year in this realm. Even if he couldn't solve the problem in its entirety, he could at least somewhat help alleviate the burden. Damien didn't want to run into another situation like the forest. He wanted to always be certain that no matter what actions he chose to take, He'd always do so of his own volition, instead of being forced by the circumstances. His principles were incredibly important to him. Even if he lost everything else, he at least wanted to be true to himself until the end. There was only one situation where he'd allow himself to fall into madness. Only a single situation that would justify him betraying himself. And that was if his women or someone he cared for equally was killed. As Damien firmed his resolve, he ended up smiling. But he quickly changed his outlook. His smile became a lot less stiff. Chapter 249, Sanctuary. Soon after she finished telling her story to Damien, Schwer soon fell asleep in his lap once again. Damien could only sigh lightly while gently adjusting her into a more comfortable posture. No matter how much she wanted to stay awake, now that she was out of danger and felt safety, her mind could no longer handle the fatigue, especially now that she had eaten and drank to her heart's content. While he patted her head, Damien once again fell into thought. I already know I'm going to target the Nox, but that can barely even be considered as progress. In the first place, I have no idea where they're located. Besides that, where was he going to leave little Schwer? No matter what, he refused to bring a small child into the battlefield with him, especially when it was a completely unknown terrain. The problem was, he also knew he couldn't leave her behind. Little Schwer was obviously suffering from intense trauma due to the loss of her village and her parents, as well as the subsequent days of fleeing and survival. It wasn't something a little girl like her should have to handle, but fate was cruel. With no regard for anything, it thrust her into such a situation. He could still feel her lightly shivering in his arms as she slept. He had no choice but to constantly feed gentle streams of mana into her small body to somewhat soothe her pain. But it wasn't physical pain, it was emotional stress, making it incredibly hard to deal with. Even his current measures were temporary at best. He was only doing it so that she could get a decent sleep for the first time in days. Damien was firm about this. There was no way he'd change his decision. He had never considered himself good with kids, and he was pretty sure that he'd be a shitty father if he had his own right now, but he at least had the basic amount of decency as a human being. "Daddy, Mommy, don't leave," Damien shuddered lightly. Every shiver of her body, every mutter that came out of her mouth, it all made it more clear to him that he couldn't just leave her somewhere to take care of his business. If he did so, he didn't know whether or not she would break. She was barely holding on to a sense of stability as it was now. Can't take her, but can't leave her. He was too conflicted to make a proper decision. In the worst-case scenario, he would just have to leave her in his shadow. It was an ability that he and Zara shared due to their mental connection, but that didn't mean he couldn't put anyone else in the shadow. Zara's presence had already affirmed that it could carry life. But the problem with that was the same as before. Even if he put her in his shadow, she'd be able to clearly see what was happening inside. He also didn't think it was a good idea to have her in the same place as a sleeping Zara. While Zara's bubbly personality would be enough to put her at ease in usual times, right now, her coma disallowed such a thing. Like this, her presence would most likely terrify Schwer, bringing the opposite of the intended effect. Truthfully, Damien had always been studying the nature of his shadow. Ever since he first gained the ability, he had been curious about how an ethereal thing like a shadow could be used as a container, and even further, how it could support life. The reason for this was obvious. He had a subspace inventory that was constantly expanding as his mana capacity increased. How much better would it be if he could structure it like Kurt's? At that time, his subspace would become closer to an inner world, a sanctuary. It would be a perfect place to escape in dire situations, and he would also be able to bring his people with him when he needed to travel discreetly. Up until now, he had gotten a decent understanding of what he had to do to convert his subspace into an area capable of sustaining life, but he had never gotten around to putting his theory into practice. Things had simply been too hectic. But now, for the sake of giving little Schwerer a safe haven while he traveled, actually putting his ideas into motion was perfect. I have a year's worth of time, and I'm not like the rest of them. They have to conserve stamina while they hunt, and they most likely won't be hunting intelligent species. Damien's void physique was perfect for long, drawn-out, large-scale battles. He could kill and then devour his enemies, replenishing his stamina so he could kill some more. It was a great way to imitate Elena's infinite stamina style with his own methods. If he spent many months straight doing battle with this kind of warfare style, he felt he could easily catch up with or surpass his competitors. And so, he didn't feel bad about spending time to experiment with his spatial abilities. Grabbing a small blanket from his subspace, he gently laid it on the cave ground and wrapped Schwer within. Although she grumbled in her sleep after losing his warmth, she didn't end up waking up, leaving Damien sighing in relief. Without any obstruction, he went straight into construction. The structure of his shadow was quite odd now. He had realized that the way Zara used her shadow affinity actually held properties of space within it, and his shadow mirrored this. Through the analysis of this use of space, as well as the properties of the shadow affinity itself, Damien had come to a basic conclusion. At most, it could be considered a hypothesis. Actually, the way it sustained life was pretty simple in theory, but complicated in practice. It all had to do with mana. Mana was the fabric of all things. It was an energy that was even more fundamental than something like atoms. To be frank, mana alone was enough to sustain life in any environment. That was the reason why cultivators lost their necessity for food and hygiene. Mana alone was enough to maintain them. But for mortals, it didn't work the same. That's because ambient mana had no properties and had no direction. Only when a cultivator had their own mana circulating within them would these effects slowly become prevalent. But for Damien's idea, he couldn't simply bank on the basic properties of ambient mana to sustain life within his subspace. No, he wanted it to function as its own small world, a world that could sustain even a mortal like Schwer without burden. For this, he'd have to dive far further into the depths of magic theory than he had ever gone before. Chapter 250 Sanctuary. The reason Damien had to clear his subspace was equally as simple as everything else. The coming processes would be relatively dangerous, not for any of the people involved, but for his items. If he made a mistake, there was a high chance that they'd be thrust into the void and consumed by its nothingness. Soon enough, various beast carcasses, weapons, pills, and random items that would probably have use at some point spilled out onto the cave floor. Even Damien's sword, Devourer, which he hadn't been using much, was within the pile. Once he was done, he quietly sat down in a meditative posture and focused on the space around him. There, tethered to him, was a small pocket that would go unnoticed by the untrained eye. It wasn't big at all, perhaps the size of a quarter at most, but the space inside was expansive. This was the nature of a subspace. Good. Mana was the building blocks of all things, and mana was exactly what would solidify his plan. But that was only a part of it. What Damien wanted to do was essentially create another dimension. Damien's subspace was an ethereal concept, and it was heavily tied to the concept of space, but the thing about it was that it would always be tethered to the three-dimensional space that made up the universe. This was one of the main things that prevented it from sustaining life. With its reliance on outside forces to maintain its structure, there was no way it had any potential for evolution. What Damien wanted to do was create a fourth dimension. It didn't have to be big enough to actually contribute to the universe as a whole, but what he would be doing was creating his own plane. Rather than being tethered to the space that already existed, it would be entirely its own space. The only tether it would have would be Damien himself. This was an idea he derived from his void physique. After all, didn't it operate on a similar concept? It was part of him, yet it seemed to be located elsewhere. The Damien of before would never be able to do such a thing as create a dimension, and even the current Damien didn't possess this ability, but he had one thing that would work as a sort of cheat code: his dimensional magic. He had gained a great deal of enlightenment on this new and upgraded form of spatial magic over the year, or so that he had possessed it, but he had never actually been able to raise its skill level by much. Why was that? Obviously, it was because he never truly delved into the essence of dimensional magic. But now he was doing just that. Although his current experiment was only a portion of the capabilities that dimensional magic had, it still mattered. With his attention focused on the subspace, Damien soon coated that small piece of bloated space in his mana. And then he activated his dimensional magic. The full scenery of the cave was soon lit by starlight. Flashing motes of blue and black light littered the air like stars. The subspace that was coated in Damien's mana began to expand. It expanded continuously until it reached the point where its true size was visible. Luckily, it existed between the spatial layers, or else the entire cave would have been collapsed. His subspace was already the size of a massive city, perhaps even larger. Once it had been enlarged, Damien knew the first step had been completed. It was no longer tethered to the space around it. Its integrity at this time was being wholly maintained by Damien's mana alone. The glistening starlight in the air swirled through the atmosphere like a cyclone, centering around Damien. His utmost focus was on maintaining the space of the subspace and making sure it didn't collapse and rejoin the surrounding space. Now that it was untethered, the next step was to remove it from three-dimensional space entirely. In simpler words, he was removing the subspace from reality. There was only one reason this was possible. Damien hadn't realized it much before, but he felt stupid for not noticing. The void. The void was so elusive that it even trumped space in that aspect. Even though it was technically a concept of space, it was entirely different. Space was all-encompassing, while the void was all-consuming. But this all-consuming entity was the exact reason Damien had confidence in separating his subspace from the existing reality, something he wasn't sure was possible otherwise. Of course, he had the option to forego this entire troublesome process and just set laws and restrictions, creating something similar to a secret realm that he carried around with him. But that wasn't what he wanted. His ambitions went far beyond a mere secret realm. There was an image in his mind, an image where one day, when his power was so vast that the current him couldn't fathom it, he would take this rudimentary design he created now and blossom it into something else entirely. Cracks began to form between the spatial layers as the weight of Damien's subspace bore down on them. These weren't the normal spatial cracks that Damien would create. They were more dangerous. The integrity of the space within space was cracking. In simpler words, this was a minuscule example of a crack in reality. It wasn't something Damien would ever be able to do on his own. If it wasn't for the sheer weight of his subspace, as well as the dimensional magic that permeated through space, he doubted whether it was possible to create such a crack. But the thing was, the amount of mana Damien was continuously pouring out could have already charged an attack far worse than the massive black hole he created in the Celestiac Star Sect Disciple Examination. If he wasn't actively using his void physique to greedily absorb every ounce of ambient mana around him, he wouldn't have been able to sustain it. Yet, such a massive amount of mana expenditure could only form a crack the size of a fingernail at best. Suddenly, another essence started leaking from the crack. It was pitch black and illusory. It wasn't like the inky black mana that the Nox used. It was much darker. This essence leaked from the cracks in the spatial layers and made its debut in the real plane. And when it did, it immediately started to devour. It devoured everything. Space, time, all creation. It seemingly wanted to revert the universe to nihility. It was lucky that there was such a small and finite amount, or else nobody would be able to predict what this essence would do. But this essence was currently trapped between spatial layers. Slowly, Damien exerted his will. He focused his awareness on that pitch-black essence and attempted to dominate it. A black fog began to emanate from his body, similar to when he used his Devour skill. The second the fog met the pitch-black essence, the essence immediately became docile. Damien smiled at the sight. As expected, with the newly termed void essence under his control, Damien knew that the next step would be easy. That is, as long as he concentrated his everything on performing it. The pitch-black void essence was directed to gently cover the subspace in a similar way to what Damien's mana was already doing. In fact, the two forms of essence melded together in the process, heavily increasing Damien's control. Damien exerted his will once again, calling out to the void essence. The wild essence that heeded no command, the essence that devoured everything. The rate it spilled out of the spatial cracks increased drastically. Slowly but surely, the gathering void essence concentrated on the subspace. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like the subspace was being devoured. But Damien knew that wasn't true. The spatial mana he used to create the subspace in the first place was being corrupted. It was becoming one with the void itself.